yeah. Like, swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Hey, throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 dice. Dani in the house, in the house, in the house. Avengers in the house, in the house, in the house, in the house. Swords up, turn up, turn up. Let's get messy, let's get nosy, let's go, let's go. Give him the tea, give him the news, give him the biz, give him the mess, the mess, the mess, the mess, the mess, the mess. Swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Hey, throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 dice. Who gon' check me? I'm playing chess, you playing checkers, checkmate, checkmate. Next caller, swords up, swords up, swords up, swords up, up, up. I don't like you, can't stand you. If it's stuck, then it's stuck. It's stuck, stuck, stuck. Swords up, swords up, swords up, swords up, 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 up. You're mad, they mad. You're pressed, they pressed. Got your bother, they bother. Got your trigger, they trigger. Swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, swords up, swords up. Throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Hey, throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 dice. Let's go, start the show, symbol, we in chill, let's go, Avengers, assemble, 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 assemble. Lights, camera, action, we ready, stay ready, stay ready. Swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Hey, throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, then slice. Yeah. Like, swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Hey, throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 dice. Dani in the house, in the house, in the house. Avengers in the house, in the house, in the house, in the house. Swords up, turn up, turn up. Let's get messy, let's get nosy, let's go, let's go. Give him the tea, give him the news, give him the biz, give him the mess, the mess, the mess, the mess, the mess, the mess, the mess. Swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Hey, throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 dice. Who gon' check me? I'm playing chess, you playing checkers, checkmate, checkmate. Next caller, swords up, swords up, swords up, swords up, 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 up. I don't like you, can't stand you. If it's stuck, then it's stuck. It's stuck, stuck, stuck. Swords up, swords up, swords up, swords up, 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 up. You're mad, they mad. You're pressed, they pressed. got your buzzer, got your tricks, say tricks. Swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Hey, throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up.
This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I know. Look what time it is. But hey, since I'm up, why not talk about Charlie Kirk and what happened to Charlie Kirk in this Utah shooting, right? And a lot of controversy and feelings on both sides of this whole thing. And some of you might be wondering, why is there so much controversy surrounding Charlie Kirk? We are definitely going to get into it, okay? And also keep in mind that it's also 9/11, September 11th. So yes, he was unalived on September 10th. He is no longer here. So we're going to get into the full extent of Charlie Kirk. Make sure on your way in here, you actually smash that like button, smash that like, y'all. So let me actually just give a disclaimer. Obviously, I cannot really play the video of him being shot in the neck because it is very violent and yeah. So most likely YouTube probably won't allow it. Now, usually they will allow some things under educational, if it's educational, or if you give the commentary in a certain way, because I posted stuff like with Amari Hadley. However, this right here is really graphic, it's up close, it's personal, and it's really violent. And when I first saw it, I was like, is this real? Because in the age of AI, things seem fake. It can seem fake, like, oh my gosh, 1 minute he's talking and then next, he's shot in the neck and then blood is gushing out. It's really graphic and gore. So with that being said, I am going to go ahead and give this disclaimer up front, okay? And that is, the following video contains violent or graphic content presented for education and documentary purposes. Viewer discretion is advised. This material is not intended to shock, sensationalize, or encourage violence, but to provide context and understanding, okay? For educational purposes only, news reporting purposes only. So we are going to cover a major story, of course, shaking American politics, and that is involving Charlie Kirk, a conservative activist and the founder of Turning Point USA, and a big voice in the pro-Trump movement. He has been unalived, shot. He was only 31 years old, but his career was long enough to speak in the to speak volumes, should I say, about his position within this pro-Trump movement, and long enough to spark endless debate. His supporters loved him for standing up to woke culture, defending Trump, and protecting gun rights. And of course, in opposition, there are critics who accused him of being a racist, of misinformation, and stoking division and causing division. So we're going to talk a little bit more about who he was, what happened when he was unalived and shot at Utah Valley University, how people reacted. From even Trump has responded to this, of course, to everyday witnesses who were out there, and everyone scattered and started to run once they realized what was really happening. We're also going to talk about his controversial statements, especially surrounding Black people. And people might be going online, scouring the web, and they're seeing, some Black people, not all, again, we're not a monolith, and pretty much saying, not really, I will just be honest, not really caring about what happened. Not saying that they're wishing ill will, but not caring either way, because of the statements he has previously made, which are controversial. And there's for example, his comment that he made about pilots, and his defense of George Zimmerman in the Trayvon Martin case. So my video might be, get under some people's skin, but I'm just going to be honest and truthful about Charlie Kirk and why people should be understanding or knowing why certain comments are being made about this incident. Okay, so if you're new to my channel, I like to give all sides and both sides so people can have an understanding of what's happening or taking place. And finally, the irony that people are going to be talking about is a discussion. The irony of it is that he had an undying defense of guns and laws surrounding guns, and now a gun has ended his own life. So people are going to talk about that irony, and they're going to bring up certain quotes and statements he has made pertaining to gun rights and things like that. And they are definitely going to have this as a discussion, okay? And of course, on the other side, people are going to be thinking like, he has a family. He has a family, and his family is no longer, going to have him as a husband and as a father. So people are going to want people to be empathetic towards this situation in that way, okay? And then others on the other side are obviously going to say, well, he didn't care about this or that family. So there's going to be contention. I would say, obviously, since he is someone that's an outspoken voice in politics, in the political world, there's going to be a back and forth between, those who are anti-Trump, pro-Trump, and different So with that being said, Charlie Kirk, let me actually bring up a picture so people can have a visual. Just a second. Okay, so this is Charlie Kirk. So he was born in 1993, and at just the age of 18, he founded, or should I say he co-founded, Turning Point USA in 2012. And this was a group that was designed to promote conservative values on college campuses. And what it did was wanted to promote things like small government, free markets, anti-woke messaging, and definitely gun rights, which people are going to be talking about how he was such an avid supporter of gun rights. And now look at what happened, that he was gun violence is what took him out. Now, Kirk was not a professor or a lawyer, and not even a college graduate. In fact, he dropped out of community college, but what his supporters were seeing in him, that they felt that what he had was a talent for speaking, fundraising, and firing up young conservatives. So some people will say that's like a shock value audience, or there are certain people that have this. It doesn't require education. They have a way to spark debate, spark conversations, and draw in a crowd or audience. And a lot of times it is certain things. They are usually unfiltered people, should I say. People who kind of are drawn to that type of person. So by the late 2010s into, towards to 2020s, Turning Point, that he co-founded had become, a powerhouse. They started to host like huge conventions. They recruited student activists, and they even helped Republicans organize on campuses. And Kirk personally became close to Donald Trump. And yes, Donald Trump has responded and reacted to what recently happened. So he became close to Donald Trump and his family, Donald Trump's family, often introducing Trump at rallies or defending him on TV. And his media reach is massive. Like, he has a podcast. He has the Charlie Kirk show, that gets hundreds of thousands of views, and he has episodes. He also has a following on Twitter, which we can go to his Twitter and check it out to see the exact number, but he has a lot of Twitter followers. And also between Twitter, Facebook, and IG, he has a ton of followers. He's not just anyone. He actually has a huge following. So in many ways, he is a part of the right wing, modern day right wing. He talked about socialism, the immigration, and he definitely talked about the radical left. Okay, so definitely more on Trump. Okay, with Trump, definitely. Okay. So now let's go to Utah Valley University. So now, since it's a new day, on yesterday, which marks September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was at Utah Valley University, and he was there as part of his American Comeback Tour. It was like a series of campus events designed to really spark debate. And what I would compare him to is kind of like Candace Owens goes around. She does debates. People ask her questions, and she's always debating and things like that. He does some of that as well. Some of it's similar to what she does. Okay, and at these events, Kirk often is like, he set up what he called "Prove Me Wrong," like a table, and students could come up, ask questions, or debate him in front of an audience. Okay, it's like a whole culture of like debating, and it's like it has become like, to be honest, more like a sport. Okay. So that afternoon, while answering a student's question, he was actually talking. Answering a student's question about gun violence. A single shot, y'all listen, a single shot rang out. This had to be with precision. This is not just someone that just picked up a gun and decided to just shoot for the first time. This is someone that shot with precise precision, marksmanship, directly in his neck to make sure that this was something that he would not survive. And when I say horror, gore, and scary, oh my gosh. And then for them to do it at an event with all these people, so precise, who is it? Definitely someone that has been to target practice. This person they have had target practice. I've been to a gun range and, I'm not bad, but I know for a fact that to have that much precision to shoot right directly in the neck and aim at only one shot and not even just like have to unload, you just knew that one shot would do it. That's someone that definitely has been to the firing range. It has experience firing a weapon and using a weapon. And I'm just like, y'all, listen, I'm just curious to know who it is and if they will find out who it is. It's crazy. But I bet the person will have, a history of what, like they definitely know their how to shoot, okay, and fire a weapon. So yeah, they arrested some guy with a rifle. Okay, so we're gonna get into it. So while he was answering the questions, a single shot rang out. The bullet came from a rooftop, roughly 200 yards away. Witnesses said Kirk was hit in the neck, which I saw. It definitely was the neck. And blood poured from the left side, and he collapsed immediately. Like he was really just talking, and then boom, like pow. One eyewitness, we're going to get into eyewitnesses. Emma Pitt said there was so much blood from the, she was saying there was so much blood from the left side of his neck, pouring from the left side of his neck, and then he went limp. And another witness said that the scene was so chaotic and that people were screaming, ducking for cover and running in every direction, which I'm going to show y'all the video. And yes, Kirk was rushed to the hospital, but he could not be saved. So he was not saved. He's no longer here. And at just 31, his life was cut short in a way. But it's shocking and tragically ironic given his years of outspoken defense of guns. And he's not the first one. There's a lot of people that they are really outspoken about gun laws and people's rights to gun ownership and things like that. And then they die at the hand of a gun. Now, I want to also say this, that some people are really supportive of gun rights. At the same time, they also support that there should be certain restrictions. So we also have to keep in mind, not everyone that's in support of gun ownership and gun rights and this and that are, for just anyone having a gun. Sometimes they still want those restrictions in place, and those restrictions could prevent certain things from happening as well. So police initially detained a person of interest, but later released them after finding no evidence. So someone was detained as a person of interest, but then later released. So here's the thing about open carry laws, especially at public places and events. People, if people are licensed to carry and open carry into a public place, so some people can, have these guns. And to be honest, I don't know, y'all. It's just that video is so unrealistic, but it's actually real. So pretty much, I will have to look and see if there's any updates, because the person was one person was detained as a person of interest. Someone came into the chat and said someone else, or they could be talking about the same person. So as far as I'm concerned, as of my last read, it was the shooter, the main shooter, or the shooter remains at large, because we obviously know it's one shot. And federal authorities, including the FBI and ATF, are now leading the investigation. Okay. So let's go ahead and look at some videos of, at the event. So let's head over there.
All of a sudden, I heard just one pop. Saw Charlie all of a sudden, like, fall. His head kind of fell back, and blood was just gushing out of his neck. And then at that point, I kind of turned my head to look uphill because it felt like it came from up behind me. And then I saw everybody dropping, so I dropped down. And then the next thing you know, they said run, so we all took off running.
We heard two pops, and we ran. And a lot of people ran with us.
Okay, so most people are saying they heard one pop, and then he's saying two. I only heard one, but I also watched a short video clip, and we have to keep in mind, I watched a short video clip that's obviously up until that point when he was shot. I only heard one. So again, we will have to listen some more. Okay.
When I was standing by the door, kind of overseeing what was happening, some people were standing there still taking videos. So I went back out to look over the railing to see like maybe someone just did some firecrackers, something like that. But more and more people were screaming, crying, dispersing super quickly from the scene. More and more people were headed Charlie's way. And yeah, just pure craziness. And then after getting back into the building, just tons of people flooding to go outside, get away from the scene.
Charlie hit the ground. We saw him fall, but it looks like the shot came and it hit, he was facing us, and it looks like it hit the left side of his neck. To be perfectly blunt, it felt like so much blood came out of his neck immediately. And then we all took to the ground. I can't tell you almost what happened immediately after.
There's a handicapped person there that wanted a hat, and so I was like trying to get Charlie's attention, and he saw me and he came right over and handed this guy a hat, and it was really very kind. I'm just sitting there watching. I think, wow, he's taller than I thought he was, and he's so energetic, and he's so happy, and he's throwing these hats out, and the crowd is just going nuts, and it was a huge college crowd.
Okay, CNN reported that Charlie Kirk, a conservative political activist and co-founder of Turning Point USA, has been fatally shot at an event at Utah Valley University, as I said earlier. The shooter is believed to have fired once from a nearby roof in a targeted attack, according to the Utah Department of Public Safety, which is leading the investigation along with the FBI. So if the person shot from a roof, a nearby roof, y'all, I figured it wasn't someone in a crowd, that it's a freaking sniper or someone, some people that are those snipers, they actually go, they actually are at a long distance away on a roof or in some sort of building. That's what they do. This is someone that has precise precision to actually aim and shoot, and then one shot, and then so y'all, this is crazy. So that's what I was looking for, someone that's not in the crowd of people, someone at a distance that knows how to hit their mark, that has some sort of that is a gun expert, has some experience. Yeah. So let's get into it. It says, a manhunt is still underway. 2 people who were considered suspects were later released, the department said. So 2 people who were considered suspects were later released. And my guess is they probably were looking for people in the crowd and things like that. But you will have to probably start looking in this situation at the nearby buildings, rooftops, things like that, overheads, of someone that has something set up So that's what I would think. Not someone actually in the crowd, just based on that shot to the neck, and it's only one shot. Okay. And so 2 people who were considered suspects were later released. There has been an outpouring of condemnation from both sides of the aisle. President Donald Trump described Kirk's death as a dark day for America and blamed rhetoric from the radical left for causing political violence. As Trump remade the Republican Party, Kirk embodied the GOP's newfound populist conservatism. Okay, and the social media age, Trump has credited Kirk with galvanizing and mobilizing the youth vote for him. Okay. So the manhunt continues for suspect in Charlie Kirk shooting. Here's what we know. The shooter who killed prominent conservative activist Charlie Kirk remains at large after what police called a targeted attack on a Utah college campus. Only one person is believed to have been involved, and that's obvious because it was only one shot to the neck. It wasn't multiple shots fired. So only one person was involved, and they believe it came from a rooftop, which I'm not shocked. Okay. In the shooting, said Utah Governor Spencer Cox, who called Kirk's killing a political assassination. That's what it is. It's assassination. Yeah. President Donald Trump described Kirk's death as a dark day for America and blamed rhetoric from the radical left for causing political violence. Here's what else you need to know about the killing of the Turning Point USA founder. Targeted attack. Kirk was fatally shot while speaking at an event at Utah Valley University, a public university in the city of Orem. The shooter fired once, according to Utah Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bo Mason, who said it was a targeted attack towards one individual. The department believes that the shooter fired from the roof of a building. And by targeted, we already know that since it was only one shot to the neck of Charlie Kirk, and it wasn't shooting at anyone in the audience or in the crowd, this could have been like a mass shooting where someone just shooting at anyone and everyone around. It could have just shot a bunch of people. This could have been something like that. But they are saying targeted attack, meaning this person only got on top of that rooftop to shoot Charlie Kirk and no one else. They were there just to assassinate him, and that's it. Someone that can shoot this well and this has this much practice and firing a weapon, they could have definitely caused a mass shooting and definitely targeted a lot of people, but this was a targeted attack just for him. So that's why they're going to stress that it was a targeted attack, okay, an assassination for Kirk. Kirk was shot while answering a question from an audience member about mass shootings. After he was hit, Kirk was taken by private vehicle to Timpanogos, something regional hospital where he died, authorities said. Okay. And then Trump has reacted. We're going to watch that video. It says the president expressed his grief and anger about Kirk's killing in a direct 2-camera video from the Oval Office. He pretty much said Charlie inspired millions, and tonight all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror, Trump said in the 4-minute video. And we're going to watch that next. Political violence in the U.S. Kirk shooting comes after a lot of political violence in the U.S., including the assassination of a Minnesota lawmaker and her husband in June, an arson attack at the Pennsylvania governor's house in April, and the assassination attempt against Trump during a presidential election last July. So people are definitely bringing up the Minnesota lawmaker and her husband in June that were unalived as well, assassination. So we're going to talk about that as well, because now people are going to be making these comparisons, and you will hear everyone making comparisons between Charlie Kirk and then the Minnesota lawmaker and her husband. Okay. So I will explain why that is going to be discussed and talked about in just a moment. Let's continue. And there are some people, lion-hearted friend of Israel, Israeli leaders mourn Kirk. Israeli leaders mourn Charlie Kirk as well, a vocal pro-Israel advocate in posts to social media. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called Kirk a lion-hearted friend of Israel, and he said he spoke to the Turning Point USA co-founder 2 weeks ago and invited him to Israel. Later, it says, sadly, that visit will not take place. He wrote, added, we lost an incredible human being. So not only people in America are speaking out about this, but also, people in even Israel are speaking out about Kirk and how he was invited. And now, obviously, that visit won't take place. So CNN investigates how Charlie Kirk's killing unfolded. We'll get into that in just a moment, but let's go ahead and watch Donald Trump's response to this shooting. Just a second.
Fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him. To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory. May God watch over his family. And may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
So that was Trump's response. So again, there are reactions from around the world, from Israel. Donald Trump, like I just said, he just said it was a heinous assassination, and call him a martyr for truth and freedom. There's also a response from Utah's governor, Spencer Cox, who called it a political assassination, reflecting the fear that this was more than just random violence. Okay. There are other people on the other side, Democrats, who have also responded, including Obama, Harris, and Gavin also responded and have a reaction. So people are going to be reacting from both sides of this, okay? And there was also a response from Megyn Kelly, also responded. She's a conservative media host, and she also responded to hearing about the Kirk being unalived, okay? But we also have to understand that not all reactions were sympathetic. Some commentators pointed out the irony that he was unalived by the very weapon he defended so passionately. And an NBC analyst, Matthew, actually said, or even suggested, that Kirk's own rhetoric may have contributed to the cycle of violence. And NBC later apologized about his remark, okay? We're going to get into that as well, okay? So one thing I want to talk about is Kirk's critics didn't just disagree with his politics. They found many of his statements deeply offensive, especially to Black Americans. So let's go through some of those moments that were discussed, such as when he said the Black pilot and things like that. But before we get into that, let me actually get into some more reactions to this unaliving, okay? Just a second. Well, actually, let's just look at this one video to see, some things that he did before. Okay, hold on. Charlie Kirk. So in this situation right here, it was Charlie Kirk, and he was going over a question that was posed to him in this debate, what he does. And it was about Carmelo Anthony and George Zimmerman, and comparing these cases. Okay, so let's listen to a little bit of this old video of Charlie Kirk. So what I want to say about this video is, if you actually watch the unaliving of Charlie Kirk, he's actually was just like doing something similar, answering questions, and in the same kind of thing, answering questions, and then he was just shot in the neck. So it's kind of like a similar setting. Okay, hold on.
We're low on time, so we're going to do the lightning rounds.
Hello. How are you, Charlie?
Good. All right, we're low on time, so we're going to do the lightning round soon after you, where if I don't like your question, I'm just a jerk. I'm going to tell you to move on.
That's okay.
All right.
Okay, well, let me first preface by saying I was born here, and I'm a Mexican heritage, and I'm proud to be both. My dad's a big fan, by the way. So I'm here to debate. I believe that Black Lives Matter is actually a good thing. And I believe that there's a differentiation between the statement and the foundation because one is more popular than the other. I think that there's a bias with race in general within politics, and I think the Republican Party lacks a consistency in that. So my question to you is going to be, if I name these 3 names, could you tell me if they're guilty or not guilty? Okay, so the first one's going to be Carmelo Anthony.
Based on the facts available, absolutely guilty.
Okay. Now, O.J. Simpson.
Oh, absolutely guilty.
Okay. George Zimmerman.
No, self-defense. He was acquitted by a jury of his peers.
Now, if we're going based on facts, what makes the Carmelo Anthony and the George Zimmerman case different?
George Zimmerman was hunted at night by Trayvon Martin at 2 a.m. and the stand your ground law allows you to stand your ground up against people that wish you harm. Carmelo Anthony, with that Austin Metcalf, who he murdered in cold blood, said, "Don't touch me" at a high school track meet, said one thing he didn't like, took out a knife, and then brutally stabbed him to death. Those are not moral equivalents. George Zimmerman and Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony are on different planets morally. Don't ever compare them. That is incredible moral confusion. And I thought you'd be smarter than that.
I am.
So again, I'm showing this as an example of how he actually sits down, people come up, they ask a question, he answers, he fires back, and it's like a back and forth like debate. And similarly, September 10th, he was sitting there. I'm gonna bring up a video. I'm not gonna play the video because it's like violent. However, I'm going to show the setting of how he's sitting there. He's answering questions. So think of like a similar setting where he's answering questions and things like that. And then someone on the rooftop just shoots. Okay, not from the crowd or the crowd of people, but actually from a rooftop or something. Okay, so this is not the event that it occurred. This is a throwback video. Just showing the setting. Also, I'm showing you why there's going to be controversy surrounding his death and why some people are not, I'll be honest, are not going to be caring as much, or empathetic, or they're going to just feel indifferent. I would say not so much as not caring, but feeling indifferent for statements.
So I want to debate, how is it hunting when it was confirmed by the police department that that George Zimmerman followed him? It was the other way around.
Again, the facts around the George Zimmerman case, I'll admit, are a little bit rusty. It's been 10 years since that case. What I remember is this. It was highly scrutinized.
Right.
The jury was bipartisan. He was fully acquitted. And when all the facts came out, it was legitimate self-defense. Now, if that ends up happening in the Carmelo Anthony case, I guess I'll reevaluate it.
Right.
But again, they're not even close to in the same moral dimension.
But I would argue that they are, because George Zimmerman was told to stand back by the police department. He had no authority to follow him. And it was a self-defense case where the problem is he who dies does not get to testify. The only fact that was presented in court was based on George Zimmerman's testimony.
Okay, I want to speed this up. I don't think people even know who George Zimmerman is in this audience. This was a decade ago.
So we could go with O.J. Simpson.
Well, which crime of O.J. Simpson are we talking about? Because he was incarcerated twice.
Well, the crime of the murder.
Okay.
What makes you believe that he's guilty if you're going based on fair law judgment rather than emotional bias?
Again, you really think that was a fair trial? First of all, the police screwed up a lot of stuff. Let's just be honest. The police was the reason why O.J. Simpson was accused. They reached too far. They wanted to get a guilty verdict too much. Kardashian pounced on it. And let's all be very clear. If the police would have just preserved evidence in its original form, O.J. Simpson would have died behind bars. Okay? And again, you want to talk about rusty? O.J. Simpson was before I was born. I don't remember all the facts associated to it.
Exactly.
But here's my thing. Don't try to find, oh, wow, Carmelo Anthony, 2 teenagers at a track meet. By the way,
Right.
you think that track meet self-defense is like legitimate between two?
I think they're all guilty. My argument is a consistency. If you believe one is guilty, they're all
Hold on.
guilty.
O.J.
If you
Simpson
believe
was
one is
never
not guilty,
O.J.
they're all
Simpson was
innocent.
not self-defense though. It was that he was on trial for cold-blooded murder.
But you believe he was guilty and he should be behind bars.
Yes, which is a completely different case than Carmelo Anthony.
No, the idea is that he was not. They didn't present enough evidence.
So I want to say this. So the thing about it is, this is like one of his polarizing stances when it comes to the Black community, where people are going to be talking about it and discussing it. Okay, Kirk defended George Zimmerman, the neighborhood watch mall cop, top flight security guy, neighborhood watch volunteer who shot and killed 17-year-old Trayvon Martin back in 2012. And he pretty much argued that Zimmerman was innocent and acted in self-defense. But here's the thing. Trayvon Martin was unarmed. He was walking home with Skittles and iced tea. George Zimmerman followed him, confronted him, and then shot him. He had no reason to get out of his vehicle, follow Trayvon Martin, confront him, or anything. He should have minded his fucking business, and that's the reality. Zimmerman claimed Trayvon attacked first, and under Florida's stand your ground law, he was acquitted in 2013. For many Americans, especially Black communities, that was not justice. It wasn't. It's injustice. It's racial profiling, and it's the criminalization of a Black teenager for simply wearing a hoodie and walking through a neighborhood where people felt like, well, should I say George Zimmerman felt he didn't belong. The outrage over Trayvon's death, of course, helped. That is what kind of helped and launched the Black Lives Matter movement that this person actually brought up during this conversation or debate. So by saying Zimmerman was innocent, Kirk placed himself squarely on one side of a painful national divide and a great controversy and conversation that still haunts America today as far as that conversation. So if you actually want to be seen as someone, not for the Black community, speaking as he's speaking, I'm not speaking for all Black people, okay? I'm only one person. However, if you know about that time period and how people were reacting, responding, and how emotional this story was and how everyone felt the story and justice for Trayvon Martin, you will have an understanding that him saying this is going to cause a lot of people to feel a certain type of way. And now that he has been unalived by someone at this event, there are some people that are not going to be that empathetic towards someone that they deem as a racist. And I'm just giving it to you hard, cold turkey, and just how it is, okay? Some people might not like that statement, but what you have to understand is how you live your life and the statements you make. Once you are no longer here, some people will still remember those statements. So can you actually judge anyone for how they're feeling based on someone's prior behavior before their passing? And of course, with that, people are still, saying, sending, prayers for his family because his wife, kids no longer have this husband and father. But we have to make sure that we are all being objective and looking at both sides of it, to where, on the other side, people are going to say, well, he had freedom of speech and his words and everything else that shouldn't matter. But then on the flip side, people will say, well, what do you think about the other couple that passed away, that were unalived, who probably didn't get this much attention, such as Melissa Hortman, who was a Democrat in Minnesota, She served as Speaker of the Minnesota House from 2019 to 2025. One of the top Democrats in state politics. So, people are going to be comparing that because she was a part of the Democrat Party, and she was assassinated just 3 months, like 3 months ago. And Trump and other conservative figures did not amplify her case in the same way. So in this, people are going to make comparisons as to how was Melissa and what happened with her, and how people react and responded. How they're going to make comparisons between that case with the Democrats and how Trump responds, and then also how people are going to respond to Kirk. They're going to make these comparisons. So I will say be looking forward to more comparisons between the assassination of Melissa, a Democrat, just 3 months ago, to Kirk, who just assassinated just yesterday. So there's going to be like a back and forth like debate or political war on the conversation between these two assassinations occurring on one on the Democratic side and one on the Republican side. It is what it is. Okay. So there is definitely going to be focus on Trump and pretty much trying to say that he's selective and how he's responding to both things, okay, on both parties. So let's go ahead and get into, there were some people that were initially detained or thought to be a part of this assassination. So let's actually look at one of those articles really quickly. A Canadian man was falsely named as Charlie Kirk shooter on social media. So, people, there are going to be web sleuths and other people that are going to, name names, or, people are going to be like, who was detained or who is this and who is that. So the 77-year-old former banker who lives in Toronto said he was shocked by the speed at which his photograph spread online. Michael Mallinson received a harried call from his daughter shortly after Charlie Kirk, the right-wing influencer, was shot in Utah on Wednesday. She said that his photo was circulating online and that he had been identified falsely as the shooter. In a phone interview on Wednesday, Mr. Mallinson said it could be Mallinson or Mallinson, said he was a 77-year-old retired banker who lived and was in Toronto, but thousands of posts on social media claimed he was a registered Democrat from Utah who had shot and killed Mr. Kirk. Now, what are y'all doing now? y'all gonna just pick a Democrat out and then just circulate the picture and say this is the unaliver? The mix-up was apparently because of his resemblance to a man who was briefly detained by the police after the shooting. He said, "I'm just shocked by it." He said in the interview on Wednesday how quickly it can happen, how one's name and photo can get spread around quite quickly. So I guess people saw someone being detained and they said, oh, this is who it is based on like a resemblance, okay? And the frantic aftermath of major breaking news, people tend to search desperately for new information. That process can sometimes lead to false conclusions. Social media can add another chaotic element with unconfirmed claims spreading widely and rapidly before they are fully checked out. And Mr. Mallison's case, the rumor appeared to have originated from an account on X called Fox 11 Reno. Fox 11, I hope it was an actual news media that actually posted it. Though it has no relation to, it has no relation to a Fox broadcast affiliate based in Nevada. Instead is a fake account, apparently meant to drum up traffic and ad revenue for its own phony website. My. Until late last year, the account used a different username and posted only in Spanish. The account later deleted its post about the shooting. Child, y'all need to stop. A mess. A spokeswoman for Sinclair Broadcast Group, which owns a Fox affiliate in Nevada, said that the account was impersonating the station. Now that's actually bad. You're not supposed to do that, and that's also could damage a brand because upon first appearance, someone might think it's affiliated with Fox, and lo and behold, it's not. That's crazy. And then, yeah, definitely would. That's not a good look for Fox. So yeah. Said that the account was impersonating the station, that they were trying to shut it down. So if you see this photo, they have someone that was detained right on the left-hand side, and I guess that page found this guy from Toronto. I'm not trying to laugh, but they found the guy on the right from Toronto, and then they said, "Oh, this is a match." They probably did a Google image search, and then this guy picture popped up, and like, "Oh, we got it, bingo." So that's the Fox 11 Reno. That's the page they put. Breaking: Charlie Kirk shooter confirmed to be Michael Mallison, a registered Democrat in the state of Utah. And then, of course, this person as Democrat. So that definitely probably spread like wildfire. Well, not like wildfire. It had like 17 retweets, 11 comments, 102 hearts, 27 bookmarks. Not like wildfire, but still. But people could have actually even just saved the picture and just screenshotted it. So we do, you know. Such websites are known to respond to so-called information voids by publishing claims about developments in a breaking news story in an effort to rank highly on search results. So if you see the picture on the right, that's not, that guy is innocent. He is in Toronto. He has nothing to do with this, okay? A mess, okay? He has nothing to do with it because he has some sort of resemblance. And just because like a bald, he actually, you know, the guy on the left had, you know, he was detained as well, but he was let go. Okay, so let's go down. So if you see that picture on the right, if you see someone posting it, say that's wrong, and you now can tell them that's wrong, okay? And it says, other users on X quickly repeated a claim about Mr. Mallison, wrongly citing Fox as their source. Some users replied to the original post calling Mr. Mallison a far-left extremist or pure evil. One post by a user on X, which claimed Mr. Mallison was a shooter and a registered Democrat, receiving nearly 3 million views. Oh my God. So that's what happened, y'all. Some people were actually stealing this post and taking this post, and then they were actually sharing it to their larger audience to where it got more views. So if like a bigger Twitter account takes the photo and then shares it, and then now, wow. So yeah, it went further. Soon Mr. Mallison was receiving direct messages on Facebook calling him a savage, among other names. Grok, the AI chat box created by Elon Musk, repeated the falsehood in some of its replies to users. Wow. Writing at one point, so yeah, you have to be careful with AI. You have to still double check AI. Writing at one point that the suspect Michael Mallison was apprehended at the scene. Grok sources some of his information from posts on X. Other posts from Grok said the connection was unconfirmed or discredited. Mr. Mallison said he had reported the incident to the local police and had tried to wipe his presence from all social media. It was a difficult decision, he said, because he works as a patient advocate for a rare and painful form of arthritis and uses social media to connect with people around the world. He said he may consider suing people or websites who circulated a falsehood if the ordeal continued. I would expect, because the news cycle moves so quickly, that it will blow over soon, Mr. Mallison said, but there's always a chance that some idiot somewhere will get hold of this information a few months from now and start making noise about it. So, and we're also going to get into the next thing, which is the person that was actually detained. So just 1 second.
Hello, I'm Regina Vaidyanathan and welcome to This Hour on BBC News. The hunt for the killer or killers of Charlie Kirk, a prominent right-wing activist who was a close ally of President Trump, is continuing. It's after he was shot dead at a university campus on Wednesday while he was speaking at an event in Utah. Earlier, one person was detained, but they were released after being questioned. No one's currently in custody. Mr. Kirk had been taking part in an outdoor debate at the university in Utah when he was killed by a single bullet. He was an outspoken supporter of President Trump, someone who was part of his inner circle, and was credited with helping the Republicans rally their youth vote. President Trump has described Mr. Kirk as a martyr for truth and freedom, and the president blamed what he
Okay, hold on a second.
described as the radical left for fostering a climate of political violence. He said the shooting was a dark moment for America. More footage from the shooting has been posted on social media showing the incident on campus. Well, we've paused the video at the moment that gunfire was heard before crowds scattered. Officials believe the shot may have been fired from a roof. Our North America correspondent Neda Tawfiq is at the university and she updated us on that situation there.
Orem police tell me that they are very much still investigating the campus, and we have seen police cars kind of patrolling and going across campus. You'll see perhaps behind me some cars that were left here.
So I want to actually go back to that one part. Hold on. So show you the surroundings.
And get people to support Donald Trump's campaign. So you really did get a sense that Charlie Kirk had real influence among those young men and
who could really help appeal to young voters.
Very much so, and you know, in the administration's view, Charlie Kirk was one of those people that tapped into a massive audience using kind of new media and social media more than anything, of which very much benefited the White House during the campaign trail. These events.
Yeah, so Donald Trump pretty much says that Kirk was someone that brought him a bunch of young voters, like the youth. Okay.
Such as the one he was holding today in Utah. This is something he does very regularly, in which he goes to college campuses and he holds debates with people. He essentially challenges people to prove him wrong with regards to his views, whether those be domestic political views here in the United States. He often also speaks about Israel, for example, and they often have very, very spirited and engaged debates with students who might not necessarily even agree with him, but these moments often produce kind of viral moments and interactions between them, and it's something that the White House is very much seen as being beneficial for reaching an audience that is quite difficult to reach, especially through traditional media outlets. And I think, you know, the White House will very much be we'll hear more from them as kind of the news sinks in. It's still very much the early reactions we're getting from the White House.
And although Charlie Kirk isn't a politician, he is political. And I want to get your thoughts, Bernd, on the uptick that there seems to have been in violence directed towards politicians in the United States. I'm thinking about that recent murder of the Minnesota lawmaker and the other shootings in Minnesota. It's a very worrying trend, isn't it?
It is, and as I mentioned, it's still too early to say what the motive here was, but this is something that the FBI and other police organizations in the US have been very, very concerned about for quite some time. Over the last few years, really since the first Trump administration, FBI statistics show there's been a steady uptick in politically motivated violence, which I think was perhaps best.
So this is like a slow down video where they're trying to say that they've seen someone, like a figure on top of a, hold on. Something on top of a rooftop. Like, I guess.
Nice.
So they're trying to say that that's a figure, but I don't know, because why do I see something right here on the other side too? How do we know that's not, you know, that I see the same thing on this side, like something on top of a building. Like how can that, why do they think that's CNN think that's a figure? That looks like a part of the building structure. It could be. Let me show y'all. Let me zoom in a little bit. I don't know. Because if you actually look right there on, they have it to the right there to, it will be to the right side right there. But you know, if you're looking at it, it'll be to the left, right? What they have is circled. Now look to the exact opposite side on the building. There's something sticking up on that side. So how do we know it's not a building fixture or it's part of the structure? I don't know. Y'all see what I'm saying? Let me give a shout out. Shout out to University with Ree. Again, shout out to University with Ree. Make sure y'all check out her channel and subscribe as well. I appreciate you for renewing your membership. Shout out to OG10 Baby in the building. Thank you so much for the super sticker fan funding. Again, shout out to OG10 Baby for the super sticker fan funding. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button. And yes, for people in my inbox, I already seen the video of him being unalived. As I said from the very beginning, I cannot show the video because it's graphic. Okay. So I assume that most people already watched the video. If not, you have to watch it yourself of him being shot in the neck and the blood pouring out. But it's too graphic and violent for me to play on my YouTube channel. I'm not gonna risk my channel to play that video. Okay. Yeah. Now, what I wanted to do is actually look at the surrounding to see how the layout is.
Starkly highlighted by the shooting in Butler last year, and more recently by the shooting of the lawmakers in Minnesota. But it's certainly something that both sides of the political spectrum here in the United States have grown increasingly worried about.
And just briefly, let me tell you that we are hearing on the Associated Press that Charlie Kirk is in a critical condition after that shooting at the Utah Valley University campus. So the Associated Press reporting that Charlie Kirk is in a critical condition. It appears that he was shot in the neck. And we've heard from President Trump.
I would want to see what they could call the figure on top of the building, Ronnie. I need to see a different angle or something. I need to see a different angle. Because that angle is not really, I don't know.
That call for prayers for Charlie Kirk, someone very close to the MAGA movement, to President Trump himself, someone who had a huge and has a huge influence with young voters in President Trump's campaign to be reelected. And someone, no doubt, that the Trump administration hopes to continue to work with. But AP saying in the last few moments that Charlie Kirk is in a critical condition in hospital after that shooting. Campus police at the Utah Valley University say they have arrested an individual, that they have a suspect in custody. The FBI saying its agents will be supporting the investigation into the shooting.
Okay, well, that's the thing. Let's actually look at this article. They had detained someone, but then they let that person go. So let's look at that article. A man by the name of George Den. Okay, hold on.
So Charlie Kirk, and there he is on stage in these images with the Vice President J.D. Vance. He's also been in Greenland with Donald Trump Jr. This was typical of what he did with his organization, the Turning Point organization, speaking at university campuses across the USA. It was exactly this sort of event that he was speaking at when the shooting happened. He's 32, he's married with 2 young children. He's an evangelical Christian, a divisive figure, but we are hearing from political.
So no, I said George Zinn, not George Zimmerman or any of that. George Zinn, just Zinn. There was some. Let's look at this article and see what this is about. George Zinn arrested on suspicion of obstruction. Author Charlie Kirk shooting is widely known. Utah political. Okay, so this is something totally different. George Zinn Wright shares a moment with former Utah House Speaker Greg Hughes, second from left. Right here it says Utah law enforcement officials late Wednesday said he was taken into custody on suspicion of obstruction of justice and ultimately released. Another person was also detained in connection with the shooting, but was later released as well after law enforcement interrogation. Utah Department of Public Safety confirmed in a news release. So there were 2 people detained, and one being a guy by the name of George Zinn for obstruction, but they both were released after interrogation. So the suspect is still at large, okay? So again, the suspect for this is actually still at large. There is an ongoing investigation and manhunt for the shooter, according to the release. This person obviously probably was like on a rooftop, shot, and quickly got out of there. And while everyone is running in the crowd and scurrying and scattering, this person was already at a great distance out on the rooftop. So they already had this all calculated and planned out. So a college campus, do they have surveillance? I'm sure they probably have surveillance. They probably have cameras set up. It's a college campus. They should have some sort of surveillance, right? So that's probably the best bet is surveillance of the area. And, you know, people like this, if this person is really good, they probably already, you know, scoped out the area and scouted out the area to see, you know, what was around. And, you know, it says the Salt Lake Tribune's attempts to reach Zinn was unsuccessful. Attorneys who represented Zinn in misdemeanor cases earlier this year also did not respond to requests for comment. Now, if you actually look at Zinn, he looks like that Malison guy that was falsely accused. Where is he? So he has, you can see that he has that, you know, the receding hairline, but he has hair in the back of his head. The other guy, the Malison guy from Toronto, looks like he's completely bald. So, and they both have these glasses. So the other guy was misidentified as being Zinn. And Zinn is also someone that was arrested for obstruction, but he has been released along with another person that was detained after interrogation and released. The main suspect is still at large. So again, this guy with the bald head, receding hairline, hair in the back, you know, glasses, Zinn, you know, not the suspect. That's what they're saying so far. And just for obstruction, the other person that was detained, released as well after interrogation. And then the Malison guy is just someone completely different in Toronto and nothing to do with Utah at all. He's in Canada. Okay. So let's go down. Zen is known for showing up and occasionally disrupting or being arrested at events ranging from political speeches to the Sundance Film Festival to various protests. He holds the distinction of being the first person thrown out by security at the Swanky City Creek Center Mall when it first opened in downtown Salt Lake City in March 2012. In one widely shared video from the Orem campus, a uniformed officer and men in plain clothes are holding Zen's arms and moving him away from the scene. At one point, his pants fell and bunched around his ankles. Oh my gosh. At one point, his pants fell and bunched around his ankles, revealing his boxer shorts. Yeah, no one asked if you wear boxers or briefs. Okay, I'm sure. So anyway, spectators were yelling. Now we know, without wanting to know. Spectators were yelling at Zen, with one repeating, "How dare you? How dare you?" Near the end of the video, one uniformed officer is heard saying, "He said he shot him, but I don't know." Huh? He said he shot him, but I don't know. Salt Lake County District Attorney Sim Gill told the Tribune on Wednesday that his office had prosecuted Zen, whose criminal history dates back to the 80s. So he's been a bad boy since the 80s, numerous times. I think Gill said Zen was arrested on suspicion of trespassing. He said Zen was politically conservative and would give me a hard time for being a damn libertarian, and would give me a hard time for being a Dem. Zen had a curiosity about politics, and almost every political event you can think of, there was always George somewhere in the background listening. He's a person who can be odd and has those kinds of sometimes odd behavior challenges, Gill said, but by and large, he's more of a godfly than anything else. It says Gill said his office had previously tried to get Zen enrolled in mental health court for some of his misdemeanor charges, but never really participated in that. While Zen had mental health challenges, Gill said they were always maintainable and he was never non-functional. George said he did not care if the vehicles waited all day. I told George he needed to wait on the sidewalk and not in the roadway. The officer wrote, he told me he did not care and to take him to jail. After several minutes, the report shows the officer did just that. So he got arrested for obstruction, not anything to do with the actual unaliving of Charlie Kirk. And another guy was arrested and detained as well, and then later released off the interrogation. So we're still looking for the suspect, pretty much they're saying. Pretty much they're going down the problematic George Zen and him being arrested at different places, including the Sundance Festival. The most serious charge against Zen came in 2013 when he was charged with threatening to place bombs at the Salt Lake City Marathon finish line. Now that's actually serious. Very terroristic right there. So someone like him definitely would be suspicious, you know. But at the same time, they were saying this came from a rooftop and someone, you know, they would have found a gun on him or found something on him. Then took a plea deal and received a sentence of probation for that. But was ultimately ordered to jail for 1 year with credit for time served after not meeting the conditions of his probation. And recent years, Zen attended Salt Lake County Mayor Jenny Wilson's. So I'm not going to keep going on about him. That's pretty much going down that George Zen and another guy that was detained were released, okay? So let's go back to this video real quick.
Figures across the divide in the US, a condemnation of this, and that there is no excuse for this sort of violence. We do not know, of course, I should stress, what the motive for this is, but we do know that he has a very strong connection with the Trump administration, the Trump family. And we heard from our reporter, Bernd de Busman, who was inside the White House when news of the shooting broke. The gasps of White House staffers as they heard the news. A first-hand account from Bernd of the impact this had among the administration, and a sign, of course, of how well known, how important, how close he is, his influence is to the administration. And we're going to cross now to my colleague Katrina Perry in Washington for more coverage of this breaking news on the shooting of Charlie Kirk. Katrina.
Anita, thank you. Well, as you've been covering there for the last hour, shock right across Washington, D.C. and indeed across the nation here in the US at this shooting incident at the Utah Valley University with Charlie Kirk shot as he was addressing that rally at the Utah Valley University. This is a breaking situation, and as you can imagine, information is coming to us in a piecemeal fashion. But we do know that this happened on the Utah Valley University Orem campus at about 12:10 local time. The university says a shot was fired at the visiting speaker, Charlie Kirk. He was hit and he was taken from the location by his security team. And
so there's one post posted by New York Post that says chilling footage may have captured Charlie Kirk's assassin dodging across the campus building moments after. So that could be something on top of the building, right? Author murdering the conservative icon. There's somebody on the roof right there. One person is heard saying he just ran from over there, ran in now he's right there. See more at this link, so I'm gonna check that out. But yeah, so let's actually check that out. So I believe the person will be called. I mean, I'm sure they probably think they're like they won't be called, but I'm sure they probably will be called because the people are gonna see this person running. They already saw the person running on top of the building. They already saw this person. You know, there's probably gonna be surveillance and things like that. And this person didn't just go there and decide to do it that day. In my opinion, they already had this planned out and plotted, and they already probably had their exact location where they would probably be. I don't know. I just feel like it's really planned out, methodical, and calculated. Okay, hold on.
Campus police is investigating. They say that a suspect is in custody. There's been lots of reaction coming in to us from the president, from the vice president, from various members of the Trump family, and from the MAGA world, as we call it. Charlie Kirk, an absolute giant in that community. He has a podcast with about 7 million followers and is a very, very close friend of the president and his administration. But let's go over live to the White House now to our reporter Bernd de Busman, who is there. Bernd, can you bring us some of the reaction as it's come in from the president there and his team about Charlie Kirk?
Well, within just maybe 15 or 20 minutes of the news breaking, we heard both from President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, as well as other members of the Trump cabinet, all offering their prayers for.
And pay attention that this is actually a little outdated. It's outdated. The suspect is still at large. Again, the suspect is still at large. The two people that were detained are not the right people. Okay. These people were actually in the crowd, and the one they're looking for is actually someone that was on top of the roof. Okay.
For Charlie Kirk. When the news actually broke, I happened to be in the upper press area of the White House speaking to officials about something completely unrelated to this. When I first learned of the news from a young White House staffer who was sitting nearby, who kind of gasped and said, "Oh my God, Charlie Kirk has been shot," before very quickly leaving the room. And then the news spread very, very quickly. And within a very, very short time, we heard from Trump, Vice President Vance, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, and other members of this administration, all of whom have kind of a very warm relationship with Charlie Kirk going back long before this current term.
So let's look at this really quickly. Let's go over here. Look closely at the roof. The shooter is running away just after Charlie was shot. So let's see. So this is a video. I guess some people are trying to like slow down in slow motion. Hold on. So I'm looking. Oh, it does like someone is. It does like it's moving. Like something is moving right there. Hold on. Is someone moving, or is the camera just moving and the object that's a part of the building fixture is just now being viewed from a different angle? Like if you move a camera to a certain part or point, I can see what they're saying is disappearing, but they're also moving the camera at the same time. I guess if the camera was still and I saw something move, it'd be better. I see what they're saying, but y'all listen. You know what I'm saying? Like if you see something on top of a building and someone's moving the camera, when they're moving it, other things can start obstructing the thing, and I don't know. So it could be it, but I just think that's not a good look. Or maybe I need to just slow it down myself. So let me actually download this video, and I'm going to slow it down to the slowest I can get it, okay? So you see people are they're all getting down, they're getting down. They heard that shot, okay? So I can see a little better in this one. It's like a right there. Yeah, that right there I can see, but I can see it better because someone zoomed in a little bit and then they slowed down.
A roof right there? Just saying. He just ran from over, where's my finger? Whoa. From over there, ran in. And now he's right there. Just saying, just getting right up.
Okay, from the here it looks like I can see the top of the building structure now. So
there's somebody on the roof
most
right
likely could have been.
Just saying. He just ran from over, where's my finger? Whoa. From over there, ran in. And now he's right there. Just saying, just getting right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there?
So let's see, someone else already slowed it down. Let's see their version. Now that I can see the building structure, it does appear to be something there now, because the regular building structure, I don't see anything sticking out of it. That would be that high or that shape, should I say? But look, the way that is at that distance, someone shot him from that distance and shot him in the neck, and it was that precise. That's so scary. That someone definitely is assassin, or should I say not assassin like that, but a sniper, someone that definitely has experience in using, you know, I've been to firing ranges. I've done a bunch of like target practice and different things. And I definitely could not do that, even as much as I've done it. So this is someone definitely skilled. Okay. And they needed one shot and then they were just gone. They're gone. So yeah, I do believe the person will be caught because of surveillance, and this is a college campus. Usually college campuses have surveillance. And then how did they get on the rooftop? How did they get on top of the roof, right? We have to think about that.
Yeah.
Indeed, all through the campaign last year, burned Charlie Kirk really front and center of much of what President Trump was doing, particularly that outreach to younger voters, to those who were listening to podcasts, who were influenced by younger people within the Republican, within the right, the conservative communities.
That's very much the case. Although Charlie Kirk doesn't have a formal role with this administration, he's someone whose influence is very much felt here at the White House, and that they very much count on. As you said, he has an audience of millions of young people, and has been very, very effective in kind of spreading Trump's message, something that helped very much on the campaign trail with younger conservative voters, many of whom were voting for the first time or who hadn't been necessarily politically engaged in the past. And I do think from President Trump's perspective, having himself gone through the assassination attempt in Butler, such incidents are really something that he definitely feels very, very strongly about it. His family will know exactly how Charlie Kirk's family feels now in the confused kind of minutes and hours after such a shooting took place. And I think that's reflected in how quickly the administration kind of reacted to the shooting.
And of course, Brian, there have been many threats made against Charlie Kirk and indeed many members of the MAGA community over the last few months. Such is the nature of politics in this country at the moment. It's so polarized. Feelings run very high.
It does run very high. And although right now it's still too early to say what the motive was in today's shooting, this is certainly something that politicians from both sides of the aisle here in Washington and across the U.S. have been concerned about. FBI statistics show that over the last several years, there's been a steady uptick in political violence. And just this year, we saw shooting of lawmakers in Minnesota, for example, and many people here at the White House were physically present when President Trump was shot in Butler. So it's certainly something that's been a concern very much here at the White House and across Washington.
Okay, Brenda moves.
So there's another video of they're trying to say they saw something. This is the same video, I think.
The roof right there? Just saying. He just ran from over. Where's my finger? Whoa. From over there, ran in. Now he's right there. Just saying. Getting right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that.
Well, I don't know.
On the roof right there?
So I'm curious. There has to be more footage and definitely surveillance. This is a college campus.
For us there at the White House. Brent, we'll be back to you a little bit later on because we are covering now rolling news coverage of the events that have happened at Utah Valley University. We're starting the Context USA. This is the hour every day when we look at the latest developments in the Trump administration, but it's a very different day today, and we are starting with that breaking news coming to us from Utah. The breaking news coming to us from Utah here at BBC News that the conservative commentator Charlie Kirk has been shot at an event at Utah Valley University. Our team at BBC Verify have been looking into some of the footage that is circulating online of that shooting of Charlie Kirk, because the shooting happened as he was addressing a rally at the university, at the Orem campus. We have a video we can show you now. It's been verified by our team here, as I say, posted on X, and it shows the moments leading up to the shooting. We can have a look at that video and you can see in it here Charlie Kirk. See him there. He's wearing a white shirt, sitting under that tent, talking into a microphone. Huge crowd gathered there. Now, we've chosen to pause the video just before the gun is fired. Now, President Trump has posted on Truth Social about the shooting. Of course, Charlie Kirk, a very close friend of the president. President Trump saying we must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot. A great guy from top to bottom. God bless him, says the president. And there has been lots more reaction as well coming in from the vice president and many members of the administration. Well, let's get up to date just on what we know about what has happened in Utah just in the last hour or so. I'm joined here in studio by our reporter, Arunaday Mukherjee. Arunaday, you've been closely following events. What can you tell us now about what happened insofar as we know it?
Well, Katrina, just at the outset, details are still coming in. It's a developing situation. So I think we're trying to piece together bits and pieces as they come in at a very fast pace. But I think the most important aspect that we've learned over the past couple of minutes is that our U.S. news partners, CBS News, managed to get in a word with the chief marketing officer of Turning Point USA, which is the organization that Mr. Kirk headed, and they are saying that he was shot in the neck, he's at the hospital, and it doesn't look good. That's the first, in a sense, some sort of detail that is coming in on the condition of Charlie Kirk. So that's something that has come in. We've also heard in from some other senior officials, including the Agriculture Secretary, who has posted on social media that he's still with us, but please keep praying. He is said to be critical. So I think that's the situation at the moment. What we're also trying to understand is some more detail about the suspect, but all we know at the moment by way of the campus police, Katrina, is that a suspect is in custody. We don't have any more details about who that person is, what could have...
Again, there's no suspect in custody, not the right one, okay? The other two were, we already went over it. I would say go back.
Been the possible motive, so I think a lot more details
those two people were released, okay?
In the minutes and hours ahead as this continues to be a developing situation. We also heard from the FBI, who said that the agents will be on the ground there, who will also be supporting this investigation, which is very much active at the moment.
Mm-hmm. And what do we know about what Charlie Kirk was in fact doing at this university?
Well, Charlie Kirk, as we've been pointing out, is the head of Turning Point USA, a not-for-profit organization, which essentially is a conservative organization which helps sort of galvanize the masses in terms of conservative ideas and thoughts. He's a prominent figure, especially when it comes to universities and colleges around the country. And you had a glimpse of the kind of crowd that he usually commands there, the massive crowd that had gathered there at the Utah University. That's kind of a given when it comes to Charlie Kirk and the kind of crowds that he draws, which is why he's become such a prominent figure when it comes to the conservative voice here in the US. And of course, his proximity to Donald Trump, his involvement in Donald Trump's campaign in the presidential elections last year, very, very significant, where, you know, the ability to sort of mobilize masses and the younger generation of the US very.
So I want to actually get into one other controversial statement that he made, and that's regarding Black pilots. Again, I'm going to give different things and talk about different things during this live. So let's get into that in just a second. Hold on.
Very significant, which is why you're seeing the kind of comments and concerns that are pouring in from the highest brass of the political leadership from both sides, really.
Just as we're speaking there, Arunaday, we're looking at live pictures that are coming to us from Orem in Utah, and it was the Orem campus of the Utah Valley University where this shooting took place. I actually think that might be the hospital that we are looking at there. It looks like the entrance to the hospital. But as we saw in that snippet of footage we had earlier, as you were saying yourself there, a huge crowd gathered there for this, but it had been quite controversial. I was reading earlier an article about it in the student newspaper in the university, where, you know, even the notion of the university holding this event on the campus, the student newspaper was saying had divided opinions. Some students were in support of it, some were neutral. Others were starting an online petition, in fact, to ask the university to stop Charlie Kirk from speaking at this event. But the university released a statement last week saying, at Utah Valley University, we affirm our commitment to free speech, intellectual inquiry, and constructive dialogue. The university respects the rights of student clubs and organizations to invite various...
Oh, wow. So there was already some sort of protest beforehand. about him not, I guess, petition against, let me see if I can find it. Petition against Charlie Kirk. So there's already people not wanting him to go there. Now, I'm not saying that they are involved. I'm just saying that they were like, looks like activism are people, students, like not wanting him to go there and speak. So hold on. There looks to be like there was 942 supporters of this petition. Yeah, it says prevent Charlie Kirk from speaking at Utah Valley University. It says Utah Valley University's tagline is a place for you. How then can a university claim to represent inclusion and diversity by allowing an influencer like Charlie Kirk to have a platform? Charlie Kirk is known for his diverse rhetoric that often supports policies and laws which are not inclusive and can marginalize various communities. As students at Utah Valley University, we have come to cherish an environment that strives for inclusivity and diversity. So pretty much, they did not want him to have this speaking engagement. And they said that Charlie Kirk threatens this ideal. Kirk's presence and the messages he delivers stand in contrast to the values of understanding, acceptance, and progress that many of us hold dear. It's imperative that UVU reevaluates the decision to allow Charlie Kirk to speak. We advocate for speakers who inspire inclusivity and unity rather than division. Universities are meant to be places of learning, growth, and unity. Giving a platform to someone whose views are in direct opposition to these principles undermines UVU's commitment to being a place for you. Let's take action and urge Utah Valley University to reconsider this decision. By doing so, we are championing a campus environment where every student feels welcome and represented. Your voice matters. Please sign this petition to help maintain UVU as a truly inclusive place for everyone. And it has, it's closed. They closed it now, obviously. And it says petition closed. So yeah, there was a petition to pretty much not wanting him to speak. And again, I'm not saying this has anything to do with it. I'm just covering it. Okay.
This country.
Yes, Katrina, absolutely, you're right there. He's been a very popular figure, a prominent figure, but also a very polarizing figure, as we've reported over the past few months, and also as we've been talking about, who Charlie Kirk really was and the kind of position and mass following that he really commanded, not just quantified by the number of followers that he had on social media, but just by the physical presence of the number of people who usually were seen to gather at his sort of congregations there. We're also sort of getting a sense of some voices that have been trying to describe what they saw on the ground, Katrina, about someone saying that he was
Wow. So I have a better quality video that looks like it's better. So shout out to the person that sent it to me. So let's actually download this video. Now I can work with this video because I was gonna make my own, but yeah, so let's see. I also want to make this a little bit in slow motion. And what I will do is upload it as a short. Okay. As well. Hold on. So this video is of someone at the top of the building. Moments after the shooting, right? Hold on. So pay attention right there to what's protruding out, because at first it looks like it could be like a part of the building, but pay attention to it now. Hold on. Now, see right here, you can see something moving. Now I can see it moving. At first, I'm like, you know. So now you can see something. You see it? So what I want to do now, I'm gonna actually slow it down a tad bit more, okay? Now, from someone shooting from that point to where he was seated and surrounded by people talking, that person is a sniper. Okay, that person is a sniper. Definitely, he was assassinated as a sniper, someone that definitely has had a lot of target practice, okay? For sure. Now, why did they do it? I don't know. We will see how, you know, and again, this person is still at large. And am I shocked that this person is at large? Not really. Because of how the person executed his shot and shot him in the neck so precisely, I'm not surprised. This is not someone that just went out there and didn't know what they were doing or what they had planned. This person probably has scouted out that this person has probably been at that campus looking around, and this person, I don't know, this person is definitely calculated, methodical, definitely not that sloppy. So I'm not surprised that the person is still at large, okay? If they had found this person so easily, I would have been like, yeah. So this is someone that I would expect, based on how they shot him, to be still at large. So that's the video right there. You can see him running. And of course, we're saying he because, you know, most people assume it's a he. So I'm gonna actually slow it down. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna slow it down like to the slowest possible. What I like to do is just have it at different speeds. I'm gonna have it at the regular speed like twice, and then I'm gonna put it at about 10. I'm gonna turn off the sound because one thing I hate when people slow things down, they still have to. No, we don't want to hear any sound. Okay, that's distracting. Okay, so I'm gonna put it at 10 about twice. Now I'm probably gonna do like a 30x, about 30% speed. Yeah, I think that'll do it. Let me see how that looks. Oh, fine. Let's see. Let's get into the part. It's going slow. Oh. Now, it's too slow sometimes could be not great. Now, to be honest, too slow, you can see movement, but then it can kind of like, you know, the faster version was a little better. So the faster speed. So with that, let me actually do one that's like at 50%, just half the speed, and that should do it. Okay, so then I'm gonna save it, and I'm gonna upload it as well as just on my video tab as a short. But yeah, I can definitely see it right here. Movement right there.
shot was fired directly at him. There was a lot of chaos as people around the dais there, they ducked. And I think there will be, obviously all of this is going to be subject to investigation as to what exactly transpired, the sequence of events, who exactly the suspect is. And I think we're waiting for some more details about that. But I think, like I said, the reactions that are coming in from some of the senior political figures just goes to show how important and critical he was to the Make America Great campaign, to the conservative campaign of Donald Trump, and you know, the ability to, like I said, sort of bind together the younger masses of the country, which is why his presence along the universities was so important, which is what he was also doing at Utah.
Indeed. I just want to bring in our panelists here, Democratic strategist Joy Cheney and former US diplomat Republican Matthew Bartlett. Thanks to you both for being with us. We had invited you on to talk about the day's politics, but there's no more bigger event, I think, in the US today than this news of the shooting of Charlie Kirk at that rally, that Turning Point USA speaking rally event at the Utah Valley University. Matthew, to you first. What do you make of this? What's your reaction?
Yeah, good evening. This is just absolutely sickening and tragic. This is an attack, an American citizen asserting his right to free speech, who was brazenly shot in public. This is an attack on free speech.
And yeah, people are going to, you know, say it's an attack. He has right to free speech, and whether you like his comments or not, that does not mean that his life could be taken. And people are also going to say the same thing for the Democrat politician that was unalived, Melissa, a few months ago. Okay, people have been saying this from both sides. And again, we don't know who the shooter is and what their motive is, or even what's going on. We don't even know if it's even politically motivated. I mean, most likely it is, but we don't know until someone is apprehended and questioned, right?
I would argue this is an attack on American democracy itself. And this needs to be condemned widely, and happy to see many people are choosing to do the right thing here, praying for Charlie Kirk right now, who is in critical condition. And again, you know, political rhetoric should be met with political rhetoric, not political violence. And what we're seeing today is far too pervasive, problematic, and absolutely abhorrent in our American democracy.
Joy?
No, I mean, I couldn't agree more. This is not something that happens normally in America. This is not a usual occurrence, nor should it be. Most often when you have political rhetoric, it is met with political rhetoric, and that's where it must stay. We all, you know, and first of all, we don't know what the motivations of this shooter was. Charlie Kirk was very outspoken. There could be many reasons why someone would engage here. You know, there are people out there who are sick, right? They just want attention, no matter what their political perspective.
Exactly. People can make assumptions and assume, but at this point, we don't know the motive. We don't. It could be any number of reasons as to why this happened. We don't know. It could be something even personal. We don't know. So I would say, you know, but of course, this is the age of social media. People are going to give commentary, even myself, on both sides, and give their speculation or their thoughts on why this was done or why this happened.
So we should withhold judgment about where the politics are in this. But what we do know is that, you know, it is reminding people that political rhetoric can sometimes lead to political violence. And that's why, for those of us who are in the public sphere, we need to tone it down and make sure that we're not inspiring people who are unsafe. Also, we have to make sure that we have good gun control laws, because my guess is this person is probably a person who didn't need to own a gun.
Joy, you say things like this don't happen all the time, but we're looking at a situation where in just over a year, this has happened. There was the assassination attempt on President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania last July, and an attempted assassination attempt on him in Florida, an individual just before the courts on that matter at the moment. Things are changing here. There is more violence coming into debate and discussion and differences of opinion.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm not suggesting that it never happens. I'm just saying it doesn't happen all the time. And so I don't want people thinking that if you are a person out here in America, that you can't share your views and that you should be afraid to do so because someone is going, most political rhetoric is just that. It's someone doing what Mr. Kirk did, right? Sharing his views that no matter how abhorrent you feel that they are his to share, and he gets the right to do it. And I'm glad the University of Utah allowed him to speak. That is his right. But I think the most important thing to remember, though, is when you're doing that, violence is never appropriate. I do think there's a component always here, and we'll learn more. We have to make sure that when we have these types of spaces, they just open carry. It may not be safe for any of us, no matter what your perspectives are. So I think that's always an element here that we're going to have to think about. But, we'll hear more about this shooter, what motivated them. But right now, I think we just have to offer prayers to Mr. Kirk and his family.
Indeed, the focus at this moment on Charlie Kirk, who we're told is in a critical condition in hospital. Matthew, can you talk to us a little bit about Charlie Kirk for our viewers who may not be familiar with him? He is really a massive political figure in his own right in this country.
Yeah, and let's just say here, we should not minimize, trivialize, or certainly justify any of this. We should absolutely reject it. This is a defining moment in American history right now. And as you said, it is, unfortunately, an occurrence that we are seeing all too often. 2 assassinations on President Trump. We've seen political violence in Minnesota. Political rhetoric does not.
Okay, so let's go ahead and look at this video. Hold on. There's a number of videos I want to show y'all, but let's start with this one. So you can see the person running right there. Okay, so I think yeah, so again, that's a better visual because now I can see something moving. And also I can see how that's not a building, like a part of the building structure, right? Or fixture. So yeah, that's better. I can definitely see that now. So that it proves my point even more, that that person is an excellent shot. And I'm not trying to be that way to be like, of course it's like serious issue, someone lost their life. I'm speaking as to how this person definitely knew what they were doing, as far as being a good marksmanship with the gun. Okay, so I'm definitely curious as to who the suspect is and who this person is, and also why they did it. What's the motive behind it? What's their history? Do they have, did they serve in the army? Is there any past military? Is there any past law enforcement? Or it could be just a regular person can just be into guns. But yeah, oh wow, so you could definitely see it right there. So I think at 50% is the best one, where it's not too slow and it's not too fast. So 50% speed was great. Okay. So let's look at this video right here. So while let's see, this is a video of him being carried out, and another video of him. There's someone like was still like, you know, some people were actually like, one guy seemed to be like excited about what happened. So it's like everyone around is like all like running or like cowering down and just like, you know, laying down, trying to avoid what could happen, like trying to protect themselves. And this guy is like literally just cheering in the audience. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that he did anything because he's obviously not on the rooftop. This is actually someone from a rooftop that shot. Okay. Now, with that, until this person is apprehended, there are going to be conspiracies. And I'm not a person that gets into a conspiracy, so I will just stick to what's presented and not to like, you know, a little conspiracy, you know, just speculating, guessing on that side. But as far as like big conspiracies, I'm not into big conspiracies. Okay. Hold on. So this is a video of him being carried out. Wow, so he's being carried out. I mean, after being shot in the neck, you don't even know at that moment, hey, is the shooter still going to fire more? Is that one shot it? Are more people going to be shot? So you cannot just leave him there and then wait for an ambulance because you feel like the threat is still present. So most people say, well, don't move the person, especially if they're shot in the neck, don't move the person. But if you feel like a threat is still there, you have to pretty much move him because the person could fire more shots or shoot him more or shoot other people. So you have to move him at that point. So, you know, he's carried away. Hold on. Crazy. This is so crazy. And like I said, when I first saw the video, I was like, oh my gosh, is this real? I thought it was like AI, it was fake. It's like he was talking and then he just was shot. Talking and then just I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so, it was so crazy. And yeah, he has a wife and kids, so this is tragic. It's, you know, he has a family as well. So hold on. And let's get into
there have been in America over the last 10 years.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
So people are, you know, with that being said, again, watch the video from the beginning. He's very controversial, and a lot of statements he has said is considered racist. So a lot of people are not really going to be that empathetic or 100% empathetic. They might be, you know, empathetic towards the loss that the family has experienced, but not empathetic towards, you know, they're going to feel, you know, they're going to feel some sort of indifference, okay, because of that, okay? So here we go with this. So one thing people are paying attention to is what was happening around him around the time that this was happening, and they are paying attention to like who was behind him and what's happening with the
How many
hand
mass
signal.
shooters there have been in America
I'm
over
not
the
a
last 10
conspiracy
years?
person or anything like
Counting
that.
or
I
not
don't
counting
know.
gang violence?
That guy makes some sort of gesture behind him, but with security, different people around you, there could be something. Also, there are sometimes, I don't know, there are sign language experts, I don't know, but I really don't read too much into it. Do I feel like there could be people around him that's a part of this whole thing to have him assassinated, like in his inner circle? I don't think that anyone on the stage probably knew about what was happening. I got a feeling that this person is a lone actor. This person, a lot of times these assassins are lone actors. They act alone. Like they don't have someone like in the inner circle. They might have people outside of this circle, like a person that whoever, like it's a hired assassin, but everyone is outside of the inner circle. So I don't really think this person has anything to do with what happened. I think the person that did it is a lone actor, acted alone, went on that rooftop and did that. And could they have any affiliations or connections to others that are, yeah, but again, some people are going to be looking at every angle and seeing if anyone is acting weird or throwing signs or doing this and doing that. Yeah, I think he is a lone wolf.
In America over the last 10 years.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
So this is right before it happens. So this is what also people are talking about, is that he's actually answering a question about mass violence and mass shootings and gun violence. He's answering a question about that, and then it happens during that question. Now, is that a coincidence, or is it that that's the time that,
How many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
counting or not counting gang violence? So what do y'all think about
How many
this?
mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
And this is before he's actually shot. So let me give a shout out really quickly. And shout out to Marsha. Thank you so much for the fan funding super sticker. Again, shout out to Marsha for the fan funding. I appreciate the support. Y'all, something y'all. Also, shout out to Worldwide Collaboration. Thank you so much for the fan funding super sticker. Says, I need a job. That's how about for real. So I don't know, Hawaii Online Radio. So I don't know. I guess that's a conversation between you two. Yeah, I appreciate the fan funding, y'all, something y'all, and I think you gave another one as well. Gifted memberships. If you are gifted a membership from Worldwide Collaborations, please say thank you for the gifted membership. And I know it's early morning, but please put some hearts in the chat to show love to Worldwide Collaborations for the gifted memberships, and also make sure you say thank you as well, even on the replay, because some people are in the bushes or they are on the replay, and then they'll see to get the membership. So whenever you see it, please say thank you for to get the membership. And everybody else, remember, please support my channel for free just by hitting that like button. So let's see one other video real quick. That guy is happy. So while that just happened, everyone else was like, that guy is happy. So he's out of place because everyone else is like down, and he's like, yay, woo, like excited. Y'all, I don't know what's going on here, but it does seem like a movie or something. It does. It seems like, I don't know, this whole thing from how he was shot while he was mid-sentence, talking about mass shootings and mass violence, shot himself. The the person on the top of the roof. This seems like a movie or something. I don't know. And then it says right here, shout out to Red, happy 20-month anniversary. Says, I've been in the bushes listening on 1.5x speed. Great video, Dani. You're right. The video of the actual shooting looks like some Hollywood-ish. It also showed the person on the roof walking away. Yeah. So we have that video right here of the person walking away. That just showed it. Well, they were actually running. They were running, like doing at least a jogging away, definitely getting away. But yeah, shout out to you. Happy anniversary.
Should never lead to violence. And we need to be much more clear in unison, regardless of party, denouncing this, identifying, calling it out. So I think that is very critically important at a time like this right now. None of this is ever justified. Let's just be very firm in that. Beyond that, as you said, Charlie Kirk has been a vocal advocate of the right, starting a youth group in 2012. He was a college dropout. He has been critical of policies, left-leaning policies, liberal policies, nationally, from culture to economics to even college itself. But right now, that is not the crux of the issue. Right now, this is an American figure, a human being who was targeted, who was shot in the neck, who is in critical condition for asserting his right to free speech. This is a core tenet of our democracy, of our society. We should treat this horrific incident as such. So again, this is a human being, whether you agree with him or not. It is an unimaginable, horrific turn that is taken today, and we need to be crystal clear of how wildly out of bounds this is.
Indeed, as you say, a young man with a young family as well. Now, the governor of Utah, Spencer Cox, has posted an update on the situation on X. He says, I'm being briefed by law enforcement. Those responsible will be held fully accountable. He said violence has no place in our public life, just to the point our panelists were making there. The governor continuing, Americans of every political persuasion must unite in condemning this act. Our prayers are with Charlie, his family, and all of those affected by this. Now, I just want to bring you some more verified footage coming to us from this event. These are pictures we can show you now, which came from a live stream of the event. These the moments after the shooting took place. You can see there are people trying to get out of the area as quickly as possible. All of those students gathered there at the university, at the Orem campus there, to hear Charlie Kirk speak. And you can see these are the moments from after that incident as people rushed to get out of harm's way upon hearing, we're told by some witnesses there, a single shot ringing out in the tent there where Charlie Kirk was seated, where he was addressing the crowd there who had gathered to come and listen to him. Well, let's talk a little bit more now about Charlie Kirk. We can speak to our reporter, Mike Wendling. Mike, all through last year's campaign, and indeed before that, you've been charting the rise and rise and rise of Charlie Kirk. Talk to us a little bit about his background and how he got to be so close to the president, to the MAGA movement.
He built the biggest conservative campus movement in recent generations, and he parlayed that into a seat at the table. He's one of the key people, one of the key activists in the MAGA movement. His Turning Point organization has presence on hundreds of university campuses across the country and even in abroad. He's really a Trump loyalist, someone who's 100% behind the America First agenda of Donald Trump. Very close to the Trump family, someone who's put his own family and his own religion front and center, and someone who's really, as we see from these pictures, able to draw large crowds of young people. Now, he never really traveled with a huge security or much of an entourage, but he did attract crowds wherever he went. You could, at various points during the campaign, stroll right up to him. There wasn't a huge bodyguard presence. As you can see from the nature of the event that he was holding today, he really likes to engage in debate, and that is necessarily means interacting with people who you don't agree with. So there was a lot of that in Turning Point and with Charlie Kirk himself.
Indeed, and just as you're speaking there, Mike, to your point, we're seeing him and this file footage of him, you know, in the middle of supporters signing autographs on hats and even a boot at one point there. But stay with us, Mike, because I just want to go straight to the scene in Orem, Utah. We can go live now to Eva Terry and Emma Pitts from Deseret News standing by for us there. You both witnessed what happened. Can you talk to us about what you saw?
Yeah, of course. We heard a noise that sounded like a firecracker, and then immediately I saw a bunch of blood flowing out of the left side of what appeared to be his neck, and then Charlie went limp.
Oh, we seem to be losing the connection there. Emma, can you still hear me?
Yeah, sorry, we can see you now.
Yeah, sorry. And just tell us a little bit about what had happened in the run-up to that. What was going on at that moment?
So a student, it was the second question of the debate. A student went up there and asked Charlie Kirk a question about how many transgender shooters there had been.
So it was only the second question. So they were just really getting started. The second question. So that means that the shooter definitely wanted to get this underway and to go ahead and do this, because obviously the longer the shooter stays on top of the rooftop, the more chances of being spotted or someone catching on. So you need time to get up there, get things set up, get things like, you know, get yourself ready and get things lined up. So by the time that second question came, that's probably when the shooter realized, or, you know, was like, yeah, I'm ready. So with the hand movements of security detail, are people, sometimes when security are far away from each other, they might communicate or do certain things with certain hand gestures. Some people are thinking hand gestures mean something else, but sometimes security actually, they signal or do certain things like amongst each other. Yeah, so hold on.
In U.S. history or something along those lines, Charlie Kirk answered. The student gave him a rebuttal. Can you still hear us?
Yes, yeah.
Can you still hear us? Okay.
Yeah,
okay, awesome. And then Charlie Kirk goes to pick up the microphone to answer the second question, and that's when the shots went off. Or just one shot.
One shot. And then we've seen from some of the footage there, as you can imagine, terror, chaos, people running from the scene.
Yeah, as soon as we heard the shot and we saw what had happened, we all dropped to the ground. And I want to say we sat like that for about 30 to 45 seconds. And then everyone around us got up and started running. They had moved the barricades and we all fled from behind Kirk's tent. Yeah, we ran about 15, 30 seconds into a building and just went under a desk in there and contacted our editors about what had happened. But it seemed really confusing. No one really knew what was going on. It was pretty chaotic.
And talk to us a little bit about how people got to that rally. Was there security? Was it all students? What do you know from what you saw?
Yeah, so we did have general admission tickets, but there was no process to get them scanned or anything. It just was very public. You walked in. There were no metal detectors or anything. There were no, we both had our bags with our laptops. No bags were checked. But truly, the atmosphere was so positive. I think there weren't too many protesters. There was a balcony above Kirk, and there were a few there with some like signs and flags, but probably no more than 10 though. Right, and we spoke to so many college students that were there that were just so happy to have Kirk there and feel represented. And again, they kept talking about the sense of patriotism that they had there and that Kirk embodied. So it was very much this very happy setting just turned into a tragedy.
And it wasn't even just students. We talked to some people who were grandparents. There were people from all over who had come to the event.
We can just we have an image of Charlie Kirk addressing the event a little bit earlier. You can see him there in his white t-shirt under that tent where he was seated, speaking to the crowd there. So from what you're both saying, it seems that it was a very relaxed and welcoming environment before this shot rang out.
Right. Yes, and I think this one was also interesting. The layout of where we were was kind of this
an amphitheater.
Yeah, it was
a big bowl.
Exactly. And so he was at the base of it, whereas in most of his university tours, he's just kind of on a lawn and pretty like eye to eye with the people he's speaking to. But there was probably around 500 people there, and we're all just looking down at Charlie.
Mm-hmm. And had he interacted with the crowd before he started speaking?
Yes, he had a couple walk-on songs that were just normal like pep anthems, and he was throwing hats into the crowd. And the first question was probably like 3 minutes long, a debate about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. He was an evangelical, and so they were just going back, and he was talking about how much he loves members of that church.
So he didn't make a speech as such, he just moved straight to taking questions from those.
So the first question was a faith-based question, and it was about 3 or 4 minutes long, and then he moved on to the second question, which was about shootings, mass shootings and things. And then at that point, that's when he is shot. So that means that the shooter definitely wanted to act right away and to not stay up on the rooftop too long. Wanted to get on the rooftop, make sure he had his target, had his mark, to get to this area, to make sure that it was an assassination, and also to make sure it's one shot. So all happened within a matter of minutes of that person making sure they're on the roof. Now, some people actually go on the roof before the actual event, because like if you go on top of the roof before, if people see you on top of the roof, like going on top of the roof, then it's obvious. Sometimes people actually, they stake out the place, they get into a certain position to be where they staked out, and then they lay in wait. And then they do it. So what do y'all think? Do you think that person laid in wait, already had like a certain spot where they were hiding at, like because they staked out a good spot to be at, and they were already there, positioned themselves? Or maybe not, because maybe they didn't know exactly where he would be seated, but obviously they have a stage setting, and they have it set up to where they would be having him seated. So Coma says camp there, because camped out or laid in wait will reduce the risk of people seeing him going up on top of the roof, because yeah. But going up there after everyone is already at the event will be also suspicious, because you have to run the risk of people seeing you go up on the rooftop, or seeing you go up there, and however he got up there, right? So some people actually if he was already up there, he's already waiting. But then for that, he will have to know exactly where he's going to be seated and where he's going to be seated at, right? So it's a lot, y'all. So what I do know is that if he shot him on the second question, that means the shooter wanted to not be on that roof for too long. They got to that spot. They actually made sure they had him lined up for one shot, and then they got the fuck out of there. So that makes sense that it would be only on his second question. So within a matter of minutes of them having things set up, at least with his neck as a target to make sure. Because if for this person to do one shot, they already knew like, hey, I have to shoot him right there at that neck to make sure that the chances of survival are slim. Someone that's not a good shot could have had like hit him somewhere completely different, but to have that exact side of the neck right there, that is a person that has definitely is experienced shooter.
Did come to see him.
Yeah, it was pretty straight. He made a little joke about the protesters on the balcony and then kind of got right to it. They threw a ton of hats into the crowd. That probably lasted about 3 minutes. They threw tons and tons of hats. But yeah, he didn't give a speech beforehand or anything. He just got to it.
And so you were saying he was on the second question, and just describe to us again what you saw from that point.
So yeah, the question which Eva I think talked about was on mass shooting, and Charlie Kirk responded to him once, to which the debater gave a rebuttal question, and before Charlie Kirk could respond, he went to grab the mic, and we heard the sound and saw him just fall to the right, or to his left. And again, there was just so much blood, and so we're just praying.
He was removed off the scene, I think, immediately, because we rushed and I didn't see him. Did you see him?
I think also there was so much shock. Everyone was running for their lives.
Right. We didn't know if the shooter was still there. So yeah.
And so did he come with his security team, or was he there himself?
Yeah, so that was where the most security was. He definitely had a few men that were his personal security surrounding the tent, and they were looking out at the crowd. And then I did notice police officers behind the tent standing guard.
I didn't see a ton of police officers in the crowd itself. And maybe they were blended in, but did you see any that were?
Not to my knowledge, no, I didn't see any either.
So then you both were ducking for cover once you heard that shot rang out. So you're not clear how he was removed from the scene himself.
Correct, yes.
And so what's going on at the university right now?
So again, 2 people who are considered suspects in the shooting of Charlie Kirk were released, okay? As neither have current ties to the shooting, okay? And that was a statement by the Utah Department of Public Safety. And again, that one guy, he was charged with obstructing university policy. And his name is George Zinn, okay? I discussed him earlier. And then the other guy was questioned as well, and he was released. And again, those 2 people were not even I think on the rooftop or anything. So they're really looking for someone that's still on the loose at large that was on the roof, okay? That's what they're really aiming for. So they're still an ongoing investigation and manhunt for the actual shooter. Now, I want to actually bring up another point, that there's actually 2 petitions. And I discussed the other petition, but there's also another petition that wanted to, not have Charlie Kirk at that university, Utah State University, Utah State University. And that one actually had almost 7,000 signatures. And pretty much the same sentiments as the previous one of not really wanting him to go to that school. There was a petition, but there is another article as well that reads this. Let's see what it says. Kirk was slated to speak at Utah State University on September 30th as part of his tour, but had faced significant pushback. A petition started by USU student Olivia Huff called for Kirk to be barred from appearing at the university. And that received nearly 7,000 signatures. But following news of Kirk's death, Huff sent out a written statement. And she said, I want to be absolutely clear. I would never wish harm on him or his family. She wrote, no one's life should ever be at risk because of their personal beliefs. The values of empathy and understanding that I have championed throughout this petition remain steadfast, regardless of personal differences. We must stand united in our love for humanity and our shared desire for safety. So pretty much her values and personal beliefs are still the same as she has written in her petition. That has not changed as a result of his death. However, the humanity of it all, she does not wish harm on him or his family. And I think that people can understand that, like, you might not like his personal beliefs and the things he stood for and believed. However, you still at the same time are not wishing harm on him or his family. Okay. And then they also have the U chapter of Turning Point USA, which he co-founded, the chapter at that school. A conservative nonprofit organization founded by Kirk had planned to host the event. Caitlin Griffiths, the student president of the university club, condemned the shooting. She said, "I don't know how this can be justified in anybody's eyes. Shooting somebody for what they believe, what they say is just unforgivable. We live in a country with free speech, and that should be protected. His family and him are in my prayers, and I would hope that everyone would do the same regardless of political beliefs." So what I want to say, in honor of Kirk, President Donald Trump has ordered flags flown at half-staff until Sunday. In honor of Kirk, President Donald Trump has ordered flags flown at half-staff until Sunday. Now, I will say this. Will they, did they do the same for the Democrats that were unalived? So people are going to be making these comparisons as far as how Kirk is treated versus how the Democratic Party, Melissa, politician that was unalived back in a few months ago. So this is going to cause, political fights back and forth. And I will say this. Everyone needs to understand that no one knows who the suspect is yet. Well, no one has reported on who the suspect is yet. The 2 people that were detained have been released. So since we don't know the suspect, we don't know the motive. We don't even know if it's personal, political. It could be any number of issues. What happens if the person is actually a freaking Republican? It could be someone that's not even a Democrat. So before we point fingers and just go back and forth about who it could be, we probably should just wait until we actually have an actual suspect, because we don't know who it could be. It can also be someone with a mental illness, and they could have got some sort of delusion or hallucination or something about him being something that's delusional. We don't know. And it could be a combination of mental with something else. But what we do know about this shooter is that this person definitely knows how to be they're a sniper. No, not that many people can go on top of a rooftop and aim with precision and shoot someone in the neck and make sure that person won't survive the attack. That's an assassination. That's what that is. Okay, calculated, targeted assassination of Charlie Kirk. Okay. So with that being said, the person that made a petition wanted to make sure, like, listen, I'm not down with this whole thing. Okay. Okay, let's go back to this video real quick.
All of the students have been evacuated from their classes. All the classes were canceled for today, and there are police who are still on the scene because they just want to make sure that they have the correct person. Yeah, so there are lots and lots of police here. There are people in, looks like, guard uniforms.
There are so many different rankings of security here.
Security right now.
We're just looking actually we're looking at a live shot as we're speaking to you both there of the campus, and as you'd expect, a very heavy law enforcement presence.
Yes, and the entire university has been evacuated, and there's a few people I think there's some Turning Point USA people still around, and then
we saw one boy who had left his phone inside. He was asking us if we were we knew how to get back in. We were like, I don't think you're gonna get your phone for a while.
Yeah. And as far as you're aware, you just heard that one gunshot. You don't think there's any other injuries or anyone else involved?
No. And we had heard from students, they thought it was a firecracker at first. They were really confused.
And so that is, I'm telling y'all, listen, someone that's inexperienced will try to probably fire their weapon more than once. They'll probably even do two, like boom, boom, and just one for good measure. Someone that's, knows what they're doing, they got that one shot and then they're out of there. And they're also someone that feels really like they know their stuff, they know what they're doing. They're not worried about missing their target or missing the shot. So they're not worried about trying to unload the weapon. They feel like, that one shot, boom. Scary. Now, what I will say is, this is a tragedy, and I want to actually say this as well. However, it could have even been worse because someone with that much precision and that much of a shot, that person could have actually targeted way more people. It could have been like a mass shooting. But obviously that's why they said this is a targeted shooting and assassination of him only. They only came there for him and no one else. But thank God this person isn't like a total, like way more of a monster than they are, because this person could have did a lot of damage because they had the time and opportunity to cause a mass shooting. They did, but that they were there just for him. Okay, hold on.
Ordinarily, would it be the situation that people can bring firearms onto the campus or to events there, as far as you know?
To my knowledge, I do not know. We should probably we should figure that out.
You're
not allowed to bring guns onto the college campus.
Right.
Okay. All right. Eva Terry and Emma Pitts from Deseret News, thank you so much for talking to us here on BBC News and telling us what you saw at that tragic event earlier on. And we are keeping an eye out for an update on Charlie Kirk. At this point, we're told he's in a critical condition, but Eva and Emma, thanks to you both for that. I want to go back to our panel and bring them back in here. Joy Cheney, a Democratic strategist, and Matthew Bartlett, a Republican strategist. Matthew, just listening to Eva and Emma there, just quite the situation that unraveled from what seemed to have been a debate between Charlie Kirk and some of the students gathered there.
Yeah, Katrina, this is, a typical Charlie Kirk event. He will go onto campus. He will debate openly in front of everyone, to field questions on any subject, challenge people. This is part of the vibrant fabric of America, of democracy, of our society. Millions of people that think differently. There are divisions in our country. They are real. They are significant, yet what unites us is far, far greater. And the notion of having political violence in our society is, unfortunately, we have seen, growing instances. And again, that must be met with condemnation, with outrage, that, again, political rhetoric, challenging of ideas should be matched with the challenging of alternative ideas, never met with political violence. And we can cite so much of this, and yet again today, it is a very, very sad, horrific, tragic situation. Again, this is an assault on free speech, on American democracy, on what our country stands for, no matter where your perspective is. And again, happy to see leaders from both parties, public figures, political figures, tuning into this, praying for Charlie Kirk, and absolutely condemning this type of political violence in America.
And indeed, we should say that we don't have any details of the suspect, of the gunman at this point, nor do we have any information as to a motive for the shooting. And we are awaiting an update on Mr. Kirk's condition from the hospital. The last we heard was that he was in a critical condition. A colleague of his saying that to our news partners here in the US, CBS News. Joy, just again, listening to Eva and Emma describing that scene, it's one that college students and those attending a rally should really not have on their horizon, or for someone coming to engage with students and engage in a debate like that.
I agree completely. Matter of fact, my stepson happens to be here right now in DC, and he is a college student. And, he goes to rallies and he uses freedom of speech and all of those things. And he asked me, what my response was to this. And I unequivocally said, as my co-panelist said, this is unacceptable. This is horrible. We don't know the motivations here, but whatever they were, they are wrong, and they undermine democracy. What I would say is also it makes people fearful to go out and engage in the kinds of debates that define America and make us who we are. Because folks might be afraid to go to a Charlie Kirk event in the future, God willing that he's able to be okay.
Again, this is before he's no longer here. Okay, so this is a little outdated, but I wanted to show y'all some of the interviews that were had. Okay,
other event or run for an office like the Minnesota representative and state senator who were killed earlier this year. All of those things and shot earlier this year, they were Democrats. So this is something that is universal. You cannot resort to violence, even if the political rhetoric is off. Even if you disagree, when I think back to the CEO who was shot last year, unacceptable. That is not the way that we express our displeasure. That can't be tolerated. And frankly, I'm glad to see a bipartisan response. I've been disappointed in the past where I haven't always seen a bipartisan response when things like this happen. I think back to Nancy Pelosi's husband who was attacked in their home. But that is not the case today. We are all universally, I think, coming out and saying what's happened to Mr. Kirk, no matter how you feel about what he says, it's irrelevant. What matters is to be able to say so safely.
And as you're mentioning Nancy Pelosi there, Joy, the former Speaker of the House, of course, she has put out a statement saying she's praying for Charlie Kirk's recovery. She posted on X to say political violence has absolutely no place in our nation. All Americans should pray for Charlie Kirk's recovery and hold the entire UVU community in our hearts as they endure the trauma of this gun violence. That from Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi, former Speaker of the House. We've also heard from the former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, who herself was shot in the head during a meeting with constituents in a supermarket, a grocery store car park in 2011. She did survive that, but she resigned from office due to a brain injury. She has said democratic societies will always have political disagreements, but we must never allow America to become a country that confronts those disagreements with violence.
Yes, I do agree that disagreements should not be dealt with or handled with violence on either side. I do agree with that. I mean, go word for word, debate for debate, and not do violence, okay? From Melissa, the Democrat, to Charlie Kirk, the Republican. Violence is wrong on either way, okay? Again, we still need to also wait until we see exactly what happened with Charlie Kirk as far as his this assassination, okay? Now, do I agree with Charlie Kirk's views and beliefs? No, I don't. But do I, agree with him being shot and unalived? No. Okay. But I definitely do not agree with his statements. Okay. Which I have pointed out, one, which was Trayvon Martin, and I will discuss another one, which is the Black pilot. And even though he's no longer here, these are going to be topics in conversation. So these are going to be had. Just like on the other hand, whether it's a Democrat or Republican, people are going to discuss the controversy surrounding the person. So if you are a person that's controversial, you have to understand that when you're no longer here, people are still going to be discussing the controversial topics you are a part of. And so in living and in death, if you are involved in controversies, it's still going to follow you. That's what it is. That's how society is, okay? So I actually wanted to actually show y'all this video as well.
Activist Charlie Kirk was shot. Kirk was murdered as he spoke at an event on a college campus in Utah.
So this is
The
actually
event
him
was part of his
coming.
America comeback.
So this is a setup. So I would want to know, when was this completely set up? Was this set up the night before, the day of? When was this tent set up for him to speak right there? Because the shooter has to know where he is going to be seated and to know where to actually go to actually get the best shot. So if this was set up during the day, right before he came, should I say, that means that the shooter was not probably camped out the night before, because where they wouldn't know where it is going to be set up at. If it was hours before, then the shooter, so the shooter has to say, hey, I'm going to shoot him at this event, but how will I carry it out? It depends on when the shooter knew of where he will be seated and where he would be at this event. So now looking at it and how it's set up, they probably thought that he would be safer because he's at a distance from people, but how it's set up, having him at an angle and everyone like in the bleachers or some sort of like higher up or little ways, it actually leaves a lot of space and room for the shooter to have a good like target. So there's no one really obstructing or in a way or and things like that. But I mean, people are still going to be standing up. But I mean, from a rooftop, it gives you, from a rooftop, it's going to be from an angle, so it's like a downward angle. So you for someone just not like separated from everyone, that's a good you're a good target, or a sitting duck, should I say? Hold on.
Tour in which Kirk toured the states giving speeches and hosting debate circles. The attack was reportedly targeted, police said.
So look at the rooftop from where the person would be at and where he's at. Y'all, listen, that person is scary. Y'all, that person is scary. From any one of these rooftops to where he was at, that person having that precise shot to shoot him in the neck. Child, that person is scary. And like I said, it's good. It's a good thing that he was only there. I'm not saying it's a good thing, like in a good. I'm saying I'm glad that it was not a mass shooting, because this a mass shooter. If that person was a mass shooter, this could have been way more tragic of an event than it already is. Okay, they had one person in mind, Charlie Kirk, and that's it. And thank God, because they could have just caused a lot of destruction here. They could have.
And has prompted an outpouring of condemnation from across the American political spectrum.
So there is a tent right here. Let me take this comment down real quick. So Charlie Kirk is in this tent, and he's in that, under that tent, and the shooter is going to be across there. That's still a great distance, and child, that's a great distance away, child. This is a freaking assassin, for real, sniper. Who did this? Y'all see the distance from those rooftops that the shooter was at to that tent where he was under? Yeah, we don't know who it could be. So people automatically want to think it's a radical, it's a Democrat, it's a radical Democrat, you know. But we don't know who it could be. And also he has a number of controversial things he says and does. He also is, even for Israel, stuff happening with Israel as far as him having to, like, even over there, they're like talking about like which, you know, they're sorry for what happened to him. So he has a lot of political beliefs that are problematic for a lot of people. So could it be possibly something political? I will have to be honest, it could be. But there's a number of controversial political beliefs that he has that any possible group could be involved in it. Okay. Yeah, hold on. All I'm saying is, whoever it is, I'm glad that they are not a mass shooter, because they could have they had the capacity and the ability and capability to actually take out way more people if they chose to, and they probably would have, you know, it would have been way more devastated than it already is. But yeah, look at the tent. He's under there.
Nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. If
you're just getting here, we've already covered one controversial topic, which is what his beliefs on George Zimmerman are. We're gonna get into the other topics, such as, you know, other issues, such as the black pilot. Just give me a moment. We're going to get into it. But yeah, we're definitely covering the controversial topics that he's a part of, to why some people are, you know, feeling indifferent towards his death. Okay. So we're just covering different topics while I'm up. Now, to be honest, it was supposed to be 1 hour, but now that I'm here, I'm just like trying to figure out like what is going on here. Hold on.
This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism.
So he's automatically blaming, you know, radical left already. Not waiting until we actually have a suspect, and the suspect we can actually look at the suspect's background and say, oh, this is their political. Now, what happens if the person is apprehended and it's a freaking Republican? Then what say ye? So we have to just wait. And it could be someone that's not any political affiliation at all. We don't know at all until the person is arrested and apprehended as to their political background. Okay, we don't. Or any background they have. They can be they could be, I don't know what they are, but we don't know.
That we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now.
Kirk was a prominent activist and media personality, known for co-founding the non-profit Turning Point USA when he was only 18. The group is widely credited with giving a platform to young Americans with conservative ideals. The organization and its funding grew steadily over the years. Kirk enthusiastically backed Trump during his first presidential campaign in 2016. Kirk was praised for mobilizing the youth vote during Trump's third election campaign in 2024, where he encouraged new young voters to register. Supporters said Kirk showed people genuine decency and respect, even when disagreeing with others' ideas.
So I'm going to get into the next topic in just a second, but let's go back here while I get that set up.
After he took to the stage, this. Oh my God. Go, run.
A single shot, and Charlie Kirk slumps to the floor, blood pouring from his neck. Panic on the Utah campus, a scramble for safety.
I was watching from pretty close up, and I heard a pop, and I thought, no, that nobody's shooting firecrackers, right? This is the middle of the day. And then I watched a fountain of blood come out of the side of his neck like a water fountain, and it was surreal.
President Trump soon posted this message on social media. We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot. A great guy from top to bottom. God bless him. 31 years old, one of America's most recognizable conservative activists, whose full-throttled support for Donald Trump has supercharged the MAGA movement. His regular appearances drawing crowds and both support and criticism. Today's event in Utah was part of Charlie Kirk's so-called comeback tour. Eyewitnesses said he was asked about gun crime in the USA.
A student went up there and asked Charlie Kirk a question about how many transgender shooters there had been in U.S. history. Charlie Kirk answered, the student gave him a rebuttal. And then Charlie Kirk goes to pick up the microphone to answer the second question, and that's when the shots went off.
An activist whose voice had been heard far and wide never finished his sentence.
Well, the U.S.'s 43rd president has now responded to Mr. Kirk's killing. George W. Bush writing that he prayed for God to bless Mr. Kirk and his family. Also writing, quote, "Today, a young man was murdered in cold blood while expressing his political views. It happened on a college campus where the open exchange of opposing ideas should be sacrosanct. Violence and vitriol must be purged from the public square. Members of other political parties are not our enemies. They are our fellow citizens." He concluded by praying for God to, quote, "guide America toward civility." And joining me live, I'd like to welcome Mike Ricci, a Republican strategist who served as communications director to U.S. House Speaker Paul Ryan and also Maryland Governor Larry Hogan. He's now a communications consultant and a professor at Georgetown University School of Public Policy. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. President Bush there calling for God to guide Americans toward civility. What do you think it will take for the United States to address this scourge of political violence?
Well, good evening, Claire. Of course, our first thoughts are for Charlie's wife, his son, and his daughter. You know, in these moments, we do tend to take comfort in prayers, of course, but also sometimes some cliches. I've written many on occasions like this that stop us in our tracks. And, you know, it's good that our leaders are saying there's no place for violence, political violence, but clearly for some people, for some strand of thought, there is. And we need to better understand why it's happening more and more to people.
Okay, so the main thing is finding out who the suspect is and the motive before we get to pointing fingers on this side to that side, to this side to that side. That's the main, should be the main objective, okay? So yeah. Shout out to Red says they had one goal and they met it. That's scary. Yeah, they went out. That's why they kept saying a targeted attack. They definitely came there to just take out Kirk and then move Charlie Kirk, and that's it. No one else. That was their target. They got their target, then they skedaddled.
In both parties, and you know, civility is a good standard to set, but you know, it goes beyond that. You know, you could see easily how people, maybe they'll be more civil.
Oh, I mean, I did not mean to close that out. Just a second. Let me actually go here really quickly and I'll come back to that. So let's go talk about the black pilot controversy, controversial topic from Charlie Kirk, okay?
That's not what I believe.
It is the reality the left has created.
So I just don't get it. So like, if the pilot passed all the classes and got to be an approved plane pilot, why would he not be qualified?
He's saying that now because
I'm just lost on like where I'm not seeing how they justify that thought. Like, if you see a black pilot, you don't think he is qualified? He passed all the classes to get in the cockpit.
See, when I first seen this,
passed all the certifications to get in the cockpit. I'm just not understanding how we're just gonna cry about things being diversified and then say, oh, since it's been diversified, they're not as qualified.
but the thing is, though, they're not really crying. The right is not crying about diversifying things.
They're crying right now. What are you talking about?
Who?
They are literally bitching and crying on this video
About
right here.
diversifying things?
Yes. Did you not hear what they just said?
He's crying about
problem the left created. Brother.
No, bro.
Brother.
He's crying about he doesn't want affirmative action dealing with being a pilot. That's what he's crying about.
I see that point.
I don't think that's what he said.
But I don't think
that's what he said, brother.
So why would you look at a black pilot and think he's not qualified?
Well, okay,
made it all the way to be a pilot.
Because he literally, I don't think he's trying to be racist, but he's just basically trying to say that.
I'm not saying he's racist. I'm just saying
he's
that's
not
a bad
trying to, like, it was, I guess.
Yeah.
You can look at it and be like that. Because, like, when I first seen it on Twitter, you can see with this guy, I agree with this guy. I liked it. If you see a black pilot get into the cockpit, odds are he's probably 10 times more qualified than a white one because don't nobody give a shit. But I was like, okay, I kind of agree with that take. But then that was kind of...
So the person put, if you see a black pilot get into the cockpit, odds are he's probably 10 times more qualified than the white one because don't nobody give a shit that's worth having unless we exceed the qualifications. So pretty much, even Robertson said before, like, people, certain people can just be mediocre and then they can get further, and black people cannot be mediocre to get to where they are. It's something like that. So pretty much a lot of times as a minority, you have to be overqualified just to be in the spot you are. And you're not going to be less qualified. You have to be overly qualified. You have to actually be way more than just regular, smuggler, mediocre to get into this position that you're in. Okay, so that's the statement that the person is trying to express on their actual Twitter post, and they actually retweeted the Patriots takes about Charlie Kirk saying, "I'm sorry if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified." So we'll get into that. Hold on.
I agree with that take, but I definitely agree with that take because if you are a black pilot and 98% of pilots are white and you're in the 2%, don't you think like you are equally as qualified? If you're in the 2%,
I would think so.
I would say I wouldn't look at a pilot and say you're less qualified because
if you passed all
you're the
tests,
minority
you
in
went
this
to the
field.
school, I would say you're qualified for sure. I would say that as a black person, it would make you. I wouldn't say that you had like they didn't give you shit or this and that. But if you, like you said, if it's 98% of them are white and you go with a bunch of people that that's an uncomfortable situation for a lot of people. So that means you really wanted to be here. You really want to do it. So you just as qualified as everybody else.
Yeah.
Like I'm saying, I think the affirmative action, especially with the pilot, they're gonna make sure all pilots are certified to fly. Yeah. I just think it's just gonna rob some people about.
That's the thing. Everyone that, like, for example, getting into a graduate school program, right? Everyone still has to have the criteria, meet those qualifications of having a certain GPA, certain test scores, certain things have to be met. When someone says diversity, they actually want to make sure they're actually being inclusive and not discriminating against people by just choosing, one group of people. So you know how people can be, there's a such thing as racism. Yes, racism still exists. So people wanting diversity doesn't mean that they just want to get rid of the actual criteria. Everyone still has to meet those criteria. So if they say everyone in this graduate program has to have a 3.75, everyone has to have that. They're not going to drop it down to a 3.2 because it's a black person. No, that black person still has to have those qualifications. But what they want to say is they want to make sure that the program is not going to be racist and discriminate against people, to where someone that is black that has a 3.75 and somebody that's white have a 3.75, they want to make sure both have a chance of getting that spot. So if the program is racist and there's discrimination involved, then a Black person that's equally qualified might be overlooked. So people have this misconception that a Black person in anything means that they just got it because they're Black when they actually earned it.
Opportunity to get to do that job, the affirmative action thing. I don't think it's gonna.
Do we know? That's true, but that's at United. As we know, there's other airlines. Who knows if they'll follow suit? Who knows? But I also just think like if someone is in a profession, they went through all the certifications and coursework you need to get there, why would they not be qualified? That's like saying, oh, I seen a Black lawyer, I hope he's qualified. Motherfucker, he went to law school and passed and graduated and passed the bar. Why would he not be qualified?
But it's certain jobs though.
So glad I saw the guy with the right stuff and the square jaw get into the cockpit before we took off, and I feel better now.
Internet, what Charlie Kirk said.
And that's why I think this United story and the DEI story hits so hard, because we've all been in the back of a plane when the turbulence hits, or when you're flying through a storm and you're like, I'm so glad I saw the guy with the right stuff and the square jaw get into the cockpit before we took off. And I feel better now.
No, I mean, like, you want to go thought crime? Like, I'm sorry, if I see a Black pilot, I'm gonna be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
See, that's
you wouldn't have done that. You wouldn't have done that before. Square jaw, get into the cockpit before we took off, and I feel better now.
No, I mean, like, you want to go thought crime? Like, I'm sorry, if I see a Black pilot, I'm gonna be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
See,
you wouldn't have done that. You wouldn't have.
So right there, that's a controversial statement from Charlie Kirk. Okay. If he sees a Black pilot, he's gonna be like, oh boy, I hope he's qualified. Shouldn't you say that of all pilots? I hope this person is qualified. I hope this person is sober. I hope this person is in their right mind. I hope this person has enough rest. I hope this person is, but it has to be about race. If I see a Black pilot, I'm like, oh boy,
hard, because we've all been in the back of a plane when the turbulence hits, or when you're flying through a storm and you're like, I'm so glad I saw the guy with the right stuff and the square jaw get into the cockpit before we took off, and I feel better now.
No, I mean, like, you want to go thought crime? Like, I'm sorry, if I see a Black pilot, I'm gonna be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
See,
you wouldn't have done that. You wouldn't have. You wouldn't have done that before.
That's not an immediate.
No, you wouldn't
that's
have done
not
that
who I
before.
am. That's not what I believe.
It is the reality the left has created.
So I just don't get it. So like, I'm just, if the pilot.
So let me actually say this before we get back to the current. So for DEI, which has been a topic of great debate, which they were discussing, it says DEI in the cockpit, and it says Charlie Kirk and Jack. And so it stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion. And for diversity in this acronym is just having people, different people get together in a group. It's like people of different backgrounds, different genders, religions, race, whatever you want to make it up to be, okay? It's just making sure that it's diverse, a diverse group of people of different races, genders, ethnicities inside of a certain space or a place or a setting. It could be in a classroom, workplace, and things like that. Program just wants to make sure that it's not just like a segregated place, okay? And also for the E in this DEI, which is equity, and you want to make sure equity, think about equity, equal, okay? Giving people what they need to have fair chances, even if that means treating people differently at first. Think of helping someone shorter onto a stool so they can reach the same things as someone taller. It's making sure that everyone has a fair chance at something. It's to make equity. Inclusion is the last part of DEI, and it's pretty much you want everyone to feel included. Inclusion, included. You want everyone to feel included, respected, welcome, and included. No matter where they come from, irregardless of their race, ethnicity, culture, religion, and things like that. So overall, DEI is to help people from different groups that have, experienced the most oppression and have typically been segregated, shut out, oppressed, to have a fair shot in such things as workplaces, schools, leadership, just to have a fair chance, to reduce discrimination pretty much, right? So when Charlie Kirk says something like, if I see a black pilot, I'm gonna be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. And they're talking about DEI, he's pretty much casting doubt on the competence of black professionals, because he believes that DEI programs put less qualified people into high stakes jobs. So he feels like people are going to be less qualified because they're just giving the spot, when it's not, that's not what's happening. It comes off as he's implying that black people need to prove they are better than average just to earn trust, something most people don't say about white professionals. So if he sees a white pilot, this person's automatically professional, intelligent, smart, worthy of their position, earned their position, got their position. And if he sees a black pilot, that person is unworthy, not trustworthy, incompetent, didn't earn their spot. They were just given their spot. It was because of DEI. They shouldn't be there. But what happens when we have all these black people that have been inventors, and the first one to come up with a lot of these great inventions we have? So you're trying to say that black people are not smart enough to be a pilot? Yeah. Oh, they only are smart enough if someone gives them a spot, but they are not capable of earning the spot or having certain merits. So with that becomes a racist comment, because now you're trying to determine someone's intelligence and worth and trustworthiness and competence and intelligence level based on just their race, which is, now you're dealing with racism here. And this is problematic, because now you're going to say anyone that's black that goes to be a pilot, they're not capable because they maybe have the DEI or so. His comments, and not only this time, but other comments he has made throughout his life, are very controversial. So if you actually deep dive into his controversial statements towards the black community, and you actually think about these topics, you're going to see why some people in the common days are not going to be that empathetic towards him per se, but they might show empathy towards the loss of life, towards his family, but they're still going to feel some type of way about his controversial statements he has made towards the black community. So people, they pretty much put DEI as anti-white and anti-white, when it shouldn't be seen as something anti-white, but they put it that way. Saying it focuses too much on race instead of character. Believing that DEI programs prioritize skin color over character or qualifications. He used religious language, saying DEI puts too much emphasis on race, which he thinks goes against Christian teachings according to his interpretation. It's just a lot, bigotry and other things going on. Unapologetic. Yes, I like how you said that. Unapologetic bigotry going on here. So he kept on going on and on about DEI, DEI, DEI. And he believes that it creates unfair treatment toward white people and things like that. I think it reduces discrimination, because when people are saying that something needs to be diverse, is making people not, if everyone knows that there are qualified black people for every field. If you go somewhere and it's only white people working there, then obviously there might be some internal discrimination going on. So with these diversity programs help people to stay, hey, people are going to be paying attention to. We do know that there might not be a lot of black pilots out there, but let's be clear, we know that there should be some, and it shouldn't be just completely occupied by whites, because now we're going to have to say that some people are not being hired because they are being discriminated against. Okay. So anyways, I'm not gonna get too far into that, but this is another controversial topic, and we're gonna talk about some more controversial topics, but let's go ahead and get back to the actual footage and information about what happened to Charlie Kirk. But I definitely want everyone to stay abreast and understand the different viewpoints of what's going to be coming in the coming days about Charlie Kirk and why people are feeling a certain way about him. Okay, hold on.
Pass all the classes and got to be an approved plane pilot. Why would he not be qualified?
He's saying that now because
I'm just lost on like where I'm not seeing how they justify that thought. Like, if you see a black pilot, you don't think he is qualified? He passed all the classes to get in the cockpit.
See, when I first seen this,
passed all the certifications to get in the cockpit. I'm just not understanding how we're just gonna cry about things being diversified and then say, oh, since it's been diversified, they're not as qualified.
But the thing is, though, they're not really crying. The writer's not crying about diversifying things.
They're crying right now. What are you talking about?
Who?
They are literally bitching and crying on this video
About
right here.
diversifying things?
Yes. Did you not hear what they just said?
He's crying about
the left created.
Brother. No, bro. He's crying about he doesn't want affirmative action dealing with being a pilot. That's what he's crying about.
I see that point.
I don't think that's what he said.
But I don't think
that's what he said, brother.
So why would you look at a black pilot and think he's not qualified?
Well, okay,
made it all the way to be a pilot.
So I'm gonna get out that. I already went over my opinion on that one. Okay, hold on. So they were he was out there giving out a bunch of hats. Because someone mentioned that he first got there, they spent a lot of time giving out a bunch of hats, a bunch of hats to people. And he's walking towards where they have this tent set up for him, right? Where he's gonna be seated, and that's where he was eventually on the live that. And it was on the second question of the day about mass shootings. The first one was like a faith-based question, and then he was on a live.
You're live with BBC News. Now, the head of NATO
on that
has
second
warned
question.
the alliance will defend every inch of its territory after Russian drones were shot down over Poland. Polish and NATO air.
That Charlie Kirk has done on the road to becoming one of President Trump's most prominent supporters. But soon after he took to the stage, this.
So right there, it says soon after he took to the stage. So he's right there. Now pay attention at this angle. If you're actually on a rooftop, let me actually make this bigger. If you're actually on the rooftop where they believe the shooter was, which I showed a video of a person running on the roof shortly after he was shot. Where is it? So if you're on top of a roof, right, and you're trying to shoot him, how they had this set up is making him a sitting duck. See, if he was actually at the eye level of the crowd, like eye level and not positioned at a higher up a little bit, it would have been more harder because some people would be technically in the way blocking, especially since he's sitting and they are standing up. He's a sitting duck for someone higher up because now for on a rooftop, he's just right there out and he's in the open. He's a sitting duck. There's nothing obstructing someone from a rooftop and at an angle because they have that downward angle of, and then he's right there. So if someone wanted him, of course, obviously they did want him as a target. He was actually in a good position to be their target. Yeah. Someone in the crowd, they will actually have to probably raise their gun or do something with their gun. They will have to raise their gun to be over people's heads or to get a good shot if they're actually in the crowd of people, because other people standing up and they will be in the way, be obstructing the view a little bit. It depends on how it would be. Someone would have to be in the front or rush forward or do something someone up higher would have he's a sitting duck for anyone up in a high position.
Oh my God. Go, run.
A single shot, and Charlie Kirk slumps to the floor, blood pouring from his neck. Panic on the Utah campus, a scramble for safety.
I was watching from pretty close up, and I heard a pop, and I thought, no, that nobody's shooting firecrackers, right? This is the middle of the day. And then I watched a fountain of blood come out of the side of his neck like a water fountain, and it was surreal.
President Trump soon posted this message on social media. We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot. A great guy from top to bottom. God bless him. 31 years old, one of America's most recognizable conservative activists, whose full-throttled support for Donald Trump has supercharged the MAGA movement. His regular appearances drawing crowds and both support and criticism. Today's event in Utah was part of Charlie Kirk's so-called comeback tour. Eyewitnesses said he was asked about gun crime in the USA.
The student went up there and asked Charlie Kirk a question about how many transgender shooters there had been in U.S. history. Charlie Kirk answered, the student gave him a rebuttal, and then Charlie Kirk goes to pick up the microphone to answer the second question, and that's when the shots went off.
An activist whose voice had been heard far and wide never finished his sentence.
Well, the U.S.'s 43rd president has now responded to Mr. Kirk's killing. George W. Bush
I
writing
saw
that
that
he
already.
prayed
Let me
for
fast
God
forward
to
a
bless
little bit.
Mr. Kirk and his family.
Turning Point, which was his organization, was so incredibly powerful. I mean, it was very well funded, but they would have these big meetups, and they had like America Fest, and they would sort of get all of the conservative influencers together and really mainstream these messages. He was also just really good at expertly kind of manipulating the internet and generating outrage, usually from people, which would cause them to engage and cause his videos to, succeed online.
So he knew which buttons to push there, and he really did.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Even Candace Owens does the same sort of thing. Shock value, and also what buttons to push. Debating. Debating has become more of a sport, to be honest, where a lot of people are like getting into debate and especially like debating over political topics and such. Jess V says white women benefited from DEI. Benefited more from DEI than any other group of people. But these current Republicans are not honest enough to say that because racism is a priority. Yeah, a lot of times people automatically go and talk about Black people are minorities instead of actually considering that DEI is about all the isms, including sexism, not just racism. And with sexism is you're going to talk about gender, right? And so gender is actually going to be taken into consideration. And guess what? White women some people are going to be affected by sexism. So they're going to be included in this DEI as well. Hold on just a second. And I think someone else had a comment as well. Okay, so Nitty says it affected white folks too, as it turned out. Yeah. So again, since gender is a part of diversity, because a lot of times they want women to have a fair shot, so white women will be included as a woman, right? Of course, with intersectionality, we already know that the Crenshaw's intersectionality, we already know that Black women deal with, of course, sexism and racism. And then there's that intersection where they both merge. But with white women, they still have something which is sexism. And so when they include women and this DEI to make sure that women get an opportunity and a shot, then white women also are now going to be affected, because when they get rid of DEI, then now it's a possibility and a chance that men will get more positions and women won't get a fair shot at jobs that, you know, women are capable of doing. So it's STEM jobs where people think that women are not great at STEM jobs, but a lot of women are into those jobs. And they'll think that just because they're a woman, they're not qualified for actual STEM jobs. So they can also be affected by the DEI and being discriminated against as a woman. Okay, there are a lot of women, white and Black women, that complain about maybe workplace discrimination where men are given more chances or fair shots, and they're just as qualified. Think about any woman. It's like, I'm just as qualified as that man for this job. I'm just as smart. I'm just as intelligent. But because he's a man, he got the job. So everyone getting the fair shot is what it's about. So yes, white women in that sense can also be affected or impacted with people getting rid of DEI, right? So yeah, great point. Thanks for reminding me about that topic, which is important to talk about, because there's always a focus on Black this and Black that, when DEI also benefited white women as well, as far as helping them to have a fair shot against sexism and misogyny, right? Yeah, hold on. Let's go back to this video.
Did have something of a media empire. Who was funding this? Where was the money coming from behind Turning Point USA?
That's a good question. I think originally it was affiliated with Tea Party donors. I don't remember the exact sort of funding that they've had more recently. They've had various conservative donors over the years. But Charlie was also successful in his own right. You know, this wasn't somebody that was just propped up by right-wing funding. Like, he also was able to generate his own successful influencer career and was really, you know, made his own mark as like a media personality.
So I'm sure you've been looking all over the internet for reaction in the wake of his killing. What have you been seeing from his supporters and followers in reaction to this violent and untimely death?
Yeah.
What I will say is, I hate to say this, but if you are going to be into shock value and very controversial on topics that are very, people are very passionate about, you need like top line security. And especially if you're associated with someone like Trump, who is definitely very vocal, and even, you know, Jonathan Oddie was trying to come at Trump down in Miami before, right? Remember Jonathan Oddie? People have, you know, after Trump. So if you are attached to someone where people are after Trump and they know that Trump was infatuated with you, I hate to use infatuated, but you are someone that Trump cheers on. I mean, sometimes if they can't get the big dog or the big top honcho, they're going to go towards someone or to someone that Trump loves and adores. So you need a lot that for him to be in that predicament close to Trump and so controversial. He probably didn't realize or think that he would need like top flight security. But he definitely needed, like, those buildings should have been, you need more security than you think if you're associated or really close to the president. Yeah, you do. You do. So that building being unsecured or not even checked out, like before he came out and sat there, someone should already like went like over the building. He needs better security, like as far as like, you know, checking out the buildings, making sure everything's secure, because he's just too close to the president to not have better security. And again, I don't know if they have, I don't know the security, like as far as the police presence, but that shooter had to get in and out of that building and on top of that rooftop. So yeah, so something, I don't know.
I think his supporters are outraged. They're taking to the internet to say, you know, to condemn violence. One thing that does concern me, and I think I heard it earlier in this program, is people conflating some of the topics of conversation that were happening right before his death with his death. We don't know who the shooter is yet, but you know, he was talking about trans people right before his death and talking about, actually, there's very few trans shooters. Most mass shooters in America are not trans, but because that was this topic of conversation right before his death, and because we don't know who killed him yet, I think there's just a lot of kind of harmful speculation right now, and hate being driven towards the LGBTQ community.
That's interesting. And as you say, we do not have a suspect. We do not have any indication of what a motive would be in this attack.
Now, people need to understand, this shooter did not just shoot because there was a question about transgender or trans shooters of mass shootings and things. Come on now. This shooter had already known that he was coming to this school and was already had this planned and calculated, and probably did not even know what questions would be even asked, like, at all. So it's just a coincidence that that was the question, but it doesn't mean, like, please don't go out there like, oh, now that was a question about a trans, so now that person got shot during that question. Now it's the transgender community or trans community. Please do not start going on the attack. Everyone needs to really just, before attacking Democrats, before attacking the LGBTQIA+ group, just wait until we actually see who actually is the culprit. And even if it turns out to be someone from the LGBTQIA+ or even a Democrat, it doesn't mean that all Democrats or even everyone in the community actually, you know, supports what happened. So, but yeah, there's always going to be finger pointing, right?
We did have a Republican strategist on the show just a while ago saying that he thinks Kirk will become something of a martyr among his supporters. Have you seen indications of that already?
So the thing about the internet is that it moves on so quickly. And do I think that people will turn him into a martyr? In some sense. But, you know, look at a lot of other, you know, we have a very violent country. And in fact, a lot of political violence is escalating. We have a sort of a tinderbox of a political situation right now in America. And we're seeing, you know, just a lot of violent rhetoric and a lot of people sort of enacting violence outside the system. We all
for people that's getting here, I could play it one more time, but yes, we've already watched the video. Hold on. We've already watched the video of the shooter on the possible shooter on top of the rooftop. Okay. I'll play it one more time. Hold on. And then I have it slowed down as well, so we could definitely see on the person running on top of the roof. Okay. And I also put it as a short, it's a short video on my video tab. I'll also put it there. Okay, hold on. So that's slow motion. You can see somebody running, okay, on top of the roof. And again, from that rooftop, they have an angle advantage of aiming the gun down towards the tent. And under that tent, since they have an advantage, they're at the top of the roof, shooting down. And he's a sitting duck because there's nothing obstructing their view and their targeting of him. Because of how they had everything set up, he's a sitting duck. He's not a sitting duck for people in the audience, but he's a sitting duck for someone up high. He's a sitting duck, okay? Yeah. So I have it slowed down. I saw a video of him being carried out. And as I said before, they're gonna carry him out because he's a sitting duck. They can't leave him there. Oftentimes they say don't move someone if they're shot. especially in the neck or something, don't move the body. Wait till the paramedics or ambulance come or something, right? Ambulance. But with a shooting, with the active shooter, and you don't know where that person is, they are still a threat. So no one knows if they're going to keep on shooting him, they're going to shoot someone else, what they're going to do. But they do know he's shot, so he needs to be moved before he's shot again. So they definitely had to hurry up and carry him out and get him out of there and put him in a vehicle, which you can see people rushing. That guy is the only one that's not only one, but the one I can see that's like cheering on what's happening, like, yay. Now, I will say that some people are going to see the shooter. You're going to see some people on the other side, of course, like they're going to be cheering on the actual shooter. But this is the body being carried out of the vehicle.
How many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
And he was shot right after that. And people are talking about that guy, the security guy, like what hand gestures he's making. So people are going to be also accused of certain things as far as being an insider or somebody involved. I think it's a lone wolf, a lone shooter, a lone person, and we just have to wait. They could be a part of some sort of community or some sort of organization or some sort of group or whatever, but I don't think anyone in his security detail or inner circle is involved. I think it's a completely outside people that has done this, but time will tell. Okay, so that's that video. Again, I put it on my community tab so anyone can look at it without actually looking at this whole video.
Also have rampant guns all over. I don't know how quickly people will move on. I think that his death will remain relevant in the minds of conservatives, of course, and I'm sure that they will do a ton to memorialize him. Again, this is a major American media figure, but the internet moves so quickly and people move on so quickly, and I don't know how long that mourning will sort of take place online.
Well, Taylor, thank you so much for sharing your insights with us on BBC News. We've been talking to Taylor Lorenz, author of Extremely Online. We do want to get the latest news now from our correspondent, Peter Bose. And Peter, we now have Kash Patel writing on X that the subject in custody has been released after an interrogation by law.
I don't know why this happened or why this occurred. But if you want my opinion, I don't think it's any conspiracy to divide the races. I actually believe that he was targeted because of his controversial talking points, and to be honest, his association with Trump. And it could be a number of reasons, because Trump, it could be a million reasons. People are just thinking about you have to think outside the box, as a lot of his controversial topics he talks about. And not only that, but his association with Trump, to where a lot of people don't like Trump, and Trump is always saying good things about Charlie Kirk. I mean, Charlie Kirk. He's getting he's like helping me get the youth vote. So if you want to, you can't get at Trump, who can you get at? Sometimes people do that. Some people, even I hate to bring myself into this, but I use myself as an example sometimes, is that when people can't get to me, they start targeting people around me because they can't get to me, so let me get to people around her instead. So in this way, you can't get Trump, who has, a lot of good security. Now, people have tried to get to Trump but not gotten there. He has top security, obviously. But Charlie Kirk, he goes to these college campuses. His security is not as great. So now look, you have Donald Trump out here already in the Oval Office, already made a statement, made a vow, wants to flags to be a half staff. He's doing a lot. So if someone wanted to get to Trump, they succeeded because they took out someone that he adores and admires and is infatuated with and likes, right? So that is my opinion. But again, we don't know until we know, until the person's apprehended. So it could be something that not even totally about Charlie himself, but just because he's someone that's linked to Trump, and that to get to it could be something Trump is doing that, and his association to Trump. So I do believe it's something about something with Trump. I do believe that, but it could be, we don't know. Okay. But I mean, if you can't get to Trump, who can you get to that's close to him that he will actually care about?
Enforcement. Tell us the latest that suggests.
This is somewhat confusing, isn't it? That we were led to believe that some time ago that there was a person of interest in custody. It seems as if that was the case, but this person apparently has been interrogated by law enforcement and subsequently released. And Kash Patel saying that the FBI will continue to...
So yes, with that being said, for those just getting up, the two people that were detained were subsequently released. So the actual shooter is still at large, okay? And I would expect that from this person that is such a, I hate to say this, but definitely an assassin type person, that's a sniper type, that's, you know, the way they executed this, targeted him, shot one time, ran off. I would expect this to be someone that's not going to be easily apprehended. Now, here's the thing though, this is 2025, and a lot of people are getting caught up with surveillance. Even with the Takara Thompson case, there was surveillance from a rain camera. With everyone having their phones out, with everyone with surveillance everywhere, we're heavily surveyed in society today. So I wouldn't be surprised if this person is caught eventually, but who knows? But they definitely don't look like they were just plain clothes. They look like they could have been wearing certain things to hide their identity or whatever. So we'll see. But wouldn't that be like suspect or suspicious if they were not just appearing to be normal or fitting in with their surroundings?
Release information in the interests of transparency, but essentially what he is saying is that the attacker is still at large, and clearly there will be a very large search underway to try to find that person going on right now.
Indeed. And for those who are just joining us in our coverage, could you perhaps just talk us through the events of the last hours, or the key takeaways that people need to know about what has happened in the case of Charlie Kirk?
Yes, Charlie Kirk was assassinated, a political assassination, as many people are describing it now. He was just a few moments into one of his typical question and answer sessions at the Utah Valley University, about 3,000 students there in the audience, an open air venue, and he was taking questions. The question that he was addressing at the time was about mass shootings. There was a single shot. He was shot in the neck, and we learned a short time later from President Trump, who posted on his social media account that Charlie Kirk had died. And ever since then.
So yes, condolences to his family. I mean, I don't agree with his talking points, rhetoric, and all that. So yeah, I don't. However, at the same time, do I agree with someone unaliving him? I don't. Okay. So two things can be true at once. Someone could not like someone's controversial topics, their beliefs. He has a lot of racist comments. I believe he is racist, to be honest. But do I agree with someone unaliving someone, popping them in the neck? No, I don't. Okay. Same way I don't agree with the unaliving and assassination of Melissa, the Democrat, either. So I don't agree with the violence on either side. And I also do believe that both sides should be treated equally when this sort of violence happens. People are going to definitely call it out. I will, that if you know, how the attention and the things that's happening now for Charlie Kirk, it wasn't given the same attention to obviously Melissa, the Democrat. So people are going to actually be pointing that out, and rightfully so. So people cannot get mad if people pick up on differences between treatment of different groups. Okay. So let's look at this right here. This video we haven't looked at yet. President Trump, Charlie Kirk is.
This is a dark day for our. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this dark and tragic occasion. I want to thank our law enforcement officers who are leading this investigation, starting with Chief Long and his response here with the UVU Police Department. We're grateful for your leadership and your team.
And we're definitely going to go over his statements about guns and what his beliefs were about guns and gun violence and gun ownership rights. Okay.
And again, to the speakers that you just heard from, who are co-leading this investigation, I also want to recognize Sheriff Mike Smith, who has been an invaluable partner as this investigation moves forward. I've been in touch with President Trump, with FBI Director Kash Patel. We are completely aligned with our state and federal partners as we work through this case. Now, this is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence, that this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to two young children. He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed bait to shape ideas and to persuade people.
So shout out to Malachi. Thank you so much for the fan funding Cash App. And the question posed by Malachi through Cash App is, we're supposed to feel bad that he's deceased. And my thing is, for anyone that's new to my channel, I have an open platform, meaning that I'm not going to tell you how to feel or what you should feel. Everyone is an individual, okay? Yeah, so how you feel is how you feel. I'm not here to tell you how to feel or anything like that. Okay, as I pointed out throughout my video, a lot of people are not going to be feeling sorry for him or empathetic towards him because he's a racist. Okay, and at the same time, some people are still going to say they still don't want him to, they're not going to care at all. And there are some people that are going to care and like, listen, I don't like him because he's a racist and his controversial beliefs and topics and the divisive topics. However, at the same time, I still don't think that it was right that he was on the live. And there are others that are going to actually agree with his talking points and all that. Now, for those people, I don't agree with the racism stuff, so my channel will not go towards racist stuff, okay? Obviously, I'm Black, I'm against all those controversial racist topics that he says and points of views. So if you want my opinion as a creator, I stated that I don't agree with any of his stuff, especially the racism, controversial topics, especially about George Zimmerman, was, you know, all that. At the same time, I'm not saying that everyone out there should be unalived or shot because of their beliefs. Okay, so no, I'm not saying I agree with him being shot either. At the same time, I also don't like his controversial topics. And then there are some people that are going to be indifferent. They don't care either way. They're just going to be continuing to live their life. So am I going to agree? Am I going to grieve his death and mourn and sorrow his death? I'll be honest, no. But am I glad that it happened to him? No. So I hope that gets you my opinion of the situation. Okay. I don't know him to grieve. Okay. Some people out there might know him to grieve. I don't. And some people say, well, you can feel empathetic. Yeah. At the loss of, he is a father and husband. So he lost the family, the wife and children lost their father and husband. I am empathetic towards that. Okay. So yeah, but as for you, you said we're supposed to feel bad. I don't know what you feel. I just told you how I feel though, okay? And how others might feel across the board. So hold on one second. So let's see what Red says. I'm not trying to be funny, but one thing my mom always told me is be careful who you associate with. And yeah, that's true. And I believe, like I said, if he were just a controversial person and he had no connection to Donald Trump, I don't think this would have happened. I do believe that people saw him as a puppet for Trump or you know, in Trump's pocket and someone that's Trump. And I believe that affiliation or connection to Trump is what happened. He doesn't have that much security as Trump. So I would say for anyone that's really, really connected to Trump and you are a hot topic, very controversial, that you should have high, top quality security, because you're gonna, when people can't get to the big dog, they're gonna get to their, the people that they feel are close to, as close as possible to that person. So that's what I believe. Okay. Hold on. But we could all be shocked when they find the actual shooter. We could be shocked that it could be someone that has a totally different reason. They could be mentally insane. They can have this delusion that they had some sort of hallucination or delusion about him. We don't know who this person is until they're apprehended.
Historically, our university campuses in this nation and here in the state of Utah have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody.
So that was at the time they had a person of interest in custody, but last update, you know, everyone was released. Okay. So Miss Sophia says, I'm not dancing in the streets because of his passing. I'm just keeping the same energy. I never liked him and still don't. However, that video is very graphic and nobody deserves that. Yeah, nobody deserves to be shot in the neck. And nobody deserves that. That's horrific. Very disturbing. Unreal. So yeah, nobody deserves that at all. And what I'm saying is some people are gonna feel like indifferent, but no one deserves that. Okay. And there are some people that are not gonna care. So we have to be honest about across the board. People are going to have mixed feelings across the board. So I'm just setting the expectations of what is coming ahead. Okay. On all sides and why, because some people like, wait, where is it? Some people like low key 2025 says, I honestly did not know who he was until today. So I hope my video is giving some people an overview of certain controversial topics, things about him that, about the new topics and old topics about him, so you can get an understanding of why people might feel a certain way. That's the whole objective of my video based on my title, okay? Hold on.
The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah.
Ooh.
Our nation is broken. We've had political assassinations recently in Minnesota. We had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania. And we had an attempted assassination on a presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States. Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation. If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror and to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere. I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American. We desperately need our country. We desperately need leaders in our country. But more than the leaders, we just need every single person in this country to think about where we are and where we want to be. To ask ourselves, is this it?
Now, I want to say this. I think that people are moving too far ahead and automatically assuming that it's going to be a radical left or whatever. And even if it is a radical left, it doesn't mean that you should actually start, attacking everyone that's considered radical left. I think we should wait until we actually have the suspect before, especially if you, now regular citizens, yeah, but if you're in a top position like the governor, I think you should, and even Trump, you should not start speculating or putting out things as to who it could possibly be, because that's dangerous. It creates a lot of tension and division. We need to actually wait until we actually find out who the person is and their motive and who they're actually affiliated with or associated with before we actually start pointing the finger, because we could be actually completely surprised and taken aback at who actually is behind this. But what we do know about this person is that it was a targeted attack just to go after Charlie Kirk, and that they only wanted him. They had the that was their motive, is to get him, and they shot one time, and that was all it took. So a targeted attack, assassin, and they had the opportunity to take out other people. They had the weapon, they had the time, they even have the expertise to actually take out other people, but they only wanted him. And they made sure they hit a certain part of his neck that would actually hit. And, what is the part of the neck? I can't remember. The part of his neck where it would have all that blood gush out like that. They definitely knew what they were doing. Okay. And like I said, I'm glad that this person has some humanity in them. But I know people say, how can you say this person has any humanity? They have some humanity because they could have done jugular, hit him in the jugular. I think it's another term I'm looking for as well, though. Jugular vein, okay? So they had the time and opportunity and the weaponry, whatever, to actually take out other people, but they chose not to, right? So someone has been fired. So we're gonna get into the person that was actually fired for statements they made as well. Okay, hold on.
Is this what 250 years has wrought on us? I pray that that's not the case. I pray that those who hated what Charlie Kirk stood for will put down their social media and their pens and pray for his family, and that all of us will try to find a way to stop hating our fellow Americans. With that, we're happy to take a few questions.
The FBI director is posting that a suspect is in custody. I would just like clarification. Do you or do you not have a suspected shooter in custody?
We have a person of interest in custody that is being interviewed right now. We do.
That is not George Zinn.
That is not George Zinn. That is correct.
Is there any indication of foreign involvement for another shooter or anybody else?
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information.
So they detained 2 people, George Zinn for obstruction, and then they let him loose. It's like a white guy with the receding hairline, bald on the top, hair in the back, silver, and wears glasses. They detained him and for obstruction, and then they let him loose. Another guy, which he's speaking of now, they detained and they interrogated. They let him go. He's not detained. So the 2 people they detained, George Zinn and the other guy who's unnamed, they let go. And then there's another guy that his picture is floating around. He's from Toronto, Canada. And he has nothing to do with this at all. They actually started circulating his picture around the internet. I would say go back to the beginning of my video. We already covered this already. A fake Fox Twitter page, actually, they impersonated Fox. They posted a fake picture of the suspect and it started circulating and been spread around. Yeah. That person looked like George Zinn, only not all the way. Okay, so anyways, there is no current suspect. The real shooter, the assassin, is on the loose. So I would say start from the very beginning of this video, put it on 2x maybe speed, and then catch up because we went over this, okay?
Relating to the shooting.
Can you tell us details about the suspect being taken into custody, where, how long ago?
We cannot at this point, but we will get you that information when we can.
Is there believed to be a second individual involved in the shooting?
At this point, there is no information that would lead us to believe that there is a second person involved.
Can you guys talk about the possible shooting?
Do you want to talk about what we know there?
Yeah. The only information we have on the suspect, the possible shooter, is taken from closed circuit TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. But we do know dressed in.
Oh, here we go. So the suspect is on the surveillance from the school, and they're saying it's poor quality. Let me tell y'all something. If you are going to have security and surveillance, there is no point in having it if it's not going to be good quality or clear. It's not. Like, update the security system so when it's needed, it's actually useful, because the way he's describing it is like, oh, it's, it's not like the perfect quality or the best. It's 2025. I know it costs money to update these, but it will pay off in the long run when something serious happens on campus or wherever it's at, to where it's not going to be grainy or poor quality camera footage. Good quality is going to be the best overall. I mean, think about it. The way he's describing this is not really that great compared to if it was great quality. We will, you know, it's better than nothing. But come on now, people, we have to update these camera systems. Okay. So let's listen to what he says about what was captured on this security. Hold on.
Possible shooter is taken from closed circuit TV here on campus. We do
Closed circuit TV.
have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. But we do know dressed in all dark clothing, but we don't have a much better description other than that. The shot came from here on campus, from a location at a third, potentially from a roof, yes. A longer distance shot from a roof.
So to clarify, with the security camera footage you have and the person of interest that's in custody, does that match up?
That's what we're trying to decide right now.
Did FBI or DHS have anything on the threat lines?
I can't speak.
I'll just say that the investigation is ongoing, and as soon as we have further information, we will be sure to release it.
Any indications of foreign intelligence involved?
As of now, I can't comment on any of that.
Can you talk a little about the security of the event itself?
That is being interviewed right now.
That is not George Zinn.
That is not George Zinn. That is correct.
So are you still searching or looking for another shooter or anybody else related?
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information relating to the shooting.
Can you tell us details about the suspect being taken into custody, where, how long ago?
We cannot at this point, but we will get you that information when we can.
Is there believed to be a second individual involved in the shooting?
At this point, there is no information that would lead us to believe that there is a second person involved.
Can you guys talk about the possible shooter?
Do you want to talk about what we know there?
Yeah. The only information we have on the suspect, the possible shooter, is taken from closed circuit TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. But we do know dressed in all dark clothing, but we don't have a much better description other than that.
So dressed in all dark clothing, and the quality of the camera is not great. I'm sure this person, here's the thing. I don't believe that this is the person's first time on campus. I don't think so. I bet this person already came to the campus to see the cameras, where the cameras are. They've been on this campus before. I don't think this was their first time. Do y'all?
The shot came from here on campus, from a location at a third, potentially from a roof, yes. A longer distance shot from a roof.
A longer distance shot from a roof. So you can tell that they are shocked or whatever, like that it happened in their area or in their place. They're like, oh my gosh, because this is very shocking. So like I said, this is from a roof and this from a distance. I'm telling you, this person is scary. Scary in the sense, when I say it, is that this person has to have some sort of they definitely are good with firearms. And also, this person is not someone completely crazed, because completely crazed, they would have and trigger happy, they would have actually shot more people. They would have did like a mass shooting or did a bunch of stuff. But this person is completely calculated and methodical and just made sure to just target him and just to hit him right in the neck, in the jugular. From a long distance from a rooftop. Oh yeah, there's a picture. There's something that someone sent me of someone else like up high. Let me show y'all this. Hold on. Where is it?
To clarify, with the security camera footage you have and the
That's what we're trying to decipher right now.
Did FBI or DHS have anything on the threat list?
I can't speak.
I'll just say that the investigation is ongoing, and as soon as we have further information, we will be sure to release it.
Any indications of foreign intelligence involved?
As of now, I can't comment on any of that.
Can you talk a little about the security of the event itself? Who was there security-wise, and what happens on these kind of events?
So my name is Jeff Long. I'm the police chief here at UVU, and I'll tell you right now, we're devastated. We're a small police department. We have a very large campus. We have over 40,000 students, and we love our students. We love our visitors, and we're devastated by what happened today. This is the police chief's nightmare. I'm very saddened for the Kirk family. I know his wife and parents found out about this. You know, obviously he's away from home. He's here in Utah. They find out by a police officer that visits their home. That's tragic. Nobody wants that. But I can tell you about our venue today. This was an open venue. This was outside. We did have 6 officers working that event. We had probably over 3,000 people that were in attendance. It sat down in kind of a bowl area here on the central campus. We have a waterfall area. And so he was kind of in a lower area surrounded by buildings. You know, we had some plainclothes police officers that were in the crowd as well. You know, we trained for these.
See, this is a thing though. You have plain clothes, you have this, you have that, but everyone you're talking about is only on the lower level. You're only thinking about everyone that's in the crowd, are keeping him safe, keeping those barricades, keeping everyone away from him. But he's a sitting duck for people higher up. People higher up that's not in the actual event spaces, he's a sitting duck. He's a sitting duck. So, and that's what happened. So y'all didn't have security present in those actual, like, to actually monitor those buildings and to actually make sure like what's happening inside those buildings for someone to have rooftop access. For that type of event with someone like him closely affiliated with Trump, the rooftops definitely have to be, you know, secured as well. Make sure no one is going up on these high places because he's a sitting duck for anyone high up. So it looks like they have pretty much set it up to where they're monitoring the crowd and monitoring where all the people are, but not where the people are not. So that leaves him a lot of, you know, ability to get away because he's not actually going to be in the crowd. He's not going to be in this event space. He's going to be outside of it as the outsider looking in, and that he has that vantage point. So if you look at it from this angle, that's how the shooter can look at it from this angle. That's a sitting duck. Just in that tent and right there, being the only one right there up front.
Some plainclothes police officers that were
and the way you're zooming in is just like how the shooter can zoom in. He's a sitting duck. He is. You're showing how a shooter from up high can target him underneath that tent, and no one is in the way. No one is in the way. He's just right there.
Well,
now you're showing exactly how he's a sitting duck. Boom. There you go.
You know, these
I love how they angle that down because that shows exactly how he's a shooting duck from somebody up high. Look how they panning the camera downward. Okay, hold on.
A lower area surrounded by buildings. You know, we had some plainclothes police officers that were in the crowd as well. You know, we train for these things, and you think you have things covered. And
let me be clear, I'm not trying to place blame or make anyone feel any type of way, because I could tell even by this, his eyes that he's distraught over this, like he feels like he's at fault and that he could have done things better. So I definitely want to put blame out there because people are going, I don't want to create that sort of thing to where I'm making someone feel like, oh, it's my fault, it's my fault. The only person responsible for his death, let me be clear, is the actual shooter is responsible for his death. No one else is, okay? However, people are definitely going to be pointing out the flaws, but I definitely don't want to say at all that I'm also trying to blame anyone else for his death besides the actual shooter. Okay.
You know, these things, you know, unfortunately, they happen. You try to get your bases covered.
But yeah, you see, from someone up high, that tent. Now, if you're up too high, the top of it, that tent could be in the way, an obstruction, or you know. So you definitely have to be not up too high, but you know, and definitely because he shot him on like in the neck, so you have to pay attention to what side of his neck he shot him on too. So he definitely had to find the perfect spot. So I want to know when they actually set this tent up. Was it the night before, the day before? How long was this tent set up to now to give that shooter, you know, enough time to know like when this would happen? They knew when it would happen, but I mean where he will actually, where his target will be sitting at.
Unfortunately, today we didn't, and because of that, we had this tragic incident. So we did have officers there. We had Charlie Kirk's team. He has a security team that travels with him, and they were here.
So right here, from that angle, look, he's a sitting duck. This is the angle where the crowd is down below. There's barricades protecting him where they think it is, but it's not protecting him from a rooftop shooter. He's a sitting duck. He's right there in the open. There's no one blocking him, really close to surrounding him, blocking, obstruction. He's just a sitting duck in the middle right there, just right there. And then I see security in front, like blocking the crowd, but that's just for the crowd down there. Someone trying to like run up or something, but there's nothing for someone on the rooftop. And that's what I'm saying about this shooter. This shooter is scary, how precise they are at this shooting from a distance. And even the police are they're describing it, say from the rooftop from a distance. So they were not expecting someone to be able to you know, someone to be actually going out here and doing something from a long distance. They felt it was secure because they're focused on people that's up close or within a certain proximity or, you know, vicinity around this tent. And they're not thinking about a long distance assassin. Like, who is thinking about a long distance assassin getting to him? Like, as far as they're concerned, he's in that tent. They got these barricades. They have plainclothes officers. They have people throughout this place. They feel like they got this secure. But no, there's a rooftop there and an assassin, right? So, yeah. Now, this was sent to me, but I don't know if that's a person or just a plant. Some people are, you know, thinking that this is a person, but I don't think that looks like a plant. And also, I think that the people, unless they had a silencer or something, I think the people below would have known or would have heard some noise or something. So I don't think that's anyone right there. But I can see where people would, you know, like, what is that? Yeah, I don't think that's I don't know what that is. It looks like a plant or I don't know what that is. Okay, I don't. Sitting right there. Or was there? But yeah, so let's go back to this video real quick.
When he was shot. I'm sorry, see? At this point, I can't disclose that.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, there was a question being asked about that shooting. Was that person apprehended? And do you know who asked that question?
Say the question again. I don't know if I understand what you're saying.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, he was answering a question about mass shootings specifically. Was that person apprehended? And do you know who asked that question?
I do not. We do not have that at this moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have time for just one more question, so thank you.
Yeah. Questions for the chief.
as well. Was it your team or Kirk's team or a combination of both that kind of set the security protocol for the event?
So we work together. You know, he has his team, and they do this all over the country. We all know that. This is not uncommon for them. They're very comfortable on campuses, and I was coordinating with his lead security guy, and so yeah, we were working together.
Shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about this. But following up on what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt.
And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
Oops. Yikes. So he got fired, y'all. Now, do y'all think that he should have gotten fired? After shooting in MSNBC analyst blames Charlie Kirk's hateful words for causing hateful actions. To be honest, should he get fired for that statement when it's a possibility? What happens if he's right that his controversial statements led to this? Then what? It says MSNBC has fired political analyst Matthew Dyer for suggesting hateful rhetoric from Turning Point USA co-founder Charlie Kirk led to his own assassination. Two sources familiar with the matter. Now, I'm not saying that's a good justification or a good excuse for the killer to unalive someone based on their political beliefs or thinkings or values. However, I'm saying, is it fair to fire Matthew over something that could be a motive for the actual shooter? What if the shooter did shoot him because of his hateful rhetoric or for what they perceive to be his hateful rhetoric, right? The network previously denounced Dodd's comments on social media, says, during our breaking news coverage of the shooting of Charlie Kirk, Matthew Dodd made comments that were inappropriate, insensitive, and unacceptable. MSNBC President Rebecca Cutler said in a statement, "We apologize for his statements, as has he. There is no place for violence in America, political or otherwise." So was his statement actually in support of violence? Or was he actually just saying something? I didn't see. Do y'all think that his comment would be considered in support of violence or someone just stating a possibility of a motive? There's a difference. A motive is saying that he probably was unalived. Even Trump is thinking that he's unalived by a radical left because of his political beliefs. And other people are thinking that he was shot because of his beliefs. So what would be the difference in Matthew Dodd saying that he was also shot for his political beliefs or hateful things? So maybe am I missing something? Am I missing something which would be the difference besides that he's actually been more specific as in saying that he has said hateful things? After Kirk was shot Wednesday afternoon, Dodd suggested it was caused by a chain reaction from his hateful words against various groups. Kirk, a leading conservative activist and top ally of President Donald Trump, later died at the age of 31. Before the news that Kirk had died, Dodd told MSNBC host Katie, "We don't know any of the full details of this yet. We don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration." No, it definitely was not a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration. This is an assassin. And by the way, we have to keep in mind that some people are just like that one white guy. Keep in mind, it was actually a white guy was celebrating that he was shot. So people have in their mind that people are going to be celebrating are just, you know, a certain group of people. When there's different groups of people that are going to, some people are actually going to see the shooter as some sort of hero. And then some people are going to see Charlie Kirk as a martyr. Dodd said Kirk has been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. I think that's the environment we are in, that the people you cannot stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place. And that's the unfortunate environment we're in, he added. So here's my thing. What else did he say? Because I'm not seeing a problem, to be honest, if he's saying that he was a possible motive, especially when Trump and others are also, even the governor of Utah, are saying possible motives. And the possible motives are people are thinking that he was shot because of his speech and that he should have free speech. So if Dodd is saying this in not so many words, that he believes that he was shot because of his speech, but he added on adjectives describing it as hate speech, what's the difference? Dodd's comments were wildly condemned in the wake of the tragic shooting, with numerous figures calling for his termination. Dodd tried to backtrack on the liberal social media platform Blue Sky. Says, on an earlier appearance on MSNBC, I was asked a question on the environment we are in. I apologize for my tone and words. Let me be clear. I in no way intended for my comments to blame Kirk for this horrendous attack. Let us all come together and condemn violence of any kind, Dodd wrote. So I want to say this. Definitely do not blame Kirk for his death, because I mean the only person responsible for his death is the actual shooter, and in all cases the perpetrator should be the only one blamed for their actions and behaviors and their crime. So no one should be blamed and no victim blaming should be said. However, if you actually are talking about crimes, you have to understand people are going to talk about possible motives. Motives are not in a way to blame anyone. It's to say what is the motive of the perpetrator and why did the perpetrator do this? It doesn't mean that the perpetrator is right or justified in what they did. People are just asking what is the possible motive of what happened. And with that, Donald Trump has said he believes that it's a radical left person that is possibly trying to silence his Kirk's free speech. Others are believing that it's a radical left or Democrat has tried to silence his speech. So now on the flip, if they are trying to guess a motive, why is it a problem that Dodd also is trying to guess a motive and he's saying it's possible because of his speech, but he's saying it's hate speech? So that's where I have the issue, is that it's okay for one side to guess a motive, but not others to guess a motive. Guessing a motive is guessing a motive. It's not really blaming, because if you say that he was shot because of his speech and people are trying to stop his free speech and his beliefs, you're also trying to say the same thing that Dodd is saying, that he was shot because of his beliefs. But he's been more descriptive. So what do you all think about that? Or maybe I'm missing something as to the difference between everyone trying to guess the motive or say the possible reason why he was shot, and what makes Dodd different from the others. Am I missing something? Dodd, a Democrat who was formerly a Republican strategist and independent, is one of the most rapidly anti-GOP voices on cable news. He made a failed bid for the Democratic nomination for Texas Lieutenant Governor in 2021. Many called for Dodd's firing before MSNBC has shown him the door. Dodd should be fired immediately. I expect him to be terminated within 24 hours. You can't say Charlie deserved to die. Wait, did he say Charlie? Did he have a different speech? You can't say Charlie deserved to die. You just can't say that. And I hope he loses his job. So maybe I need to find a different video to where I can hear him say he deserved to die. Fox News, Jesse Waters said on the 5, White House staffers were enraged by Dodd's comments. They are scumbags. They need to look inward and realize they are hurting this nation with with their awful rhetoric. A senior Trump administration official told Fox News Digital in reaction to the MF's NBC segment. So maybe I need to look and see where he said this, because I didn't hear him say that he deserved to die. So I'm going to actually put up a poll, because maybe I need to, I'm going to get off here soon, but I am missing something to where what makes his speculation or guesses about the possibility of the motives of the suspect as it pertains to the unaliving of Charlie Kirk different from other people's speculation on this. I'm curious. But again, you can put it in the chat comments if I'm missing something. Or maybe it's not, it's just because of his position and his job that he is different. Others with a different platform, they're okay to do it. But on his platform, I guess they felt like he shouldn't do it because he should be seen as more what? Hold on.
It is fair to say a lot of anger on both sides of the political divide in this country that this could happen.
Exactly. Free speech. Free speech. Yeah, and then of course there are some times where people can say, well, you're at work and this is your job, so you're representing the company. So I'm curious to know how this is gonna, like, you know, what's going to happen with the whole firing and termination of him. Because listen, I have a feeling that some people are going to be probably protesting against him being fired. Some people wanting him fired, and others might be protesting against it, especially if that's his only statement. Now, if he said more, I need to look and see if he said more. But if that's all he said, I guarantee you people are going to be protesting against him being fired and feel like he was wrongfully terminated for things that others are also doing. Shout out to Miss Sheila, says, have a wonderful day and be safe. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Again, shout out to Miss Sheila. I appreciate the fan funding Cash App. And y'all, something y'all and everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button.
That a very prominent political figure, a young man who has made a name for himself in terms of galvanizing and organizing students, conservative students, and entering into debates, which he shared in his podcast and in social media in a way that has really used the modern digital world to get his message out. He was a polarizing figure. He was controversial on a number of different policy areas, but he was, I think, widely regarded as an intelligent young man who took his politics seriously, and in this case and in many other occasions during his life, he was exercising his freedom of speech.
Okay, the volume is low here. Let me see something. Hold on.
Well, for more on this, we can speak with McKenna Kelly. She's a senior politics writer at Wired. McKenna, for those that perhaps might be unfamiliar with Charlie Kirk, just quickly tell us who he was and the space he occupied in US politics.
Sure. So Charlie Kirk has been a major figure in American politics for more than a decade now. He has become really the most prominent right-wing figure who has reached out to young people. Turning Point USA has over 800 different chapters of college groups, not just at universities, but also middle schools and high schools. And I think one of the roles that Charlie played that really hasn't been discussed as much is not just how he reached out to young people, but the young people that he brought into Turning Point and scouted and trained into influencers. I mean, some of the biggest right-wing influencers and creators that we see online today, like Benny Johnson or Jack Posobiec, people who have total weight, right, in American politics, and what they say goes viral online. A lot of those people came through the Turning Point USA pipeline to begin with.
And McKenna, tell us then what Charlie Kirk was doing at the university today. I mean, he's no stranger to open floor political debates. This is all part of what he does, really, isn't it? What is the reason why he was there?
Sure, yeah. So at UVO today, he was presenting, engaging in debate with a group of students, a lot of students. I think there was like 3,000 people there is the numbers that I've seen reported, as part of what Turning Point calls its Comeback America Comeback Tour. And that was basically a tour in which Charlie, it's been discussed, his group tends to oppose what it believes to be progressive indoctrination, imposing things that it calls gender ideology and wokeism on college campuses. And so today's event was an open debate between Charlie and whatever students or people showed up to ask him questions about this. And
yeah, people showed up, and there were petitions. And by the way, one of the people that made one of those petitions, that they did not want him on that campus, and that one of the petitions that had almost 7,000 signatures. So there were a lot of people that for 7,000 signatures for him not to go on that campus because of his divisive rhetoric. That means that things were floating or circulating around about people not wanting him there. So again, I don't know. One of the petition people said, they don't want any harm to him. They don't believe in his rhetoric, his talking points, his beliefs, divisive beliefs. However, they didn't want any harm to come to him, right? So they're still standing firm on their sentiments they've expressed in their actual petition, but they are just saying they don't agree with the violence. That's not how they wanted it to happen, right? So let's look at this really quickly. Let's switch topics real quick, and let's talk about another controversial because when we were talking about how he's controversial, I have to give you examples of what I'm talking about. And again, it's not towards just the Black community. I'm speaking on that mostly, but there's other issues as well. Okay, hold on. But you could also explore. So Charlie Kirk took to his Twitter on January 15, 2024. And as you know, people are celebrating MLK January of every year. Everyone knows that. So for him to actually make this post around that time period and says, who was MLK? So let me make it a little bigger so you can see. He wrote, who was MLK? Martin Luther King, right? A myth. He says a myth has been created and it has grown totally out of control. While he was alive, most people disliked him. Yet today, he is the most honored, worshipped, even deified person of the 20th century. Today, we are going to tell the truth, and I explain how this myth was born. Happy Monday. So we're going to get into it in a little bit of how he was talking about Martin Luther King. And again, even around, for Martin Luther King, when people are celebrating and honoring him in 2024. So you see how this could be controversial to even bring up these anti-Martin Luther King statements and sentiments around the time when people are going to be celebrating and honoring him, right? It's things like this. Now, again, I'm not saying anything about like he deserved to be unalived because I don't agree with what happened. However, I am pointing out the controversies that are surrounding him and to why even Matthew got fired, to where he's saying these hateful things he has said has led to hateful things happening to him. As far as he believes that motive might be because of his hate speech and hateful rhetoric. Okay. And let's be clear, it's not just Matthew. I don't want to just say Matthew. A number of people believe that he was targeted because of his speech and his beliefs. Some people might not specify or just say what his beliefs are, but you can hear from Trump, even the governor of Utah, they're all believing that things that he says and controversial thinkings and beliefs and are what led to him being targeted. So Matthew isn't the only one. So I don't want everyone to say, oh, Matthew, when he's not the only one that's believing that it's the controversial things that he has said that has led to someone targeting him. But again, we don't know until we actually have someone in custody and they actually tell us why they did it, or we can explore their background and see what could be a motive or link or possibility as to why they did it. Hold on.
Really, in the end, turn it into content as well.
McKenna, thanks very much for that. McKenna Kelly, a senior politics writer at Wired.
We continue with our breaking news. The conservative political activist Charlie Kirk has been killed in a shooting at a Utah Valley University event. Utah's governor calling it a political assassination. Well, campus police say the 31-year-old was speaking to students from an outdoor tent when a gunshot hit him in the neck. In the footage, you can see crowds dispersing in panic right after the shooting. We do want to play you some audio of the moments just before those shots rang out, but a warning that this may be distressing to viewers.
Oh my God. Go, run.
So there you get a sense of the chaos and panic breaking out as this happened. We've, of course, paused that video before Charlie was struck, as it is too graphic to show. Authorities now say a person of interest is in custody. And at the White House, the United States flag has been lowered to half-staff.
Yeah, but that person has been subsequently released. So another thing he said as well, he was like, I have not, before he did his little show on MLK, he said, I have not even done my show yet on MLK Jr. And already it's clear to me that I have found the sacred cow of modern America. Kirk posted on his Twitter. He said, ask yourself, why is exposing the flaws of MLK's life and character something he said we should judge others by so controversial? Has America become more colorblind and merit-based the more we have worshipped King? So at one point, he actually, didn't say negative things about MLK. And then at one point, he had a shift where he started to say negative things. And in my opinion, this is my opinion again, that Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk, they actually thrive on controversy. And I think that even when they are not believing in what they're saying, as long as it's like opposing the opposite side or controversial, they actually like it. They enjoy being controversial and debating people on topics. And yeah, so just going like saying that, going along with everyone saying, MLK and, as great things about him like he used to. If he flips it and starts saying negative things, then now it's controversial and like, oh, that's a sacred cow. That's how I can get people talking. I can do shock value content. Now people are like, oh, so it, to me, a little bit of that is also happening. Okay. No.
In honor of Kirk. Reactions also been coming in quickly from the United States and also around the world. President Trump writing in a social media post that no one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. Then, after speaking with President Trump, Utah Governor Cox said he's working with law enforcement to bring justice to the individual responsible. Meanwhile, Utah Senator Mike Lee has also tweeted he's described Kirk as an American patriot. Vice President J.D. Vance, as well as former U.S. Vice President Mike Pence, sharing their condolences online too. And on Capitol Hill, congressional lawmakers held a moment of silence in honor of Charlie Kirk's passing.
The chair would ask that all members present in the chamber and those in the gallery please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family.
Around 3,000 people were estimated to be at that event where the shooting occurred. Eyewitnesses have recounted the horrific moment and a brief warning that their description of this shooting is graphic.
What did you see as far as, I mean, was the crowd, how was the crowd reacting to him? I mean, he is somewhat known for being provocative, but what was going on beforehand? What was he talking about?
So the first student got up and they were talking about religion, Mormonism, and Christianity. And the second student to get up was talking about transgenderism and how gun violence has been very frequent with that community. And that is when it happened. Pretty ironic.
Right after, during, right on that topic.
Yeah, it's when he got shot in the heart.
Yeah.
What did you all see? You're joining us. What did you see?
Well, I was about to enter the building. I heard what I thought was a gunshot, and I hurried and took cover. And then I saw the students running out, and I saw her. She was panicking. I thought she's having a panic attack. So then I grabbed her, and we ran through the tunnel, and then just brought her to my car over here to get her to calm down. So,
You?
I was watching from pretty close up, and I heard a pop, and I thought, no, that nobody's shooting firecrackers, right? This is the middle of the day. And then I watched a fountain of blood come out of the side of his neck like a water fountain. And it was surreal. Everyone dropped, and I was like, where's the gunman? I don't see any gunman. And then I dropped because I'm just a very logical thinker like that. And so, yeah. And then a friend of mine drove me over here, just barely dropped me off, but he got a picture of the gunman. And it's pretty embarrassing. He got his pants pulled down as they took him down. And he sent me a picture. He was wearing garment bottoms, or what looked like white knee shorts. Just, Utah.
Let's take a listen now to what our correspondent Nick Beek has been reporting on how this day unfolded.
So one person that was detained for obstruction was a man by the name of George Zinn, and that was something totally different where his pants fell down and his boxers were showing. He has been released, and there was another guy that was interrogated. He was released as well. So they currently have no suspects right now. Okay. Yeah. So the pictures floating around online, and one picture floating around online is of someone completely different. The wrong person misidentified by a fake news media Twitter page. Okay. Yeah. Hold on. So the real assassin, as most should expect, is still at large. The real person. I don't think this person would be that easily found to where, they shot him with such precision and then they apprehended the guy on scene. Nah, this guy right here, they got to actually put some work into finding him. Okay.
It started just like any other university event that Charlie Kirk has done, on the road to becoming one of President Trump's most prominent supporters. But soon after he took to the stage, this.
Oh my God. Go, run.
A single shot, and Charlie Kirk slumps to the floor, blood pouring from his neck. Panic on the Utah campus, a scramble for safety.
I was watching from pretty close up, and I heard a pop, and I thought, no, that nobody's shooting firecrackers, right? This is the middle of the day. And then I watched a fountain of blood come out of the side of his neck like a water fountain. And it was surreal.
President Trump soon posted this message on social media. We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot. A great guy from top to bottom. God bless him. 31 years old, one of America's most recognizable conservative activists, whose full-throttled support for Donald Trump has supercharged the MAGA movement. His regular appearances drawing crowds and both support and criticism. Today's event in Utah was part of Charlie Kirk's so-called comeback tour. Eyewitnesses said he was asked about gun crime in the USA.
A student went up there and asked Charlie Kirk a question about how many transgender shooters there had been in U.S. history. Charlie Kirk answered, the student gave him a rebuttal. And then Charlie Kirk goes to pick up the microphone to answer the second question, and that's when the shots went off.
An activist whose voice had been heard far and wide never finished his sentence.
Well, the U.S.'s 43rd president has now responded to Mr. Kirk.
Talking about Martin Luther King.
I hosted it, actually.
Okay, perfect. You were talking about Martin Luther King Jr., an event that you went to December 2023, America Fest. You were talking about Martin Luther King.
I hosted it, actually.
Okay, perfect. You were talking about Martin Luther King Jr. and said that he has a troubled past and that the Civil Rights Act of the 1960s was a, quote, horrible mistake on the part of the U.S. government. Can you talk about that a little more?
Yeah, sure, but did they tell you why that makes them unsafe?
Yes, their opinion is that, and again, speaking on behalf of them, is that if you post this rhetoric speaking negatively against the Civil Rights Act, that yes, they're quoting in particular an event that you went to December 2023, America Fest. You were talking about Martin Luther King.
I hosted it, actually.
Okay, perfect. You were talking about Martin Luther King Jr. and said that he has a troubled past and that the Civil Rights Act of the 1960s was a, quote, horrible mistake on the part of the U.S. government. Can you talk about that a little more?
Yeah, sure, but did they tell you why that makes them unsafe?
So hold on a second. Let me actually find a different one.
But yeah, I mean, did you follow up and ask them what their evidence was?
Yes, they're quoting in particular an event that you went to December 2023, America Fest. You were talking about Martin Luther King.
I hosted it, actually.
Okay, perfect. You were talking about Martin Luther King Jr. and said that he has a troubled past and that the Civil Rights Act of the 1960s was a, quote, horrible mistake on the part of the U.S. government.
I mean, lies don't bother me. So, but yeah, I mean, did you follow up and ask them what their evidence was?
Yes, they're quoting in particular an
Okay,
event.
that's the same one. I have to find it.
White nationalist Charlie Kirk, you know, the Turning Point USA. They love Donald Trump. They also have
Just a heads up, this was actually around the time of his statements in January 2024. Okay, this is not recent.
a bunch of racists work for them. These are the fools who initially had Candace Owens, you know, that clueless fool working for them as well. But check this out. This fool, Charlie Kirk, now says he's going to come out and every week discredit Dr. King because he believes that the Civil Rights Act should never have been passed and that, as they say, it ushered in a permanent DEI type bureaucracy. And so check this out. Kirk, he says in his quote, we're going to be hitting him every week. Yeah, on the day of the Iowa caucus, it's MLK Day. We're going to do the things you're not supposed to do. We're going to tell the truth about MLK Jr. You better tune in. Blake has already been preparing. It's going to be great. Oh, who's Blake? Well, this person here says, Blake is an apparent reference to Blake Neff, a producer of the Charlie Kirk Show in 2020. Neff resigned from his job at Fox News as Tucker Carlson's top writer after CNN revealed he had been making racist posts under a pseudonym. No shock, Michael, that Charlie Kirk would have a racist working on his show.
No shock at all, because birds of a feather flock together. And when this idiot, Charlie Kirk, puts out his misinformation about Dr. King, African Americans or responsible African American media, like right here on Black Star Media Network and on the African History Network show, we need to tear his ass up and hit him with the facts and evidence, okay? Because these people going in 2024 now, they're going to continue to lie and spread misinformation, and we have to shut them down at every step of the way.
You know, and here's the deal, and John Quell, I mean, the reason I wrote this book, the reason I laid out In White Fear, and I call all that, I said all these things were going to happen. Their goal is to attack any and everything that has been beneficial to Black folks and others. That is their aim.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it brings up just an interesting topic about when affirmative action, how that was just, it's over, right? That set us back 124 years. I mean, there have been so many attacks, and there just has not been any outrage behind it. There hasn't been, you just don't hear anything about it. It's just kind of like everybody just pick up and just said, all right, affirmative action is over. And it really has a lot to do, and we should be concerned as a community about the future of the young people behind us, right?
So again, that's another thing I wanted to talk about again. Of course, the whole MLK, how he was actually supportive of MLK at one point, and then he flipped and then started being really negative about MLK, especially around the time of people get ready to celebrate MLK. Okay, so that's another controversy. Okay, so let's go back to this video really quickly. So I hope I'm going to be getting off here in the next 30 minutes. I definitely just wanted to come on here early for my subscribers to give y'all kind of like a little insight into Charlie Kirk for those that don't follow him or have not followed him. Hold on. So Trump Jr. also responded to what happened, saying that Charlie dedicated his life to something bigger than himself. He fought tirelessly for this country, for the values that make America great, and for the next generation. The impact he had on young people, reaching them in masses, giving them courage to stand up to things for themselves, and to fight for freedom is immeasurable. Immeasurable. There is no question that Charlie's work and his voice helped my father win the presidency. See, that's the thing. His voice helped my father win the presidency and getting the young voters. He changed the direction of this nation. Someone like him definitely needed a lot of security. He's too close to Trump not to have Trump-like security. Again, he is too close to Trump not to have the same type of security as Trump. That's how Trump, if Trump bigs you up and talks you up and does a lot about how you helped him win, you did this, you did that, you need a lot of security, because if they can't get Trump, they're going to get others in his circle. And don't forget, people have tried to target Trump. Okay, even Jonathan Oddie. He said Charlie was never a threat to anyone. He was civil, he was kind, he listened and responded with respect. The only threat he ever posed was that he was incredibly effective. He was a powerful messenger of truth, and people heard that truth. That's what made him a target. So again, people are always speculating on what made him a target. So why is it an issue for Matthew Dodd to get fired from MSNBC for speculating as to why he believed that Charlie was a target? This loss is absolutely devastating, not only for Erica and the kids, but for our country. So he's speaking of his family. Okay, Charlie was married with kids. We lost a leader, a fighter, and a man whose character and conviction were rare, too rare. To think that his life was cut short by a brutal, heinous, evil act is beyond comprehension. It is horrible and it is heartbreaking. So he actually makes a full post. I'm not gonna go over it fully, but he definitely made this post on his Twitter. Okay. I definitely want to get back to some more video footage of the actual campus. And then there's another update as I'm just giving y'all a brief overview. House floor erupts as Lauren Boebert calls for prayer for Charlie Kirk. Republican Speaker Mike Johnson led a moment of silence on the House floor for Kirk before recognizing Boebert, who said in part that silent prayers get silent results. The request grew audible groans and shouts from other members as lawmakers interrupted. The chamber briefly devolved into a back and forth shouting match, with Johnson banging his gavel and saying the House will be in order. Boebert said on X, reacting to a video of the moment, Charlie Kirk boldly and unapologetically invoked the name of the Lord Jesus Christ when he spoke across the country. A lot of his hate speech was not of Jesus. Now, I will have to put a stop to that, okay? A lot of his stuff that was very divisive was not of Jesus Christ. Okay. We cannot blame our thoughts and opinions and personal beliefs on things that were not of Jesus. Okay. That's part of his legacy, and we should all continue to pray fervently and speak fearlessly about the goodness of God, the love of Jesus, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit, especially on the House floor. So different people within the politics have responded to this as well. And also not just Republicans, okay? There are also Democrats that have responded. Harris, Obama, top Democrats condemn Charlie Kirk shooting. So it's not like, oh, Democrats are cheering it on, okay? Now, some might be indifferent or, don't care either way. And some are just condemning it, okay? It says former Vice President Harris, along with other prominent Democratic leaders, condemned the shooting of conservative Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk at an event in Utah on Wednesday. President Donald Trump confirmed Kirk died on Wednesday evening. And I am deeply disturbed by the shooting in Utah. Doug and I send our prayers to Charlie Kirk and his family. Harris, the Democratic Party's 2024 presidential nominee, wrote on X. Let me be clear, political violence has no place in America. I condemn this act, and we all must work together to ensure this does not lead to more violence. Former President Obama posted on Wednesday evening that this kind of despicable violence has no place in our democracy. So that's Harris and Obama pretty much condemning this violence. Also, I do not agree with the violence. I disagree with the his rhetoric and talking points and racism. However, I don't agree with someone being obviously shot in the neck and unalive either, okay? Two things can be true at once. Charlie Kirk's family, what we know about Erica and his children. The shooting took place at about 12:20 p.m. local time Wednesday during a student question and answer session at UVU. According to a statement from Utah Valley University and videos from the scene, there was a single shot fired from the top of a nearby building about 200 yards away, the statement said. So about 200 yards away from a nearby building. A suspect remained at large Wednesday afternoon and still is at large. The shooting arrives amid broader documented concerns about political violence in the United States, including from the left. Recent incidents of violence across the country have resulted in heightened security and legal scrutiny of politically motivated attacks. But don't forget the Melissa that died, Democrat, like a few months ago. And I think it was another one. I think something happened in Minnesota. I have to go look. Who was Charlie Kirk? We already went over that earlier. Kirk was immediately transported by his security team to a local hospital. An updated statement from UVU to Newsweek said, campus was immediately evacuated. Campus is closed and classes have been canceled until further notice. We are asking those still on campus to secure in place until police officers can safely escort them off campus. The police, Orem Police, UVU Police, and Utah Department of Public Safety are investigating, according to the statement. And let's see here. So again, he is married with kids. So this is someone that had a family. So people are going to say, you know, he has a family now. Despite how you think about him, he still has a wife and kids. So people are going to bring that up. Who was Charlie Kirk's wife? In 2021, he married Erica, a former Miss Arizona USA pageant winner. Above all, Erica cherishes her role as the wife of Charlie Kirk and the mother of their precious son and daughter. Her website reads, as she continues to grow in her ministry, leadership, and entrepreneurial endeavors, Erica remains committed to inspiring others to live with purpose, rooted in the faith and driven by the love of Christ in every aspect of life. Her LinkedIn says she's a philanthropist and entrepreneur. She's also listed as a licensed real estate agent with the Corcoran Group in NYC, an agency represented model and casting director for various TV networks, according to the website. So he has a wife and a son and a daughter that is now left behind without a father, okay, and a husband. They share 2 children, a daughter born in 2022 and a son born in May 2024. On his IG, Kirk recently posted about celebrating his daughter's birthday, saying, "Happy birthday to our incredible daughter," teaching her to know God alongside his wife, Erica. Is the greatest privilege. Having a family will change your life in the best way. So get married and have kids. You won't regret it. How did Charlie Kirk make money? Public reporting indicates Kirk's income streams previously included leadership pay at Turning Point USA, paid speaking engagements such as the National American Comeback Tour, and revenues tied to his media programming, including the Charlie Kirk Show and authored books. What folks are saying, let's see what Kash Patel, the FBI director, said. We are closely monitoring reports of the tragic shooting involving Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. Our thoughts are with Charlie, his loved ones, and everyone affected. Agents will be on the scene quickly, and the FBI stands in full support of the ongoing response and investigation. We already went over Trump. Vice President J.D. Vance on social media, say a prayer for the Charlie Kirk, a genuinely good guy and a young father. And public relations, Aubrey from Turning Point says, this is an ongoing situation. We can confirm that Charlie Kirk has been shot. He is in the hospital. We are praying for him at this time. Well, he has since been deceased. Okay.
Killing, George W. Bush writing that he prayed for God to bless Mr. Kirk and his family. Also writing, quote, today a young man was murdered in cold blood while expressing his political views. It happened on a college campus where the open exchange of opposing ideas should be sacrosanct. Violence and vitriol must be purged from the public square. Members of other political parties are not our enemies. They are our fellow citizens. He concluded by praying for God to, quote, guide America toward civility. And joining me live, I'd like to welcome Mike Ricci, a Republican strategist who served as communications director to U.S. House Speaker Paul Ryan and also Maryland Governor Larry Hogan. He's now a communications consultant and a professor at Georgetown University School of Public Policy. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with
more race focus and less emphasis on character and conduct. Because here, where MLK, in my personal opinion, and based on every objective analysis, he actually gave us more race focus and less emphasis on character and conduct. Because here we are 60 years later. Do we talk about race less or more in the last couple of decades? I'm not only blaming MLK for this, but his core driving philosophy was not about a colorblind society. That is a line in one of his speeches. He would actually be closer to a race Marxist, almost akin to a DEI type philosopher if you go deep into his writings, especially later in his life. So, and I think we as conservatives and Christians must reconsider some of the mythologies and some of the icons and the symbols that we hold up, especially as we try to reorient ourselves in a broken culture. Where MLK, in my personal opinion, and based on every objective analysis, he actually gave us more race focus and less emphasis on character and conduct. Because here we are 60 years later. Do we talk about race less or more in the last couple of decades? I'm not only blaming MLK for this.
So that's not the video either. So that's one video, but I need to find the other one. That's not the one I'm looking for. There's another one where he said something else. Hold on.
President Bush there calling for God to guide Americans toward civility. What do you think it will take for the United States to address this scourge of political violence?
Well, good evening, Claire. Of course, our first thoughts are for Charlie's wife, his son, and his daughter. You know, in these moments, we do tend to take comfort in prayers, of course, but also sometimes some cliches. I've written many on occasions like this that stop us in our tracks. And, you know, it's good that our leaders are saying there's no place for violence, political violence, but clearly for some people, for some strand of thought, there is. And we need to better understand why it's happening more and more to people in both parties. And, you know, civility is a good standard to set, but, you know, it goes beyond that. You know, you could see easily how people, maybe they'll be more civil for the next 24 to 48 hours, but then what about after that? And, you know, you don't go into this line of work thinking that you're going to be in harm's way, but it's happening more and more. And so you'd hope that the president and the Congress will come together and find a way to better address this and make sure that people can disagree openly without being disagreeable and without it resorting to violence. But, you know, obviously it's hard to find a lot of optimism about that at the moment after what a dark day this has been.
It is. And perhaps you could also just tell us how or whether you came across Charlie Kirk in your work with so many high-profile Republicans, and a little bit what he was like as a professional and a person.
Sure. Well, you know, one of the great ironies of politics is that the people who are the most outspoken also tend to be the most thoughtful, the most human, the ones who want to talk about their kids, who want to be helpful. I just heard from a few people today who said they had just been talking to him yesterday about booking some interview or, you know, trying to set something up. And that's really a sign of somebody who's well respected. And, you know, you mentioned, you know, my work at Georgetown. One way in which I owe Charlie a debt of gratitude is I've met countless students who have been influenced or inspired by his work, who felt more comfortable, you know, saying they're Republicans or they're conservatives. And it's really hard to cut through that noise. And I think we'll see a lasting generational impact from the kind of work he did. I know there are many students out there tonight who feel that way.
What happens now? As you say, he had events scheduled for the future. Is there another voice within Turning Point USA who would be able to reach people in the same way that Charlie Kirk did?
Well, with President Trump coming back into office, we've certainly seen, an expanding conservative media ecosystem, especially around podcasts. Obviously, Turning Point he's built that into a big organization. I hesitate to say that somebody could really replace. I mean, think about the lasting image. Sadly, obviously, is him sitting alone in that tent. He was really doing this himself it wasn't a full panel up there, right? It was just him, speaking to thousands of students. And it's really hard to replicate that. And I think that obviously the organization will carry on that work, but we shouldn't look past the fact that he was in many ways, taking on this work as a missionary himself.
And what would you now be advising Republican lawmakers to do in the wake of this tragedy as the country asks for solutions to this kind of political violence?
Yeah, I mean, the easy answer is for me to say, and I'm sure there's a lot of this floating around tonight about, dialing down the rhetoric, finding ways to, again, be more civil, as President Bush said. I think in a lot of these situations, as you know, there are a lot of meetings about security. I was a part of countless meetings on Capitol Hill about giving members more security, giving their families more security, both here in Washington and in their districts. So certainly those conversations are going to be happening. But again, I think finding ways to carry on Charlie's message about being thoughtful, about having God more in our lives, about embracing truth and kindness. I really do believe that leaders can model that more. And, obviously it starts with the president and with the leaders of Congress. But of course, there'll be conversations about security. But hopefully, hopefully leaders will kind of look into their own hearts and think more about what kind of messages they can carry forward.
Well, thank you so much for joining us today on BBC News. We've been speaking with Mike Ricci.
Thank you for having me.
We do want to bring you some breaking news on the investigation into the shooting of Charlie Kirk. FBI Director Kash Patel posting on X, the subject in custody has been released after an interrogation by law enforcement. Our investigation continues, and we will continue to release information in the interest of transparency. So to repeat, FBI director there confirming that their person of interest has been released. They said in a press conference with state officials earlier, they were not looking at a second suspect. However, as far as this indicates, it now looks like the person they did have in custody has now been let go. So we'll of course be bringing you the latest on that as we get more information there. Meanwhile, we do want to turn back to some international reaction to this death. We have UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer sharing his condolences. He said, "My thoughts this evening are with the loved ones of Charlie Kirk. It is heartbreaking that a young family has been robbed of a father and a husband. We must all be free to debate openly and freely without fear. There can be no justification for political violence." Now, a reminder that Charlie Kirk founded Turning Point USA, a conservative nonprofit, in 2012. That was back when he was 18 years old. Now, it has released a statement just a short while ago on his death. It reads, "It is with a heavy heart that we confirm that Charles James Kirk has been murdered by a gunshot that took place during Turning Point USA's The American Comeback Tour campus event at Utah Valley University on September 10th, 2025. May he be received into the merciful arms of our loving Savior, who suffered and died for Charlie. We ask that everyone keep his family and loved ones in your prayers. We ask that you please respect their privacy and dignity at this time." And we do want to bring in Brigham Tomko, a politics reporter from the Deseret News. Now, when we just last spoke to you just a few hours ago, the suspect was still at large. He was then apprehended, but
again, this is let me go back to here. So again, the suspect is still at large, the real suspect. The two people that were apprehended have been, they were detained and they were let go. Those are not the suspect. We're still looking for the actual assassin, okay? So I cannot find the other video, but most of a lot of things that he said were, I can't find the full video, but a lot of things he said about MLK, he said it on actual Twitter or on actual, like, just words, not actual video. But there's another video, I cannot find it right now. I have to find it at a later time.
In my personal opinion, and based on every objective analysis, he actually gave us more race focus and less emphasis on character and conduct. Because here we are, more race focus, where MLK, in my personal opinion, and based on every objective analysis, he actually gave us more race focus and less emphasis on character and conduct. Because here we are 60 years later. Do we talk about race less or more in the last couple of decades? I'm not only blaming MLK for this, but his core driving philosophy was not.
My thing is that I believe that sometimes people misinterpret or don't understand what someone is trying to say or what people mean. So I think he is misinterpreting what MLK meant by color blindness at that time and at that point. Now, with more research and more understanding of how things are being defined, especially in research, people think of color blindness as one way, and I don't think he was thinking of it in the way. So I'll explain it in just a second. Let's listen. Hold on. So I think there's a misunderstanding of what MLK actually was trying to accomplish when he mentioned some form of color blindness. Hold on.
Not about a colorblind society. That is a line in one of his speeches. He
said that's a lie in one of MLK's speeches about color blindness, and that he was actually
be closer to a race Marxist.
So he said he's more focused on race than actually trying to go from colorblindness, not seeing race, that he believes that MLK lied and said, oh, I want a colorblind society, where he's actually more of a race Marxist, where he's heavily focused on race, instead of actually not seeing race.
Almost akin to a DEI type philosopher if you go deep into his.
So he's trying to say that his core principles would be more like a DEI
writings, especially later in his life. So, and I think we as conservatives and Christians must reconsider some of the mythologies and some of the icons and the symbols that we hold up, especially as we try.
So you're trying to say, I guess, that MLK at one point was talking about a color blindness, but then his writings and later teachings all were guided towards more like a DEI, diversity, or things that were really going to be focused on people's race. So in my opinion, there's a misinterpretation going here, or understanding of what King actually meant.
Try to reorient ourselves in a broken culture.
So with that being said, for Dr. King, when he said, I have a dream, he was pretty much, in my opinion, I have a dream when his kids would be judged by their character, not their skin color. People like Kirk use that as a way to argue that King wanted society and the world to ignore race completely. But if you look at the rest of King's life, he marched, lobbied Congress, and went to jail to end racism, that systemic racism that's all embedded into law, school, jobs, housing, healthcare, everything in society is racism embedded at the root, because that's what it was built on. This society was built on. He supported a lot of the race conscious things, like of course civil rights acts and things like that, as far as it goes to voting. And he pretty much knew that Black Americans were treated unfairly. So his whole thing was not to pretend that race didn't exist. It's more to say that he wished that people would treat everyone equally, as if it didn't exist, but it's obvious that that you cannot overlook someone's skin color. Everyone that can see that someone is black or Hispanic or Asian or whatever they are, white. You can see. So it's obviously never going to be a world where you cannot, not see someone who they are or who they appear to be based on your observation. So he's saying that despite you seeing someone's color and seeing his children and their race, I have a dream that one day my kids will not be judged by their they will be judged by their character, not their skin color. So he's saying you will see my child's skin color. You will see it, but I want you to not judge them by it. So he's not saying you're going to be colorblind, and he's thinking there's going to be a colorblind society. He's saying you're going to see the race, but I want you to judge by the character, not the color of the skin. So he's talking about judgment. Judgment doesn't say you don't see the person's race. It says that you see something, but you're not going to judge by what you see. So there's a misinterpretation of that one sentence. No one expects to be people are going to be colorblind. People can see, and that's not a shot towards anyone that can't see. You know, in general, okay. So when he says, "I have a dream that when his kids should be judged by their character, not their skin color," he said, "You're going to see their skin color, but don't judge them by it." So he's not expecting there to be a colorblind society. That's a misinterpretation, in my opinion. Okay. And then it's also problematic to even think of such a thing. So it wasn't to pretend that race does not exist. It was to stop judging and punishing people for being black and repair the harm that racism caused. And one thing I like to tell people about is that people love to say, "I don't see color, I don't see color." And I want everyone to understand that if you have eyes or you have you have vision, you can see. So when you can see something, you're automatically going to have judgments or opinions, where there can be biases, implicit, explicit biases, certain thoughts run into your head based on your observations. And sometimes that can be negative or leads to discrimination or other things or biases because of what you're observing and seeing. If you're walking down the road at night and there's someone wearing all black with a hoodie on, your observations are going to say, "Oh, this person could be trouble." And that's because you're automatically going to see. If you see someone walking down, they're black or Hispanic, and then you see their race and their thing, and you could then come up to like, "Hey, this person could be up to no good." Trayvon Martin. If Trayvon Martin were white, would that have, he been up to no good with the hoodie on? People could say, yeah, because he's wearing a hoodie. But the fact that he was black wearing a hoodie amplified it. Okay. So I don't see color. I treat everyone the same. That feels fair, but here's the problem in plain terms before I get out of here. If you say you don't see race, you also don't see how race still shapes opportunities. Who gets hired, who gets stopped by police, who gets better loans, who goes to better schools. If you say you don't see race. So once you start saying you don't see race, you're now going to start ignoring the fact that racism doesn't exist. You're going to say no one sees race, no one sees race. The problem is people do see race, and racism does exist. So by saying that everyone is colorblind, no one sees race, you're gonna act like racism doesn't exist when it still does exist. Ignoring race and the fact that people actually do see race lets inequalities hide. You're putting tape over it, over something. Are you trying to act like something it doesn't exist? So when people say, "Oh, race, it doesn't matter about race," it does matter, because it's something that still people are still being mistreated because of their race. Okay, so we can't be dismissive over it. And real fairness means noticing where barriers exist and then taking them down, and not pretending that they don't exist. Okay. We have to be honest that people, you do see race, you do see color, you do see that, and sometimes you do judge based on what you see, and that's to be fair. Okay, so did MLK say, so when Charlie Kirk quotes MLK to slam DEI, he's cutting out the part where King spent his life fighting unfair systems. King's dream wasn't that we stop talking about race while racism still decides paycheck, schools, or even safety and healthcare and this and that. Colorblindness sounds polite. I don't see color, but it ignores the very thing King was trying to fix. We do not beat racism by pretending race does not matter, or you don't see it, or doesn't exist. We beat it by facing the unfairness head on, and then building structures that make life fair for everyone. I'm not gonna get into all the structures, but structures could be any sort of system, or it could be schools, healthcare, any systems put into place. And what we have to understand is that he said that he was hoping that people could, stop judging people by their skin color, not that they would stop seeing it, but pretty much stop judging them by what they see. And that's my interpretation of it, okay? Yeah, it's a way to dismiss the fact that racism exists. Like if I say I don't see color, then that means that no one is paying attention to it. So why are you talking about it? Racism doesn't exist. It's a way to act like racism does not exist when it does. But yeah, that's a whole different conversation. But yeah, so again, this is not his only statements. He went on and on and on about MLK. So that's another controversial topic that he spoke on, along with the whole George Zimmerman and what's the other one I mentioned? Yeah, I've been on here too long, but yeah, there's a bunch of problematic statements. So when someone like Matthew gets fired because he says he's divisive, he actually has a lot of divisive rhetoric, okay? And when people are out here, like even Trump saying that he might have been unalive because of his beliefs by some radical left, exactly. People have to understand that this guy is controversial, and that's why these conversations are going to be had. Okay, let me see if there's any other updates. If not, I'm going to get off here, and I hope y'all have a great rest of your day. And people on the replay, make sure you smash that like button. And everyone on Twitter, make sure you come over to my YouTube channel to actually subscribe. Okay, subscribe to my YouTube channel. That's youtube.com, and then go to @DaniRobertson. Again, youtube.com @DaniRobertson. Hold on. Yeah, and that shooter's at large. And I'm not trying to be whatever, but I'm just telling the truth. I'm not shocked that the shooter is still at large because the shooter is scary. Okay. With the shooting someone with such precision and to be calculated and just be targeting Kirk, the way the person is not someone sloppy to where it easily, if this was like someone like just sloppy, they would have just started shooting at the crowd, and they would just been like, they would have shot more than once. They would in multiple succession, they would boom boom boom, they would probably like try to unload or shoot a bunch of times to make sure they got the target in the right and got him and tried to take him out. This was an assassin, someone skilled, someone has been practicing at least firing. They're not like a person that's not like, they're not an amateur. That's for sure. One shot to the neck and the jugular from a long distance on top of a roof. You see why the police are and the people who are in these videos looking like, yeah, we thought it was secure. Yeah, secure from regular smuggler people in the crowd that might act rowdy and might try to go towards him or something, plain clothes, but not from a assassin on a rooftop. Not that kind of secure. From the rooftop view, he was a sitting duck. But yeah, so that type of person that shot him, yeah, that person is still on the loose because they're not a sloppy killer. They're an assassin type person, sniper. And those are usually harder to find because they're a sniper. Yeah, I already knew that was going to happen. Unfortunately, people at these public places, their quality of security camera footage is not that great. I think even civilians at our homes and things, we have better quality camera footage than some of these buildings or establishments. So it's like if people feel like, oh, there's cameras here, I'm feeling secure. But if it's grainy, poor quality, it's going to be like a shadow. It's not going to be that helpful or useful. So I'm like, I feel more secure with good quality cameras, but those grainy. Oh, I'm not even showing y'all this. My bad. Let me go back here. Those grainy quality, low quality CCTVs, not really.
Outdoor tent when a gunshot hit him in the neck. In the footage, you can see crowds dispersing in panic right after the shooting. We do want to play you some audio of the moments just before those shots rang out, but a warning that this may be distressing to viewers.
Oh my God. Go, run.
So there you get a sense of the chaos and panic breaking out as this happened. We've, of course, paused that video before Charlie was struck, as it is too graphic to show. Authorities now say a person of interest is in custody. And at the White House, the United States flag has been lowered to half-staff in honor of Kirk. Reactions also been coming in quickly from the United States and also around the world. President Trump writing in a social media post that no one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. Then after speaking with President Trump, Utah Governor Cox said he's working with law enforcement to bring justice to the individual responsible. Meanwhile, Utah Senator Mike Lee has also tweeted he's described Kirk as an American patriot. Vice President J.D. Vance, as well as former U.S. Vice President Mike Pence, sharing their condolences online too. And on Capitol Hill, congressional lawmakers held a moment of silence in honor of Charlie Kirk's passing.
The chair would ask that all members present in the chamber and those in the gallery please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family.
Around 3,000 people were estimated to be at that event where the shooting occurred. Eyewitnesses have recounted.
Okay, people are trying to speculate or guess, but I mean, the thing is this. It says that this right here says where Charlie, let me take this comment down. Where he was shot versus where the actual shooter was possibly on top of a building. Well, someone was on top of a building. People keep on saying like it's between 200 to 400 something. The distance, should I say? I don't know. But I do know that this is someone that is skilled at firearms for sure.
The horrific moment, and a brief warning that their description of this shooting is graphic.
What did you see as far as, I mean, was the crowd, how was the crowd reacting to him? I mean, he is somewhat known for being provocative, but what was going on beforehand? What was he talking about?
So the first student got up and they were talking about religion, Mormonism, and Christianity. And the second student to get up was talking about transgenderism and how gun violence has been very frequent with that community. And that is when it happened. Pretty ironic.
Right after, during, right on that topic.
Yeah, it's when he got shot in the heart.
Yeah.
What did you all see? You're joining us. What did you see?
Well, I was about to enter the building. I heard what I thought was a gunshot, and I hurried and took cover. And then I saw the students running out, and I saw her. She was panicking. I thought she was having a panic attack. So then I grabbed her, and we ran through the tunnel, and then just brought her to my car over here to get her to calm down. So,
you?
I was watching from pretty close up, and I heard a pop, and I thought, no, that nobody's shooting firecrackers, right? This is the middle of the day. And then I watched a fountain of blood come out of the side of his neck like a water fountain. And it was surreal. Everyone dropped, and I was like, where's the gunman? I don't see any gunman. And then I dropped, because I'm just a very logical thinker like that. And so, yeah. And then a friend of mine drove me over here, just barely dropped me off, but he got a picture of the gunman. And it's pretty embarrassing.
No, that wasn't him. The one she got, the one they're talking about is George Zinn. That's not him.
He got his pants pulled down.
No, that's not him. That's George Zinn. We went over it. Yeah, he has been problematic for a long time, but that's not him.
They took him down, and he sent me a...
To be honest, I'm not even trying to be whatever, but for this shooter, I would not even suspect George Zinn to be that. And he's actually in the crowd. He's actually someone that isn't, I would say he would be more of the crazed, like all over the place, sloppy person. And other people probably would have got harmed as well. Tackled immediately, taken in at the scene. So I wouldn't even suspect it was George Zinn. No. This is someone, obviously, we can see now that they have a surveillance wearing all dark clothes on top of the roof, assassin type. Yeah, that's not George Zinn. And by the way, they let him free anyway.
Picture. He was wearing garment bottoms, or what looked like white knee shorts. Just, Utah.
Let's take a listen now to what our correspondent Nick Beek has been reporting on how this day unfolded.
So this is kind of giving like the layout of that campus. And if we go down to where, with that V shape with the two trees in the center right here, I don't know if you can see my mouse. That's where it looks like maybe things might have been set up for him. Where he's in that a tent set up there. And then there's rooftops around. So if the shooter were here, there is parking way to this side, like on this building right here. There's parking Number one, there's landscaping around the perimeter of this building as well. There's also parking to the side, off to the side right here. And there's parking back there. This person has to get away. And would you think they will park their vehicle on campus, possibly in a parking garage, or would you think that they will actually just go away on foot up into a certain point and then go into a vehicle that may be parked off campus? Because if they park on campus, they are running the risk of someone seeing them getting in and out of a vehicle, and that vehicle will have a description and the vehicle tags could possibly be looked at. And outside surveillance might be better than even inside sometimes. So I can see this person possibly not wanting to probably bring, but then how would they keep on going to and from this, or go about, not being seen as like out of place? So yeah, this is somebody very, very calculated. Yeah, I believe so. For this is someone very calculated as far as this goes. And what's crazy to me is, which is a good thing, is that this isn't someone that's really just has it out for everyone. Like the whole world, it's me against the world. And it's not like full on terroristic, because as I said, this person could have taken out other people. This could have been a mass shooting, but they only wanted him, a targeted attack. They only wanted Kirk. They only wanted him, y'all. So when people think of like a terrorist, usually they actually prefer, to me, like it would be like more mass shooting. Think about like a club or some sort of setting where there's a bunch of people around, a bunch of targets. But this person is just an assassin all through Kirk. And to be honest, I hate to say it, but I can see what the issue is. This is a college campus. Look at this campus. Look at the buildings, how everything is laid out, the structure. How do they even get on the rooftop? Y'all, this person is, I don't know, y'all. This is crazy. I hope they catch this person so I want to see who this is. I want to see their background, their history, what's going on with this person, because this is like so crazy. It's like a freaking movie, to be honest, because this is like on the rooftop, set up, getting away. This is like, and then even how they executed it with the precision to the juggler to just make sure that that's one shot, and then they ran. One shot and then that's it. From a long distance. Look, that's a long distance away. So hold on, let's go back to this one right here.
It started just like any other university event that Charlie Kirk has done, on the road to becoming one of President Trump's most prominent supporters. But soon after he took to the stage, this.
Oh my God. Go, run.
A single shot, and Charlie Kirk slumps to the floor, blood pouring from his neck. Panic on the Utah campus. A scramble for safety.
I was watching from pretty close up, and I heard a pop.
That Charles James Kirk has been murdered by a gunshot that took.
It is fair to say a lot of anger on both sides of the political divide.
So much for taking the time to speak with us. President Bush, they're calling for God to guide Americans toward civility. What do you think it will take for the United States and for locals there? What
to hear Charlie Kirk and sort of agreed with his conservative views.
And Reagan, do we know more details of what investigators have said or what authorities have said about the shooting?
Well, there was a lot of confusion with those suspects. Initially, there were 2 different suspects detained. They've both been released. And there's talk that the shooter was all dressed in black, maybe in a tactical vest and a mask. Believe he was up high, perhaps on a rooftop. There's some unverified video out there showing someone on a rooftop, and that's what authorities are looking toward. That the shot, it was a single shot, came from high, and if Charlie Kirk was the target, which the authorities here seem to believe he was, that was a very good shooter or a very lucky shot. You know, just before he was shot, someone in the crowd had asked him about mass shootings in the United States. And
No. That was not no lucky shot. That's not no lucky shot. That was calculated. And as y'all said, if someone actually had dark clothing, tactical mask, this is someone that is. This is an assassin, and that's not no lucky shot. Okay, nobody gets that freaking lucky. Okay.
And did he know how many mass shootings there were in the United States? And Charlie Kirk didn't even get a chance to answer the question. He didn't get a chance to finish his sentence. His last words were gang violence.
Yeah, it really is. We're still all trying to get a handle on what's happened and trying to understand what authorities are doing next. I understand as well that the search is moving on to being like a door-to-door search in the area.
Yeah, this is a pretty big campus. It's a public university, and they're going door to door until, telling people, once they've looked in their rooms, telling people to shelter in place. I spoke to some students who were here. Their building's on lockdown. They weren't sure if they were going to be allowed back into their building. So there's a lot of.
I personally don't think that anyone else is in danger of this person at this moment, because if they were planning to shoot students or shoot other people, they had the ammo opportunity to do so, because they could have shot a bunch of people at one time, just back to back, just shooting people with the same precision they did him. So again, this is targeted, and I don't think anyone else, if this person wanted to shoot others, they could have and ran and gotten away just like they did just now. So I think everyone else is, pretty much not going to be a threat by this person. They got their target. Now, obviously, they could be a threat towards future people that they want to assassinate. Yeah.
Certainty here about where the shooter is. That everyone sort of thought, oh great, suspect is in custody, and now that's not the case. Both of those suspects have been released. So
now, one person I wouldn't want after me is a trained assassin or someone that is a assassin or a sniper. No, please. Okay, no, that's scary.
There's maybe a little bit of fear.
Talk more about this with Dylan Eubank. He's a reporter for the Salt Lake Tribune and has been speaking to witnesses. Dylan, what have they been telling you?
Well, I mean, Steve, this is a very traumatic experience for a lot of these students. They've just talked about kind of trying to process this information right now as they were at the event and they saw Kirk fall, and there were just a lot of pandemonium, a lot of chaos, and a lot of confusion about what to do after this transpired.
Yeah, and in the hours that have followed since then, and authorities have been trying to keep people up to speed with what's been going on. Give us a sense of sort of the scale of the search that's underway at the moment.
I mean, the campus of Utah Valley University is completely on lockdown. It is difficult to even get near the neighborhood, and I know police are doing probably a statewide search at this point. It is a manhunt currently to find the shooter of this tragic event.
And the resources are more than just what's available in the state. I understand federal agents are also there.
Yes, federal agents are involved currently in the investigation, and I know President Trump has spoken about helping out with the investigation as well and sending some of his supporters as well.
Yeah, and with regards to the event itself, how big was this event and how well attended was it?
This was a very well attended event, Steve. There were probably close to 3,000 people attending this event today. And they were a very low security event. It was in a kind of an outdoor area of the school. The problem is that each of these buildings at this university are connected by tunnels. So it's kind of unclear. Students were passing, going. There were just so many people on campus today. And then when they were told to evacuate, there were just droves of cars leaving the university's campus. And so it was kind of hard to pinpoint really how many people were trying to leave the campus.
And that's the thing. Once everyone is trying to escape and run away and get away from there, that now gives the shooter more people just everywhere. People, like, it's complete chaos. So in that chaos, they can start to blend in and just get away. Okay. Hold on one second. Trolls will be blocked. This is not a time to be trolling in my chat, so I will be blocking people that seem trollish. Okay. Yeah, I once I go to my studio. And with that, there's going to be vigils and other things happening where people are going to be probably protesting. And yeah, this is going to be crazy. USA! USA! USA!
Better than this! Better than this!
So I guess a scuffle broke out at one of the vigils for Kirk.
We here at The Late Show learned that Charlie Kirk, a prominent right-wing activist, was killed at a speaking engagement in Utah. Our condolences go out to his family and all of his loved ones. I'm old enough to personally remember the political violence of the 1960s. And I hope it is obvious to everyone in America that political violence does not solve any of our political differences. Political violence only leads to more political violence.
And we don't know who did this and their motive or what happened. It could be anyone on any side, or it could be something mental illness. We don't know what is happening. Now, would I say this is something like completely where someone is unhinged, mental illness? No, I would say a mass shooting. This person only came there for him and calculated, methodical. Definitely, I don't think it was someone completely unhinged as far as that goes. But who knows? We don't know. But they could still have a personality disorder. We don't know. We will have to see, but we don't know if it could be. What happens if the person is actually Republican or a non-party affiliation? We don't know. People are saying, "Oh, a Democrat." Who's to say is not? Is someone that's not a Democrat or a Republican? It could be. They could have a whole different. It could be something about something completely different. So Utah Valley University. So on that right here to the far side, the right side, looking from your point of view, that center, I guess the Lowly Center, or Loose Center, or Slow Sex Center, I can't hardly see from here, but that's where they believe the shooter was on top of the roof right there. Low Sex Center. Video show person on rooftop before shooting right here, and that's where. And if you actually follow the dotted line right here, follow this dotted line, this is where in the circle, this is where Charlie Kirk was in that tent. and then they had the barricades around it, and then people were seated there too. Okay, so when I say, and in that building directly in front, there were actually people there in there, like looking through over there as well. And then it says approximately 145 yards. So there are different estimates between 145 yards and 200 yards. So someone still from that distance, that's still quite a good distance to actually shoot someone in the jugular, in their neck, and make sure that that's that one shot to take them out. Lowers their chances of survival. You know that it would take a while for the paramedics to get there to this campus, to get to him, to get him to the hospital, to get paramedics available. He's gonna be like, he's not going, even if he survived a little while, by the time paramedics got there, they already knew that would take him out. So then they take off running. Now, again, this is just speculation as far as that person being on that rooftop of that building. And then I showed the video already, so my video tab in this video. So then if you have to look, when that person took off running, where did they go? Where did they go? And like I said, there's parking right here behind that building. And then there's parking right here. There's some cars parked there. And some campuses obviously have parking garages where there's garages as well with cars in there. They could have also took off on foot and not even parked on campus. Here's what I think. I don't think they parked on campus. If it were me, I would not park on campus, because the parking area usually have cameras too, and people can make out your vehicle and say, well, once you get outside, they can say, well, he got into an SUV, he got into a sports car, he got into, what type of vehicle or model, and then they could possibly even get the tag or make out something. So it wouldn't be smart to park on campus. Now, near campus, yeah, but not on. Or possibly mixed transportation, where you would be on foot and then take even a bus or something. I don't think the person parked on campus. They could have, but I don't think so. I think they probably parked a distance. That's like, okay, it's for convenience to park on campus, yeah, but you're bringing something that can identify you and be tracked down to you in some capacity. A mess. But still, from 145 yards to 200 yards to shoot him in the neck, to be honest, he was a shooting duck the way he was elevated at that point. Okay, so let's go back to this video real quick.
And these sorts of events, sort of public forum events at the campus, are quite commonplace?
Yes, these events are common on a lot of the universities in the States, but just in a place that is generally regarded as safe as Utah, it is very unusual to see this happen, especially on a college campus that is so, people coming and going. It's so relaxed here. And so this.
Yeah. Okay, so what do y'all think about this? Let's look at this angle. Okay, so from this angle we have, so let's look at the campus. So now in the circle right here, from this angle, Charlie Kirk was shot there. And then follow the dotted lines right here in the center. Okay, so the low sec roof, or low C or low sec rooftop. is where the shooter or someone was saw. Now I will say this: someone was a figure was saw or seen on was seen on top of the building, the low C or low sec center rooftop building. Okay, they were seen on top of there. So if they were here and Charlie was there in that circle area, that's between 145 200 yards. That will give them a clear shot. That will give them a clear shot to shoot. How in the world did they get to the top of that building? I don't think, y'all, this is crazy, but I don't think this is I want to know about this person because I don't feel like this was their first time. Do y'all think that this was their first time sniping someone? Do y'all think this is their first time unaliving someone? I wonder if they have some sort of military background and they had combat experience and they, I don't think it's their first time. So a first time sniping someone and you're on the building, one shot, you walk away, this is your first time. I don't see it. Something, y'all saying no? I don't think this is this person's first time. So 200 yards is not as far as I thought it was at first initially, but it's still quite a long distance to have such precision. I wonder if they have some sort of military experience or former law enforcement. I'm leaning more, even with for law enforcement, they have firearms training, but you have to be specialized to get that sniper training. Okay. Yeah. So I would lean towards more of a military or even someone in just practicing on their own time, but a lot of practice on their own time. And to be a sniper. Poor child. I just know that child, this was like something, like I said, I'm like, this crazy. I'm also, just to be honest, I'm happy that this person didn't do a mass shooting because this person could have did a mass shooting. They could have did the same way they shot him. They could have shot a bunch of people in this in that crowd or did a bunch of damage if they wanted to. But they have some sense of something in them to only target one person, even though they had the capability and the opportunity to target more than one person.
This has really impacted the community a lot.
Now, a lot of these events that Charlie Kirk has been doing were to encourage debate and free speech. How much support did he have, and how much opposition, I suppose, did he have as well at the event today?
From what I spoke to with the witnesses, the majority of the crowd were in support of Kirk and his attendance at the university. But there were some protesters in one of the higher parts of the building behind Kirk, and a smaller crowd. But there's still some, opposition here and there. And but it was a fairly well attended and well received event.
Yeah. So what's going to happen next to the university then? I suppose they'll be closed for several days.
They will be closed. The university initially said it would be closed indefinitely, but they have announced plans, hopefully to reopen by Monday, but that could change.
Yeah, and security arrangements at the moment?
That is still to be determined. People are still working on finding the man, and that will just depend on whether he's caught or not.
And Dylan, thanks very much for getting us across those details. Dylan Eubank there, reporter for the Salt Lake Tribune.
A manhunt is underway in the US after one of Donald Trump's leading supporters, the right-wing activist Charlie Kirk, was shot dead. He was taking part in an outdoor debate at a university in Utah when he was hit by a single bullet. Mr. Trump described him as a martyr for truth and freedom. He blamed what he called the radical left for fostering a climate of political violence.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by you.
So there should be some sort of update coming soon. So I'm gonna hang in a little bit longer for the update. Hold on. I think it's supposed to be an update from the FBI. Okay, hold on.
The campus is now unlocked.
Okay, I'm gonna give it a second to come back. Hold on.
And there's still
majority of the crowd were in support of Kirk and his attendance at the university, but there were some protesters in one of the higher parts of the building behind Kirk, and a smaller crowd, but there's still some opposition here and there, and but it was a fairly well attended and well received event.
Yeah, so what's going to happen next to the university then? I suppose they'll be closed for several days?
They will be closed. The university initially said it will be closed indefinitely, but they have announced plans hopefully to reopen by Monday, but that could change.
Yeah, and security arrangements at the moment?
That is still to be determined. People are still working on finding the man, and that will just depend on whether he's caught or not.
And Dylan, thanks very much for getting us across those details. Dylan Eubank there, reporter for the Salt Lake Tribune.
A manhunt is underway in the US after one of Donald Trump's leading supporters, the right-wing activist Charlie Kirk, was shot dead. He was taking part in an outdoor debate at a university in Utah when he was hit by a single bullet. Mr. Trump described him as a martyr for truth and freedom. He blamed what he called the radical left for fostering a climate of political violence.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him
associated with him, and the many students that had to watch this horrific event by what appears to be an assassination, a political assassination, and the full weight of the American justice system will be brought to bear against that individual with prosecution and punishment as appropriately affixed. But I'll just say to you, intimidation and violence do not work against the American citizens, and we'll continue to move forward with our constitutional privilege of freedom of speech and promoting that as Charlie did throughout his whole life.
Are you worried that this kind of violence that has rattled so many lives, including the family of Charlie Kirk, but also, as you say, all the students who
Robert Bowles, R-O-B-E-R-T, Bowles, B-O-H-L-S, and then Bo Mason, B-E-A-U, Mason, M-A-S-O-N. Everybody got that? Hi everyone, my name is Hillary Kellner. I'm the Communications Director for the Utah Department of Public Safety. Today we will have two speakers, one representing the state of Utah and one representing our federal agencies. They will be providing some updates as well as a recap of what happened here at Utah Valley University yesterday. We will be able to take a couple of questions after they are done speaking, but it will be short in order to stay in tune with the president speaking at 9:45. So I'll go ahead and introduce Commissioner Bo Mason.
Good morning. I'm Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. I'd be remiss if we didn't start off today and recognize the significance of the day. Historically, on 9/11, law enforcement has come together to recognize and honor those that sacrificed to preserve the ideals of this country, the freedoms of this country. And instead, we find ourselves today hunting a murderer who chose to violate our rights, the rights of an individual within this country. Just to recap yesterday's events, at around 12:20 p.m., political influencer Charlie Kirk was at Utah Valley University participating in a student-sponsored event with Turning Point USA. Charlie was shot at that event. He was transported to a local hospital where he later passed. Last night, his body was moved to the state office of the medical examiner. We will continue to facilitate movements to get him home today and with his family. Yesterday, during the investigative process, we located a couple of persons of interest. We interviewed those individuals. After releasing them and after clearing them of being
Anyone need me to repeat that? One more time. Robert Bowles, R-O-B-E-R-T, Bowles, B-O-H-L-S, and then Bo Mason, B-E-A-U, Mason, M-A-S-O-N. Everybody got that? Perfect. Hi everyone, my name is Hillary Kellner. I'm the Communications Director for the Utah Department of Public Safety. Today we will have two speakers, one representing the state of Utah and one representing our federal agencies. They will be providing some updates as well as a recap of what happened here at Utah Valley University yesterday. We will be able to take a couple of questions after they are done speaking, but it will be short in order to stay in tune with the president speaking at 9:45. So I'll go ahead and introduce Commissioner Bo Mason.
Good morning. I am Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. I'd be remiss if we didn't start off today and recognize the significance of the day. Historically, on 9/11, law enforcement has come together as a group to recognize and honor those that sacrificed to preserve the ideals of this country, the freedoms of this country. And instead, we find ourselves today hunting a murderer who chose to violate our rights, the rights of an individual within this country.
Just to recap yesterday's events, at around 12:20 p.m., political influencer Charlie Kirk was at Utah Valley University participating in a student-sponsored event with Turning Point USA. Charlie was shot at that event. He was transported to a local hospital where he later passed. Last night, his body was moved to the state office of the medical examiner. We will continue to facilitate movements to get him home today and with his family. Yesterday, during the investigative process, we located a couple of persons of interest. We interviewed those individuals, and after releasing them and after clearing them of being suspects, they face scrutiny, they face threats. We asked the public to be patient with the investigative process. These individuals were not suspects, they were people of interest. We ask that you do not impose into those people and that investigative process. They don't deserve that harassment for being subject to that. I'd like to thank all the investigators that are involved in this. They have worked around the clock, all day yesterday, through the night last night. Investigators from the State Bureau of Investigations, from county, from city agencies, the university, our federal partners with the FBI, the ATF, and many others. Those are just a few of the people that we have involved in this. I'd like to thank all of them for their strong work. Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few breakthroughs. We were able to track the movements of the shooter. Starting at 11:52 a.m., the subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood. Our investigators have worked through those neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with doorbell cameras, witnesses, and
so as I expected, this person did not park on campus. It didn't make sense. This person fled and went into the surrounding neighborhood. They parked somewhere else. They went somewhere else. Yeah, this person, this is not their first rodeo.
Shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the people and that investigative process. They don't deserve that harassment for being subject to that. I'd like to thank all the investigators that are involved in this. They have worked around the clock, all day yesterday, through the night last night. Investigators from the State Bureau of Investigations, from county, from city agencies, the university, our federal partners with the FBI, the ATF, and many others. Those are just a few of the people that we have involved in this. I'd like to thank all of them for their strong work. Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few breakthroughs. We were able to track the movements of the shooter. Starting at 11:52 a.m., the subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location.
So around 11:52 a.m. arrives on campus. Around 12:20 is when Charlie Kirk is shot.
After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into
Jumped off of the building. Who is this person?
a neighborhood. Our investigators have worked.
And he's making like deep swallows with his throat, like he's swallowing. Like, this is a lot. Like, who is this person?
Worked through those neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with doorbell cameras, witnesses, and have thoroughly worked through those communities.
And that's going to be the saving point, because if someone has a Ring camera, or those neighborhoods or anyone with cameras are going to have better quality than that on campus. So hopefully someone has like surveillance or video footage that's like with like clear quality. Now there are going to be some people, to be honest, they are going to hope this guy gets away, and they're going to see this as like someone that, even with that recent case, with the, you know, how, I don't want to bring up that case, but there are some cases where people feel like they are happy someone is, they're not going, they're going to be on the side of the actual shooter, and they're going to hope that that person is not found. Okay, so I will say be looking out that there are going to be both sides of this: people wanting the person to be found and others not wanting, and people being indifferent.
Trying to identify any leads. We do have good video footage of this individual. We are not going to release that at this time.
Oh, wait, they have good video footage. Now, they said that CCTV from the college, they said it wasn't that great or whatever. So maybe they have some other footage. Or they, yeah, so they got good. I wonder, oh my God, so you're busted. The reason I say that is because good footage and it's posted online for everyone to see around the world, you're busted, because somebody's going to recognize you at that point. So yeah, you're caught. I wonder who it is.
We're working through some technologies and some ways to identify this individual. If we are unsuccessful, we will reach out to you as the media, and we will push that publicly to help us identify them. But we're confident.
Yeah, so I don't think your technology might work unless he's already in some sort of database. Yeah, it most likely media.
In our abilities right now, and we would like to move forward in a manner that keeps everyone safe and moves this process appropriately. Last night I communicated with Erica. The family's devastated. As a commissioner of public safety, as a father, as a husband, I can only imagine what that family's going through.
What I will say is, I hate to break it to everyone out there, listen, back in the time before technology and all this surveillance and everybody has cameras, you probably could get away with more stuff. But I could tell you, even early on, I'm like, I said, y'all heard me earlier, I said it's too much surveillance. And we're surveyed everywhere. Camera lights, everywhere, surveillance, cameras. There's no way to get away from cameras. And even now that it's not that it's inexpensive to get cameras at home, it's like everyone has a camera. So, and their cell phones are out. It's harder to get away with stuff and not be caught these days. So hang it up flat screen, okay?
The heinous event that happened yesterday is not Utah. This is not what we're known for. Over the past several weeks, we've seen this state come together to help families in mourning, come together as a community to show what Utah is known for a state of character, of service, of camaraderie, of a neighboring feel. We will not stand for what happened yesterday. We are exhausting every lead. We have every officer invested in this, every investigator, every local agency. The outpouring of support from the law enforcement community has been astounding. We are investing everything we have into this, and we will catch this individual. Having walked through the crime scene, through the hallways of this school, through the classrooms, I can't imagine what the people on scene felt as well. A horrific event where some of them barricaded in classrooms, some of them ran in fear. Can't overstate the tragedy and the horrific event that yesterday was, and how we will work to bring to justice the actions of one individual or any other individuals that assisted in that. Our state has gone through a lot, and we will come out successful. With that, I'll turn the time over to Special Agent Bowles.
Good morning. My name is Robert Bowles, and I am the Special Agent in charge of the Salt Lake Field Office. Following yesterday's tragic shooting of Charlie Kirk, FBI agents have been working around the clock in coordination with our law enforcement partners. We are and will continue to work nonstop until we find the person that has committed this heinous crime and find out why they did it. This morning, I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. So the FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon. Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis. Now, I understand there are a lot of questions about motive. I assure you that all leads, tips are being fully investigated. As of this morning, we have received more than 130 tips. We thank the community for that. The FBI has brought every resource to bear, and we will continue to do so throughout the course of this investigation. The FBI's mission is to protect the American people. It's to uphold the Constitution of the United States. Any attack on the First Amendment is an attack on the very foundation of our democracy. That is why we will relentlessly pursue this case and the shooter until we find him. We also continue to grieve with the family and the community. It's our community. If you have any video or images from the shooting, we ask you to please submit them to our digital media tip website at www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley Shooting. You can also call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. We truly rely on the public's help in these types of cases, and no tip is too small or insignificant. Thank you.
Absolutely. So what I'll release about the suspect is the suspect blended in well with a college institution. We're not releasing many details right now, and we will soon, but right now we're not. But that individual appears to be of college age. We are confident in our abilities to track that individual. If we're unsuccessful in identifying them immediately, we will reach out for the public's help and the media's help in pushing those photos. That was
Okay, so the person appears to be of college age. Yeah. I mean, it is a college campus. I would be expecting someone older than college age, but I mean, anyone could be like a different college age students. Wow. So now this is like getting me more curious now.
There's a new development overnight, working through the night, studying those cameras. So that's something that's new and that we're working through right now. As far as the security, I cannot speak to that. Neither the Department of Public Safety nor the Federal Bureau of Investigation was involved in the planning or security of this event, and that'll have to be a question later for other agencies.
So that's a good question, and it's a question that goes to the safety of the community, right? No, not in those woods. We walked through those woods and secured it. As to the community, I can tell you that this was a targeted event. We don't believe the community is at risk. However, we are exhausting every resource to find him.
And that's exactly what I was saying earlier, that no one else is really endangered. This person was not trying to target students, not trying to target faculty, staff, administration at the college. No one else. Their target was just him.
And we will do so.
Special Agent Bowles, that is how we with the BBC. From the images you
So I can't comment specifically on his face or any details such as that, as it's continuing to be a part of the investigation. And again, we'll release that shortly. However, we're doing everything we can to find him, and we're not sure how far he has gone yet, but we will do our best.
Clear image of his face?
We have images of the suspect.
Did you trace the gun's owner?
Again, as part of the investigation, we're not releasing any details of that. We are exhausting all of our resources to be able to collect those, but that's again part of the investigation.
Have you been able to trace back the owner of the gun?
Excuse me?
You said you found the weapon. Have you been able to trace back the owner of that weapon or purchased it?
We are working on that, but again, part of the investigation that I can. Not at all. We've got complete and total support from everyone, from the director on down, and it's been an incredible supportive environment so far. All I can say is that we're working the investigation. Best we have with the environment we're given. Thank you.
So I don't know if y'all even heard me. I was talking. So I don't know if y'all heard me. I was talking for the last 10 minutes. Wow. So I might have been on mute. But this is a remark from the special agent in charge, Robert Bowles, at a press conference regarding September 10th shooting at Utah Valley University. So y'all didn't hear me. Wow, that's crazy. I was talking for the last 10 minutes. So yeah, I'm tired, I guess. On behalf of the FBI, we extend our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Charlie Kirk. Our thoughts are also with the people who witnessed this traumatic event. We know what you experienced was difficult. Our thoughts are with you as well. As soon as we heard about the shooting, special agents and personnel from the Salt Lake City field office responded immediately. We have full resources devoted to this investigation, including tactical, operational, investigative, and intelligence. To be clear, the FBI will fully support and co-lead this investigation alongside our partners. The FBI has set up a digital media tip line for information regarding the shooting. I know there are a lot of questions. This is very much an active case, and this investigation is in its early stages. We are following all the leads and the evidence. If anyone has any information, please report to FBI or local law enforcement. So, in summary of what I was saying, was that I believe that they will try technological approaches to finding the person based on, you know, the evidence they have and the face they can see. And they obviously will try to see if there's any fingerprints or anything, if there was any doors touch or anything. DNA. But again, with those types of college doors, if someone did touch something, who's to say it could be anyone's fingerprint? So obviously they're going to be looking for a community surrounding neighbors to give them any ring cameras or any surveillance cameras that the neighbors might have, which would be helpful because the neighbors' cameras could be a better quality. And for example, one neighbor could have him going east and another one could have him going west, after that, and then it could lead to his possible vehicle, like what vehicle the person had or didn't have or whatever. Or the next location, it could take a trail towards that person. So I'm sure people do have surveillance. Another thing is, if this person has never been apprehended or arrested and is not in no database, then that's going to be harder. Ultimately, I believe that they will release this to the public, the images, because the longer they wait, the more they risk the person actually going on a run. Because now that they had this press conference, the person is out there saying, oh shit, they got surveillance. They got a picture of my face. They feel like I'm like a college student or something. They're on to me. So now what will I do? Will I A, go on the run? B, could I possibly even do some people, when they realize they're going to get caught, they might actually harm themselves or take themselves out. There's sometimes people try to go arrest the suspect and the suspect takes themselves out before the police can arrest him because they don't want to spend their time. They don't want to be punished and go to prison or anything. Remember, people don't do this thinking they're going to get caught. They do it thinking they're going to get away. And the moment they realize they're not going to get away, they might actually think of a way to get out, either on the run or actually, you know. So at the risk of the person going on a run, what can you possibly do is you have to get the media involved really fast. Once you get the media's help, then that increases your chances of finding the person right away. So if they want to find the person right away, they need to utilize social media and the media of spreading this image around and getting people to recognize who this person is. The slower route is trying to handle it all behind the scenes and act like y'all can just have all this advanced knowledge or technological advances to find this person. And the first person already admitted that the first quality camera wasn't that good. Even with people, even if neighbors or community give you footage or their surveillance, it's still going to take more time. So I would say it's best for them to just, to be honest, they have already harmed the case by just giving details, by saying, oh, it looks like a college student, we got an image of their face, we got this, we got that. You've already kind of told the person. I would not have even said anything about what we possibly have and just work behind the scenes, move in silence. But now that you have, the person is out there like, oh, okay, they got something. And also, could it also be a trick to say they have more because initially they didn't have that much and now they do? So I don't know. So we will see. But I think that they should release it to the media and let the picture circulate and let everyone figure out who it is, because if it is a college student, then most likely somebody's going to recognize the person, or if it's a civilian, right? Hold on. So that's the FBI statement. And just a second. FBI say weapon found, but Charlie Kirk still killer still at large.
Pursue this case and the shooter until we find him. We also continue to grieve with the family and the community. It's our community. If you have any video or images from the shooting, we ask you to please submit them to our digital media tip website at www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley Shooting. You can also call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. We truly rely on the public's help in these types of cases, and no tip is too small or insignificant. Thank you.
Absolutely. So what I'll release about the suspect is suspect blended in well with a college institution. We're not releasing many details right now, and we will soon. But right now we're not. But that individual appears to be of college age. We are confident in our abilities to track that individual. If we're unsuccessful in identifying them immediately, we will reach out for the public's help and the media's help in pushing those photos. That was a new development overnight, working through the night, studying those cameras. So that's something that's new and that we're working through right now. As far as the security, I cannot speak to that. Neither the Department of Public Safety nor the Federal Bureau of Investigation was involved in the planning or security of this event, and that'll have to be a question later for other agencies.
So that's a good question, and it's a question that goes to the safety of the community, right? No, not in those woods. We've walked through those woods and secured it. As to the community, I can tell you that this was a targeted event. We don't believe that the community is at risk. However, we are exhausting every resource to find him, and we will do so. So I can't comment specifically on his face or any details such as that, as it's continuing to be a part of the investigation. And again, we'll release that shortly. However, we're doing everything we can to find him, and we're not sure how far he has gone yet, but we will do our best. We have images of the suspect.
know this person is the person that the police were?
Again, as part of the investigation, we're not releasing any details such as that right now. We are exhausting all of our resources to be able to collect those, but that's, again, part of the investigation. Excuse me? We are working on that, but again, part of the investigation that I can't release. Not at all. We've got complete and total support from everyone from the director on down, and it's been an incredible supportive environment so far. All I can say is that we're working the investigation the best we have with the environment we're given. So thank you.
Well, let's speak now to Robert Moran. He is a former Republican pollster and strategist and partner at the Brunswick Group, a management consulting firm. Thanks very much for being with us today. We just wanted to bring everybody that news conference with that update from the FBI, just in terms of where the US is today. Very widespread condemnation from both Democrats and Republicans at an attack on someone who was a very strong political supporter of Donald Trump, a very vocal supporter, but shot in this targeted attack.
Yes, I mean, it's a
So after all, it looks like the shooter is a little bit sloppy, not as methodical as I first assumed, because they are talking about that they found the weapon, unless that is a stolen weapon or some sort of defaced weapon or something. Not smart as far as that goes. It says live updates: officials recover rifle and see gunman of college age in Charlie Kirk killing. The weapon was found near the Utah University campus where the right-wing activist was fatally shot. The suspect was still at large and unidentified amid speculation about what motivated the killing. In the second video, the person is seen rushing away. Robert Bowles, a special agent in charge of the FBI Salt Lake City office, said the gun that was used to unalive Charlie Kirk was a high-powered bolt-action rifle, adding that it had been found in a wooded area in a neighborhood near the campus. Not smart to toss the weapon, because obviously they found the weapon, then obviously now they can try to find out where that weapon was purchased, any history of the weapon. Did you actually scratch off the information on the weapon? Like what? Toss the weapon. That person suspected of shooting Mr. Kirk arrived on campus shortly before noon and used a stairway to make his way to a rooftop, according to Bo Mason, the commissioner of the Utah Department of Public Safety. After the shooting, he added, the person jumped from the roof and fled into a nearby neighborhood, but no suspects were in custody more than 12 hours after Mr. Kirk was unalived. On. The shooting, Mr. Kirk, 31, was shot about 20 minutes after he began speaking to a crowd of about 3,000 people. Yeah, so anyways, with that being said, I will see y'all in my next slide. That's all I'm going to really cover. I'm sure by, in my opinion, by the end of the day, they're probably going to be releasing more information because they probably want to apprehend this person. If they can't find this person on their own, they're most likely going to be releasing, yes, and there's also 9/11, which I mentioned at the very onset of this live at the very beginning. Yeah, prayers to all who might have lost a close one during 9/11 and were in effect. So yeah, anyways, I'll see y'all in the next slide. Make sure you hit that like button and replay, and I'll see y'all later. Bye. Wait, I don't think I gave you a shout out. I think I did. I don't know. Shout out to Leslie. Thank you so much for the fan funding super secret again. Yes, to y'all. Shout out to Leslie. I appreciate the fan funding super secret, and everybody else. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye.
I gotta go. I gotta go. Don't ask me why. I gotta go. I should have left a long time ago. I don't even know how I got here, but I gotta go. Things have to change. I can't stay this way anymore. Good thing for me. I'm tired of the same old thing. So I'm trying something new, exploring something new. I'm not afraid of starting over today. It's a new day, a new me is coming. You'll see, I see it. Gonna do it. You'll see. I gotta go. I gotta go. Don't ask me why. I gotta go. I should've left a long time ago. I don't even know how I got here, but I gotta go. I want more than this. I want more than this. I deserve whatever I want. My heart's desire. I want more than this. What is this? This isn't it. What is this? This isn't how it's supposed to be. This isn't how my life's supposed to be. It's not how I imagined it would be. I gotta go. I gotta go. Don't ask me why. I gotta go. I should've left a long time ago. I don't even know how I got here, but I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go. Don't ask me why. I gotta go. I gotta go. I should've left a long time ago. I don't even know how I got here, but I gotta go. I want more than this. What is this? This isn't it. What is this? This isn't how it's supposed to be. This isn't how my life's supposed to be. It's not how I imagined it would be.